again last night. So the lead of the division is down to 8.
Oh, boy.
You want some numbers? I'll give you some numbers.
Okay.
Some are a little, over-exaggerated to a certain extent as far as what they mean, but the magic number remains at 53.
I love it.
The tragic number, although some people might not think it's tragic, is 69 as far as what Cleveland and the Tigers.
Yes, that's never a tragedy.
Yes. The Tigers are now the 3rd seed in the American League,
Yes.
which means the worst cliche of all time. But if the season ended today, they'd win the division, but they would be hosting the best of 3. They wouldn't get the bye. I know people are sitting there, well, the Lions got a bye, a loss, so maybe it's okay. Last year, they went and won 2 games at Houston. They would be hosting because it's all the higher seed in the bye in that first round gets
Correct.
all the home games. So guess who they would be playing in the best of 3?
Stoney, who's that?
A team that has some guy named Bregman.
Oh, boy. Boston's in it?
Yes.
So they're not selling at the deadline?
I don't think so.
I don't think they're selling, and I don't think Cleveland is going to as well, because everybody's talking about, Class A or, Stephen Kwan. They're right there. And you already mentioned the number that they're behind, 8. And in terms of the wild card, they're only 2.5 back.
Right.
Of the wild card. So, yeah, I don't think they're going to be, and I didn't really think that they were going to be in sell mode anyway. I think it's just, it was a slow start for them, down year, and obviously the Tigers were what they were at the beginning of the season, first half of the season. But
I thought, look, if they didn't get on this run, I think they would have, for the right deal, because their ownership is not wonderful. They would have been in this sell mode. I honestly believe that. Actually, yeah, right. Cleveland's 2.5 out of the wild card right now.
Right, and so I think it even increases the seller's market, where if Class A is not going to be on the market and Aroldis Chapman's not going to be on the market because Boston's not selling, now all of a sudden all the relievers, you start narrowing down the number of marketable relievers, number of marketable bats. That's what's driving the seller's market, and now it's going to be Scott Harris. Are you going to want to part with enough assets to bring in somebody that is going to make a difference?
And here's the question that I have in 248-539-9797. Because if you play the schedule game, so the games leading up to the deadline, a week from today is the deadline.
Correct.
Okay? The Tigers have a 4-game series beginning tonight against the Toronto Blue Jays, who currently lead the American League East and are playing pretty good baseball.
Oh yeah, they've been smoking hot for about 30 days now.
The Cleveland Guardians, they play the Orioles again today, who they've won the first 3, and then go to Kansas City. Next week, the Arizona Diamondbacks, a team obviously in sell mood, but they're not a bad team. They're 3 games under 500. They're only 5.5 out of the wild card. I imagine still they're going to sell.
Yeah.
And while the Tigers will be playing them, the Cleveland Guardians will be hosting the Colorado Rockies. So, and I'm not trying to be negative here, but I'm trying to be realistic that Cleveland 4-7, it's realistic that Cleveland goes 5-2 and the Tigers go maybe 3-4 in their next 7.
And they'd lose another 2 games. And then instead of 8, you're at 6. And, I mean, I don't know, you kind of feel like right now with the way the Tigers are playing, that might be best case scenario. In the next 7 games for the Tigers?
Yeah. And so here's the other question. If you're Scott Harris and you see this team going the way it's going, do you even try to make a all-in move just to get in the playoffs? Because you might be sitting there realistically like you, and maybe not so much you because you're more positive than I am, but me and other people are sitting there looking at the Tigers and say, yeah, I still think we're going to get in the playoffs. And I know once you get in, anything can happen. But are you willing to maybe sacrifice something for something that probably won't happen? If you're sitting there running this team, say, wait a second, can we win? What's the chances of us winning it all? Maybe not so good anymore. So maybe his philosophy might change if they don't pick it up in the next week. I don't know.
I don't know. I
And
think
people
that's
would be
a
pissed,
little bit
but-
drastic,
Yeah.
knowing the way that this team played up until literally 4 games before the All-Star break.
I know.
This has been a downturn. And, I mean, the Dodgers, as of a couple of days ago, they were 2-8 in their last 10. Now, when you have Shohei hitting a home run every day, that sure helps to pull you out of a slump.
Mm-hmm.
The issue is, who do we have at the plate that we have the confidence that's going to help pull us out of a slump? No, there's no Shohei. I'm not saying that. But you have to have your all-stars, Gleyber Torres, Zach McKinstry, Riley Green. Who is it that Javi Baez? Who's going to pull you out of this slump?
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. It was an awful series in Pittsburgh. It's been an awful time here as a Tiger fan since June 14th. We'll give you the bad numbers coming up next. I do want to mention later in the program, our first Greg Palm of the season as college football gets ready. Media Day for Michigan and Michigan State is today. Yep. 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. Dear John at 7:35. It's 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. And listen to this. You know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets for the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in these incredible deals. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
And the Pirates win it 6-1, sweep the series. The Tigers host the Blue Jays. 4-game series beginning tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. 7-game homestand as they take on Arizona next week, right before the trading deadline. Cleveland won last night, so I think they're now, 10-2 since...
Since the burial?
Since the burial, yeah.
Yeah. I know. You mentioned Costa tweeting. He texted me last night, and I'm like, dude, you're taking some bullets here. You're taking, not strays, they're direct hits.
I know. I endorsed it, so it's not all him. I do want to point out something in this series that they lost. The Tigers were outscored, and this is a Pittsburgh's Pirate team. It's not very good. They got outscored 17-6. They were out-hit 31-10. And here's the other thing. The starting pitching. 3 games. The Tigers' starting pitchers combined for 12 innings. And the most was yesterday with Melton.
Yeah.
And I think it was more, okay, let's just see what he's got.
After it was see how he handles
5-0.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. And he pitched 1 good inning. 3 good innings. He did have 7 strikeouts.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
What'd you think of him? Other than the grand slam?
Well, he put the problem with both home runs was he put them right in the middle heart of the plate. But
right.
But they hit the ball hard against him. Even the outs were, the velo was pretty high. So 12 innings because Mize went 4 and Flaherty went 3. And ain't going to get it done. Here's some other numbers for you that I'm sure you Tiger fans would love. Since June 14th, 14-18. They're 1-9 since July 16th. In their last 10 games, they are batting .209 with a .595 OPS. In their previous 93, they hit .253 with a .751 OPS. I mean, it's been a bad run. It's been a bad run, and you bring up a great point. Who's going to get them out of it? We have a Twitter poll up right now, ladies and gentlemen, that we'd love for you to participate in. And it's very simple. How far will the Tigers advance this year? You have missed the playoffs, make the playoffs, reach the ALCS, or win the pennant.
Well, there should be another option, right?
That's not even in there. We can only do 4.
Okay, right in.
Well, I guess you could.
Yeah, you think they're going to win a World Series?
Yes, you can.
I understand why it has been omitted.
And I'm going to make my vote now, and my vote's going to be make the playoffs. I'm still going to give them that.
Okay.
So
you think the division's still locked up?
Well, if I was betting, I'd still say they'd win it. It's not going to be easy because I don't think Cleveland's going to keep up this pace. I don't think the Tigers are going to keep up their pace. But it's going to be, I think it's going to be closer than it is right now.
So we witnessed something very historic last year. And so we know the possibilities. Mm-hmm. But it was paired with Minnesota falling apart. Now this year, the Guardians would have to do basically the same thing, but it would result in them, winning the division, and the Tigers would have to fall apart. I'm not sitting here saying the division's over. I'm not saying the division's locked up. I'm not making any bold predictions. I just don't think the Tigers, I don't think they're going to fall apart from where they were. You mentioned the 93 game mark. I think they're more like the first 93 than they are the last 10.
Right.
And so I think it's going to be okay. It's not going to be as grand as everybody originally was hoping or thinking. But I do think it's going to be okay.
All right, some quick ticket text before we go to Heather with news. I'm going to start listening to the major networks now to listen to Dink from Detroit calling in. That's Neil in a car. He doesn't do it. It's Max in Michigan. Yeah. John in Florida, guys. Hey, guys, if these next 7 games go bad, the Tigers should try to get David Bednar from the Pirates to help the bullpen. Tigers should also see if they can get Skeens. Skeens wants out of Pittsburgh. Detroit would be a good fit. Think about Skeens and Skubal. Yeah, but
Okay, we did that, I don't know, 2 months ago.
Yeah, and I don't. Pittsburgh's not giving him up right now.
No,
I don't think so.
No. And, I mean, whether things go good or bad in the next 7 games.
They still need Bednar
or
or somebody like that. Labor Day 2009, Tigers had an 8-game lead over the Twins. They had to play game 163 to decide the division, which we know they lost. Hopefully history isn't repeating itself. And finally, thank God Riley Green didn't ruin his swing in the home run derby. He just did it naturally. It's time for news, and here's Heather.
The Detroit People Mover is getting a little tune-up, you might have heard. One of its stops, which is along the riverfront, is going to be renamed, and riders are also going to be greeted by a new voice.
Oh.
Yes. So the West Riverfront stop, which is located on Civic Center Drive, kind of near where Joe Louis Arena used to be, will now be called the Water Square Station, which apparently is a nod to the upcoming luxury hotel that's going to be built there at that site. And then in addition to the new name, the People Mover will now have a new voice courtesy of a local radio host. Not Stoney.
No.
Lloyd Jackson.
Oh.
From AM 760.
Were you in a voice off?
No.
No.
Did they call you? Contact you?
That would have been awesome to have Stoney. I think everyone would have
deep tones. I wish, by the way, they have like Ryan Woolley, who used to work here.
Hold on.
What?
We might have slipped into something here. Can you imagine Stoney telling you which stop this is?
Wait, get out on your right. No, you're left.
No, you're
right.
left. Wait, yeah. No, stay here. You're not. You shouldn't get off yet. Just keep riding. You'll come back. If you miss your stop, you'll be back here.
It'll be all right. Go circle.
Next stop, Grand River, coming up to that Mac Avenue.
The trail off.
My gosh. You guys, there was a devastating car crash in Farmington Hills that left a road worker dead and several others injured. The crash happened in a construction zone on Orchard Lake Road between 10 and 11 Mile on Wednesday morning. And according to police, a car was traveling southbound on Orchard Lake before crashing over the median and then striking 3 road workers on northbound Orchard Lake. And they say the road crew was doing everything they needed to do. They were parked legally. They had all the proper signage up. They were working on sewer repairs in the area. And one road worker was killed. 2 others were injured. The driver that crashed was taken to the hospital. I'm not sure about the extent of their injuries, but the family of the worker who was killed identified him as a 43-year-old man named Cedric Jones, a father of 6.
Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh. Police are still working to learn what caused the crash. Detroit Lions fans are about to hear what Tigers fans have been enjoying all season long. Jason Benetti will be working with the Lions broadcast team for their preseason TV broadcasts.
Oh, good.
So he'll be calling 3 games. He did release a statement saying that he's just really grateful for the opportunity and for the Tigers for letting him, kind of cross over and do these.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. They're also bringing on TJ Lang to serve as an analyst, and sideline reporter Danny Rogers will be filling out the broadcast team.
Well, I wonder which games J.K. Simmons is going to be doing the color for.
Yes.
Is he a Lions fan too?
I assume so.
Yeah.
If you want to listen to something funny, Caputo's crosstalk with Valenti and Rico yesterday when they were talking about the Tiger broadcast. It is hysterical.
Oh, I'll have to go back and listen. Yeah, there's a game I'm going to join. I'm not in the booth, but I'm going to join them from home.
Cool.
We had the Costa had the Costa Cast last year. We're not doing that, but I am going to join them for 5 or 6 minutes of one of the quarters. So
nice.
Sweet.
Yeah,
That's
excited
fun.
to do that with them.
Yeah. I would be too. 3 people, 2 9-year-old girls, and a man have been honored by Wixom Police for saving a 4-year-old from drowning. I love this story when they're honored and they get this little diploma or certificate, right? But Wixom Police say that the girls were at a hotel pool. They not a hotel, I'm sorry, an apartment swimming pool. They were swimming when they noticed this 4-year-old girl not moving in the water. One of these little girls jumped in, was able to get the 4-year-old to the surface. That's when the man jumped in, pulled the girl out, and performed CPR until she was breathing.
Oh boy.
And police say if they wouldn't all have acted so quickly, most likely this little girl probably wouldn't have made it. So good for them and good for knowing CPR.
Yes.
We've talked about this before. Everyone should know it. I've been through CPR training so many times.
Yeah.
However,
Are you not certified currently?
I am certified currently, I think, but I still, because if you don't use it all the time, you forget exactly what to do. Like I feel like I need a refresher all of the time. Like I wouldn't know if a
lot of the refreshers you can get online now,
which I should do.
Right. No, I'm just saying it's an easy, like, if it's the breaths to compressions, all that stuff. I think it was 5-1 at one point, 15-2 at one time. Yeah.
I honestly am not sure.
Sounds like the Tigers this past 10 games.
Yes, it's other way around, 2-15.
I know.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Heather. Don't forget 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. Coming up next, the first edition of Greg Palm. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, it's going to be smoking hot today, and maybe you need yourself a nice ice-cold beverage from Founders Brewing. They've been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. Their focus is always on using the highest quality ingredients, and you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of IPA that's never out of place. So whether you're tailgating, and we've got some great ones coming up, grilling, hitting the beach, maybe you're at the golf course, or just kicking back, find yourself an all-day IPA. It's smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. It goes where the good times are, so look for all-day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
I am looking forward to this because I don't think I've ever been here when we've had
for
Greg
a Greg
Palm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, Greg, you will need to. I didn't ask you too many questions because as you explain it to me, I think you'll be able to explain it to our audience. How have you come up with these numbers with no active game data to work off of?
That's a great question, John.
Oh, 3-pointer.
And yes, Greg Palm does not rely on guessing. Guessing is not in the nature of this thing. We need to find some data. So where can we find a projected win total for all 136 teams? Well, there's a city in the middle of the desert with a lot of tall buildings that we'll be visiting in August that generates a projected win total for each team.
Is that Carson City?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
We're talking, of course, about Las Vegas. Will be at the D in August.
Yes.
But not all win totals are the same. There's a couple of things that are a factor that goes into a team's win total. It's how good they think the team's going to be, how tough their schedule is going to be, and then how can we fine-tune 8.5? Well, the payout's going to be different for each 8.5. Some teams, it's going to be an over is going to be minus 165. Others, over will be at a plus payout.
Okay.
So that's how we can kind of fine-tune the expected wins of each of these teams.
Okay, I get that. And so are you going to give us, the top 10, or are you going all 25?
Well, we're going to give you 12.
Okay.
Dozen is still the magic number here in college football. So I'm going to start. We're going to go 12 up to 1 because there is a little bit of a variation here, and I do expect there to be a lot of differentiation from what one would expect. So we're going to start. Number 12 is Ole Miss. They are comfortably in this number 12 spot. They got plenty of buffer for normalized data, which we're going to have here in the preseason between number 13 and number 11. We'll get to in a moment. A little note on them. College Football Nerds Delight in Week 4. They're going to be hosting Tulane, who is the American Conference favorite, a return trip from a home-and-home that they started in 2023 when they went to New Orleans and got a big win there.
And Tulane has
just signed a quarterback, right?
Yeah, Tulane's new quarterback, the quarterback from BYU.
Right, Retzlaff.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Number 11, we've got Boise State. Now, Ashton Genty's in the NFL. If Boise is going to be typical Boise, they're going to have a 2-game season. This year's version of last year's Oregon game is at Notre Dame. It's in Week 6, a little bit later than Oregon was last year. Could be beneficial for both teams. Other game is in conference. It's UNLV. That's going to be in Boise. Remember, last year, Ashton Genty, 4th and goal run from the 1-yard line to give Boise State the win. Number 10, Miami of Florida. Now, this is an interesting case in the odds flipping. So they started at 8.5 as a win total, courtesy of FanDuel, of course. The odds got shorter and shorter for them until FanDuel flipped that number to 9.5 with a plus payout. So the big question for them, Cam Ward is out. Carson Beck is in at quarterback.
Is Carson Beck 100% healthy?
Is in whether physically or mentally.
You're right.
I am curious as to will they be a double-digit win team with him? Because they've lost a bunch at wide receiver as well. I think they lost their top 4 or 5 wide receivers, along with, obviously, Cam Ward.
Number 9, Alabama. They're returning 8 defensive starters from last year's team, plus Ryan Williams, their electric freshman wide receiver, now a sophomore. He is back here as their top playmaker on the outside. Georgia, LSU, Tennessee in conference on the schedule, plus Florida State to open the season. So not a joke schedule that Bama's got here.
No, and didn't Alabama struggle to stop a very anemic offense in the bowl game?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
But they got those 8 returners on defense.
Right. It's the question, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Right.
Speaking of that bowl game, number 8, we got Michigan. This is another U of M and another flip from 8.5 to 9.5. Now, I know the haters out there will say, hey, Michigan garners a lot of bets in their favor. Like, it's the Michigan fan base propping this number up to 9.5, and I get that. Look, the schedule is relatively easy for them outside of Ohio State. No games against teams with 8.5 win total or higher. No Indiana, no Illinois this season. Can they carry last year's end-of-season momentum? Did they find something? And, of course, Bryce Underwood coming in at quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Number 7, Georgia Bulldogs. Interested to see them under Gunnar Stockton back to what they do best, maybe play better with an underappreciated quarterback who's not weighed down by humongous expectations about being a top 5 or top 1 NFL draft pick. Alabama, Tennessee, Texas, Ole Miss, all on the schedule for the Bulldogs.
Okay, Gunnar Stockton. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, I liked his toughness at the end of the season when he got drilled, knocked out, and still got up and said, "Give me more."
Is there an over/under on driving arrests in Athens?
Did you see that they had
a recruit
that had the same thing? Yeah, I think he'll fit in well.
All right, number 6. We're going to the top half of these rankings. Is Clemson maybe not so dead anymore? They rebounded well after that Georgia drubbing. Finished 10-4 when all was said and done. Remember, they won the ACC. They're the preseason favorites again this year. Cade Klubnik, he's a senior. He returns at quarterback, one of the favorites for the Heisman Trophy. Number 5, Penn State. Now, they're a chic pick to be number 1 when the media polls and the coaches poll come out. Obviously, they've still got a lot to prove. We thought last year was going to be the year that they beat Ohio State. Now they're playing at Columbus with a lot of defensive talent missing, like no Abdul Carter there. So they're going to have to find a way to replace him. They also play Oregon this year. Aller, Singleton, Allen, that backfield does return for them. Defensive coordinator Tom Allen is out. He's at Clemson, the aforementioned team. Jim Knowles is in from Ohio State.
It's going to be interesting. Sorry, Greg. It's going to be interesting because you talk about a team with a lot of talent that has come up short, whether it's James Franklin, it's Drew Allar. We've heard so much about how good he is supposed to be. Can he actually do that now that he's come back? Is this the next team that has everybody coming back to for unfinished business?
Is Drew Aller the 2025 version of Christian Hackenberg?
That's a great question.
All right, to the top third here. Number 4 is Ohio State. Pains me to say the defending national champion. They've got a tough schedule. They've got Texas to open the season. Haven't mentioned them yet. Illinois, they're ranked 19th in Greg Palm. Penn State, 5. At Michigan, 8. Julian Sain is in at quarterback. Jeremiah Smith, probably maybe the best player in college football, is returning on the outside. Caleb Downs is at safety. Out is Jack Sawyer, who we ripped but was a big leader for them. JT Tuimoloau. Will Howard is out. DC Jim Knowles, we mentioned him at Penn State. He has left. And in, remember, is our good friend Matt Patricia.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, their defensive coordinator. Yes.
Number 3, Oregon Ducks. Now, without looking up, I couldn't tell you who is back from last year's Big Ten champions. They have only 5 returning starters. Now, some of the familiar names for them: wide receiver Evan Stewart, outside linebacker Mateo Uyunglele, 2 of the familiar names for them. Portal, they got a quarterback, Dante Moore, a couple years ago, who was at UCLA, the Detroit native, now will be starting for them. And Mekhi Hughes from Tulane, who was Tulane's starting running back last year. He's now an Oregon Duck.
And that is the younger brother of DJ.
I'm sure.
The big Cinco.
Yes.
Number 2, we got the Texas Longhorns. Arch Manning gets the real test now. It's a much easier to play. Well, when you're the backup, you're holding down the floor until your 5-star starter returns. Texas, we mentioned about the strength of them last year was the offensive line. 4 starters gone from that powerful offensive line, so they're going to have to replenish what they miss up front. Leading us to number 1, everyone's favorite independent. I am going to get a call on the bat signal from Rob in Brighton. Is Notre Dame. Significant separation from number 2. Their win total is 10.5. And look at their schedule. At Miami, they're 10th. Texas A&M, the return from the home and home last year. Texas A&M comes to South Bend. They're 25th. Boise State, 11. Navy, 22. At USC, 26. That is, we Stoney, I think you in particular rip on US or Notre Dame for, playing a real conference. But that does open them up to play some powerful and challenging non-conference games.
They have always had a pretty good they have had a pretty good schedule. I almost said non-conference.
Yes.
Who were their quote-unquote ACC games this year?
Stanford, I think. No, I don't think Florida State's
one of them.
Stanford
team.
is, yes.
Yes.
Boston College, I know, was one. Miami, we just mentioned.
Yes.
And I think they've got 2 others. I think that the note for them is they play 5 of those games. Just a quick note on them. They're replacing Riley Leonard. He was clutch for Notre Dame. When they needed like 4 to 7 yards on 3rd down, pick up a first down, move the chains, And with his legs, he was a big leader for them, so replacing him is a huge issue for Notre Dame.
Well, they got C.J. Carr. He's going to be their starter, Lloyd's grandson. And they still have, Jeremiah Love in the backfield, don't they?
They do, yes. Jeremiah Love, which I do believe they'll probably hand the ball off a lot. And I am excited. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm a Notre Dame fan, but I am a huge C.J. Carr fan.
And one other note, I just remember last year during our picks, the Texas A&M game, remember what you said about their offensive line? Freshman, sophomore, freshman, junior. Okay, they're all a year older now, a year more experienced.
Yep, sophomore left tackle who had a good season as a freshman, 2 redshirt juniors inside, a sophomore at right guard, and a redshirt junior at right tackle. That experience might just pay off for him this year.
All right, and that is the first edition of Greg Palm 2025.
Hey, summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's super easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. 6-1 they lose. The lead is down to 8 as Cleveland has won. Tigers not playing good. Hopefully they can turn it around quickly because Cleveland is playing really well. So they play Toronto at Comerica Park, first of 7 at home before the trade deadline. And then they go to Philly, another team that's good. This is not going to be easy here. And we do have a Twitter poll out there, by the way. And the Twitter poll is, how far will the Tigers advance this year? We have 4 choices. Sorry, we don't have winning the World Series as one of them. Miss the playoffs, make the playoffs, reach the ALCS, or win the American League pennant, which means get to the World Series. So you can go to our Twitter page, Costa and Jansen with Heather, and make your vote. All right. We did the Greg Palm for college football. We have another college football question because media days going on right now in the Big Ten, in the Big Ten capital of the world, Las Vegas. Now, there's not a lot of things that I really agree with James Franklin on. I'm not a huge James Franklin fan, nor are you, John.
No.
But what he said yesterday was so accurate. He couldn't understand. He goes, having this here in Las Vegas is a joke. Is basically what he said.
Yep.
So we have beat writers, from like small publications because they can't afford, or their company can't afford to send them to Las Vegas for a few days. So he goes, a lot of our beat writers aren't even here. In Chicago, you walk around the hotel, there's players, people signing autographs. He goes, there's not. Around there, I think in Mandalay Bay is where they're. He goes, there's no like Big Ten, there's no signage, there's no buzz, there's nothing.
Then go see the shark exhibit. I say that jokingly because I've always I understand. Okay, it's not even halfway, but it is somewhere in the middle for those West Coast teams. Now that the Big Ten is going coast to coast versus the East Coast teams, but there is no inherent fan base in Las Vegas for Big Ten football.
I guess they think maybe people aren't traveling to take their kids to Big Ten Media Day because they can't get in.
No, if you can, James Franklin, and I've been to Big Ten Media Days a number of times as a player and in the media side of things or on the university side of things. When you walk around the hotel or you walk around the city in Chicago, there are people that will travel to Chicago for Big Ten Media Days because there's always a luncheon, and I don't know if they even have a luncheon at Big Ten Media Days anymore in Vegas because there are no fans that make that trip. But when you walk around a hotel, you get a chance to see the players, and you may not know any face recognition for an offensive lineman from Nebraska is probably not high. But you see a guy walking around who's 6'6" and big, you're like, okay, he must be a player. And people would go up and talk to him. Or you walk around town, there's Big Ten fans there. They've got the banners up on the light posts. I just don't understand why they did it. And if it's just simply because, we don't want our West Coast teams to have to travel that far, well, tough, all right? You accepted them in. They accepted the invitation. They know what it's like to be a part of the Big Ten now. Everyone should be in Chicago. It should be a Midwest city. It's a Midwest conference.
It should. But even if you're going to go and, appease the other side for a year, have it in L.A. That's where those two teams are.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I don't think you're ever going to have it in Eugene. No. But yeah, have it in L.A.
Yeah. All right. So it is Media Day, and both Jonathan Smith and Sharon Moore and some players will be speaking today. It's the last day of the 3. And, we're 30 days away?
Today is 30 days. That's why we did Greg Palm.
Right.
Because we are 30 days away from college football season, live college football. Michigan State going to kick off the season. I think I don't know when Michigan State reports. It's got to be right around the same time. It might even be a day earlier because they play on that Friday night.
Correct.
So maybe they report the 29th. I think Michigan reports the 30th of this month, and we'll be rocking and rolling. And everybody wants to know, what is Michigan State going to be this year? What is Michigan going to be this year? There's obviously a little bit more intrigue because you have the number 1 recruit. He's a quarterback. He's at Michigan. So there's a lot of questions. Is he going to be the starter? Is he not going to be the starter? The question we want to ask is, What's the swing game for both of these programs, especially early on in the season? Which one is you just find out about this team? And I think for Michigan, it's kind of an easy answer. It's Oklahoma.
I know that's going to be the comment. That's going to be the theme of most people would suggest Oklahoma. It's on the road, historic program. They're good. They're not great. You'll be able to tell a lot of things. I get all that.
And so just to dig a little bit deeper into Oklahoma, I know Oklahoma didn't make the Greg Palm top 12, but this is a year for Brent Venables. This is his job. Mm-hmm. If he doesn't get to 9 wins, maybe even double digits, I don't know that he gets another year in Norman, Oklahoma. So what did he do? Their defense is going to be just fine. They're going to be a good defense. They got some athletes. They got speed defensively. But their quarterback, he went to Washington State and got John Mateer. You want to talk about a true dual-threat quarterback. And I know that I wouldn't expect a whole lot of people here to have watched a lot of Washington State Cougar football last year. But this is a guy that threw for over 3,000 yards last year, over 65% completion percentage, and he rushed for almost 850 yards as well. You know, he's not an imposing figure. I think he's about 6 foot flat, and that might be with a pair of lifts on. But he is a dude that can air it out and can pick up some things on the ground. And we all know at the NFL level, everybody's trying to figure out how to stop a mobile quarterback. Michigan has always struggled with stopping a dual-threat mobile quarterback.
Going back decades, even when you played there.
Oh, yeah, Donovan McNabb, and I wouldn't even necessarily call him a dual-threat quarterback. He was in the big house.
Yes, he was.
And so, yeah, Michigan has struggled with stopping a dual-threat quarterback. So that's why I think for me, it's Oklahoma. It's going to be a freshman quarterback on the road, try to take on that environment. And you're not going to learn a lot against New Mexico.
No.
So what's your swing game if it's not Oklahoma?
For the University of Michigan, the Wolverine swing game, I'll tell you coming up next. Okay. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. Tonight from Comerica Park, it's going to be a battle of first-place teams within the American League. The AL East leading Blue Jays in town to take on our first-place Tigers. Tonight's first pitch at 6:40 can be heard right here on the tickets. Detroit has lessened their lead over Cleveland to single digits following their recent struggles of losing 9 of their last 10. Detroit's still up 8 games as we are officially 1 week away from the trade deadline. We're also 1 full week shy of the NFL preseason coming in the form of the Hall of Fame game. The Lions will be front and center in Canton, Ohio, when they take on Jim Harbaugh's LA Chargers. Meanwhile, ESPN continues to lobby for the media acquisition of the NFL Network and Red Zone. No deal has been finalized yet, but reports do indicate that a deal is looking more and more likely. Reports also indicating the rights to the NFL media could be valued near $2 billion. We're also getting closer to college football, and this year it'll be a different-sounding radio broadcast for MSU for the first time in 20 seasons. Jason Strayhorn will not be calling the action with George Blaha. Strayhorn will be replaced this year by former Spartan running back Jehu Kalrick. Strayhorn has yet to comment on the fact he won't be providing commentary this season, but Blaha has, saying he was, quote, surprised and disappointed. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or also head to 971theticket.com.
Maybe Jason just wants to spend more time in Ann Arbor to watch his son play, or
I'm sure that's
his son may redshirt this year, but
he might.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would think that'd be a huge part of it.
Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea the rationale there. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll look forward to seeing him. I always like seeing him.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We have our Twitter poll out, basically based on the Tigers' recent events, and we're asking you to vote whether on one of 4 options, whether they'll make the playoffs, miss the playoffs, reach the ALCS, and win the American League pennant, which means getting to the World Series. All right.
Hey, I got a question for you. Before you say who your swing game is for Michigan, and I'm curious what it is for Michigan State as well. We got a special edition of Dear John today.
Oh, boy.
Since Costa's not here, at 7:35, Heather and I will be asking a very experienced, knowledgeable individual the questions, and that would be one Michael Steven Stone. So I want to give you just a little bit of a teaser. I always like getting these when I'm answering the questions, and Heather and I will give our 2 cents, but that's all it's going to be worth is a couple of cents. Yours is it's $1 million. Questions here. So the topics.
Yeah.
Leaving early, bachelor party, vegans, and G-strings. So, 7:35. Make sure you tune in for one Mike Stone answering the Dear John questions today.
Okay.
All right.
We will do that. All right. My swing game for the University of Michigan is not the Oklahoma game.
Okay.
However, it's not too far from that game. It's the Big Ten opener at Nebraska.
Okay.
And you talk about environments. Now, Oklahoma, it'll be sold out, it'll be loud and all that stuff. You've told me, other people have told me, one of the greatest environments and toughest environments to play in is at Lincoln. And Nebraska, they're improving. They're not a great team. Dylan Raiola, you have another former Lion who transferred there. Rocco Spindler plays for Nebraska now.
Yeah.
And I think Nebraska is a team that's...
Another child of a former Lion.
What did I say?
You said former Lion.
Oh, okay, yes. My bad. So I think they're a team that's on the very slow rise. Their coach is fiery. That place is going to be crazy. It'll be Bryce Underwood's first Big Ten game. Sharon Moore will not be coaching that game as of now. We don't know about
really?
Right. Isn't that the one he's missing?
No, there was a leak that said that they were going to have a 2-game suspension and it was going to be Central and Nebraska, but that didn't
that's not
come
official?
from. No, that didn't. No.
Okay. Because actually, when it comes to that, I'd rather have missed the Oklahoma game than miss the Nebraska game because the Nebraska game is a conference game.
Right.
So that's my swing game to me is because it's a conference game, tough environment on the road.
I get it, and it is a tough environment. Michigan has come out on top the last. Many times that they've been there.
Right. What's their game there? Greg would know better. Denard Robinson got hurt in a game, and they ended up losing that game because of that.
Correct. And then we turned our eyes towards Russell Bellamy, and he was disappointed.
Oh, my God.
Right, yes. I remember watching that game, and I don't remember what year. Greg, what year was that?
2012.
2012.
And Brady Hoke decided the next week, okay, Devin Gardner's going to be our quarterback now.
I was sitting at an airport bar with one Jim Wrestler, because we had just finished a Big Ten game, and I forget where we were coming from.
I have no idea who Jim Wrestler is.
Jim Wrestler?
Yeah.
Jim Wrestler's a Michigan grad. He is a producer for the Big Ten Network. Produces a lot of college football and a lot of different things. But anyway, currently lives in Ann Arbor.
Sounds like a combination of two sports. He's a Jim Wrestler.
Oh, yes. Anyway, I just remember sitting there watching that game, and it kind of had the same reaction that Greg just had, or you had when Greg made the announcement that, yes, Denard Robinson was hurt and Bellamy was in.
Yeah.
Yes, that was a loss. So it is a tough environment. It is one of the, and actually I would probably say the nicest fan base in all of college football. I remember leaving there one game and they were, hey, thanks for coming. That was a really terrific matchup.
I met some Nebraska fans the first time they came to Michigan. Yeah. They were like the nicest human beings on the planet.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And yeah, it gets a little bit ruckus during the game, and everybody has this. I mean, Michigan does it now. I'm sure Michigan State doesn't, where they've put the LED lights in and they flash them in going into the fourth quarter, and it's they do the black and the red and everything goes dark. And I think that it's Thunderstruck that they play. It's cute.
It's cute.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't necessarily see it as, I wouldn't put it in the
Mr. Brightside thing.
Oh, it's better than that.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, it's better than
I
that.
love it.
I love Mr. Brightside, but that's not a fire-up moment for the team.
No, until you look at the lyrics.
It's not. It's not jump around.
Right.
All right.
Yes.
What Lincoln does is more like jump around than it is Mr. Brightside.
All
so
right.
it's kind of an apples to oranges comparison.
Okay, so I think it's Nebraska, the swing game for Michigan. You think it's Oklahoma. Mm-hmm. For the Spartans, to me, and I think you're going to laugh your ass off at this one, but as far as swing game and determining how the season will end up, maybe the future of Jonathan Smith. And at first I thought about doing the Michigan game, but that's always a huge game, so I'm not going to pick that one. I'm going to pick a weird game.
Okay.
Saturday, October 11th, home against a very mediocre UCLA team. Because the Spartans will be coming off 2 road games at USC, at Nebraska. If they can't beat UCLA at home, Jonathan Smith probably needs to go looking for a new house somewhere. That's going to be a huge, who knows? If Michigan State can beat USC and Nebraska or something, come into that game with a 2-0 Big Ten record and maybe undefeated at 5-0 going into that, that's a different story. But I don't expect that to happen. But UCLA is probably on their schedule, their easiest conference game, maybe the last home game against Maryland. Or that's at Ford Field, though. Right?
That's at Ford Field, yeah. And Maryland has always given, Mike Loxley led Maryland, has always given Michigan State fits. Mm-hmm. Okay, I get that. And so I guess let's start with this in regards to wondering about that UCLA game being a swing game for them. It is a must-win for them.
Right.
Do you think this is a team that can get to 500, 6-6, and be a bowl team?
I think they can get to 6-6, assuming that Boston College may be the swing game. I might be determining it.
That's where I'm going. Yeah. Boston College, Bill O'Brien. I think he's a tremendous coach. He's a horrible GM, but a tremendous coach.
Right.
And what he's done at his brief time at Boston College, I think if that Michigan State team starts 2-1, because I do think they'll beat Western, and I do think they'll beat Youngstown State. I'm not sure if they don't win that Boston College game, I'm not sure they become bowl eligible. That's why I think that's the swing game for them. And it's hard to say must win, but for
on week 2, yes,
week 2. But it's kind of that way for what we're talking about week 2 for Michigan and Oklahoma. Not different opponents, but a different level of opponent. But I do think that Boston College game, because it's at home, mm-hmm. because it's Bill O'Brien, and we know that it was a great game last year. It's really going to be important for Michigan State to win that game for the fan base and for them to be able to get to 6 wins. Because you mentioned, I'm sorry, Greg, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to mention, John, yes, that is the same day as Michigan-Oklahoma. We call it Swing Game Saturday.
There you go, yes.
And by the way, Stoney, one more thing.
Yeah.
It is your pet peeve. The topic you wanted to enact a law out of, they're playing at 7:30 the same time as Michigan-Oklahoma.
Michigan State, Boston College at the same time?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, wow. 7:30. Yeah, except, the NBC Peacock, Michigan State and Boston College. So you're going to be streaming that one. So you can have multiple screens.
Well, Xfinity, because I have Xfinity, we get Peacock for free, I think.
Right, but that's one where, okay, you got to go to a different app, and then you get the spinning wheel, and so it's harder to change channels. So you're going to need an extra TV. Mm-hmm. You have the man cave with the extra TV?
I have a man cave at 2 TVs, but my 2 TVs I haven't replaced in years, so they're like
they're not smart.
They're not HD.
They're dumb.
They're not smart. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'll be going to the Oklahoma game, so I could watch both games because that's why we'll fly to Norman, Oklahoma, is to watch the game and also watch Michigan State play on my phone.
There you go. Problem solved.
Wonderful.
Great. You won't actually do that, will you?
Oh, absolutely not.
Yes.
Greg, what are you? So
that was a little dry for you guys.
Yes.
Greg, what are your swing games for these 2 teams?
I agree with Michigan that it's going to be at Oklahoma. It's look, it's not the conference game, but it is a huge test for this team, and it's against a team that is going to have some urgency. The coach is going to have a lot of urgency. I think Oklahoma fans want to like Brent Venables. They want him to be the guy replacing Lincoln Riley. They were longing for him because he was the defensive coordinator there, then went to Clemson, had a lot of success at Clemson. They want him to be successful, but he had the 110-win season in year 2, and it's been sandwiched by a couple of 6-6 seasons. So that's going to be a huge game for them. I think Oklahoma is gearing for that game as well. So I think it's going to mean a lot for both teams. So I actually do agree with that Michigan at Oklahoma game being Michigan's swing game. As for Michigan State, Stoney, I really like where your head at with UCLA. Yeah, I like that. I would say also a game like at Minnesota, something that can be maybe a Big Ten equal, or maybe they're just a little bit of a cut above them. Can they kind of jump the line and jump ahead of Minnesota in that kind of Big Ten pecking order?
Or at Indiana. Or if I would have picked Michigan, Oklahoma, I might have done Michigan State at Nebraska. But I didn't. I didn't run Nebraska twice either.
I'm curious as to is there any world where Michigan State can travel out to Southern Cal and get a win against USC? USC was a 6-6 team last year.
Yeah, there's a world. There's a way. Jonathan Smith has played in that building before, I'm sure. When he coached at Oregon State.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a world.
That might be a sneaky swing game for them. If they're able to get by Boston College and go 3-0 to start the season, they go to USC.
There'll be a lot of buzz, and Spartan fans will travel too. That'll be a lot of green.
It could be a lot of fun out there.
Absolutely. All right, our telephone number is 248-539-9797. We have the $2 Grand Slam at 7:25. Dear John at 7:35.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it is personal. Same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you're going to need an attorney who makes it personal. That someone is David Femininio. His slogan is "Get David and get paid." To him, it's not just a slogan. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or somebody you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We have the $2 Slam coming up at 7:25. Dear Stoney at 7:35. But right now, here's Heather with the news.
Well, a local family is struggling for answers after one of their own was struck and killed Wednesday while working with a road crew in Oakland County. 43-year-old Cedric Jones was working, conducting sewer repairs in Farmington Hills. This was on Orchard Lake Road when a vehicle traveling southbound crossed over the median and then continued traveling into oncoming traffic, struck this road crew. 2 other road commission crew members were also injured. Jones was a father of 6, described as a God-fearing man with an infectious smile. While police are still working, obviously, to determine the exact cause of the crash, a family member of one of the victims has some advice for all drivers.
Awful.
It's so sad. A Macomb County woman was swindled out of 6 figures by a man investigators say played on her fear with threats of arrest. So this scammer actually began calling this woman back in February and basically said, you know what, somebody is using your social security number and there's a warrant out for your arrest. In order to protect your money and keep your money safe.
We had one like this last week too, didn't we?
There's always scams. Transfer it to me, basically. It wasn't to me, but transfer it to this account. So she originally transferred $50,000 to a bank account in Georgia. Well, once that worked, right, the scammer was like, haha, she's hooked. It worked. I'm going to get more money from her. Eventually, she sent over $110,000 to this bank account in Georgia. The only good news is that it was in Georgia, right? And it wasn't overseas. Police said this is much easier, even though it's still very difficult
in the States.
So they were able to track down this guy. The guy has been arrested, which is great news. And now they are working to get her money back. Speaking of getting money back, a gambler named Jacqueline Davis is suing BetMGM because she says she's owed more than $3 million in online winnings from this gambling streak she had years ago.
Yeah.
So she says she won more than $3.2 million playing BetMGM's Lucko the Roulette game over a 6-day period back in 2021. But she says BetMGM has refused to remit her winnings, claiming that the game malfunctioned and basically gave her the money in error. Yeah, that shouldn't have happened. It was all a misfunction of the game.
Now, she initially withdrew $100,000.
Yes. So she says initially she went and withdrew $100,000 of her winnings in person at MGM Grand Detroit Casino. But then they suspended her online account, leaving her unable to get the rest of her winnings.
Yeah.
And it sounds like this has been a long process. Obviously, it took place in 2021. She lost twice in court, but now was granted, I don't know.
It was the Supreme Court.
Yeah, Michigan Supreme Court.
Yeah.
So she's suing him. She's taking him to court, and she wants her money.
Yeah.
What kind of proof does she have? And
whatever showed up on her account, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But she says there's very little proof, according to her, that this game
On their end.
malfunctioned.
Right.
Yeah.
That they can't really prove that this game malfunctioned. It seems that they can just say that it did. I'm not sure. I don't know all the proof, but anyway, we'll see what happens. More than 1 million people used the Detroit People Mover last year, and as more and more people continue to use the service, the People Mover is now getting some upgrades. Obviously, we know they've been working on the track and things like that, but there's other upgrades as well.
Well, they got to upgrade about a year ago with their advertisement.
Yep. They sure did, didn't they? What a great upgrade that was.
Me and my children.
The station, once known as the West Riverfront, will now be called Water Square Station, which is a nod to the upcoming luxury hotel and apartment complex that's going to be built on the site of the old Joe Louis Arena. And then they also announced that Lloyd Jackson from WJR will be the new voice greeting riders.
Of the People Mover.
Yeah.
All right.
I believe Lloyd Jackson used to work here as well at WWJ at one point.
I have no idea. You would know more than me.
I believe he did.
And hey, if you want to play the $2 Slam, this is your time to call 248-539-9797. I'm going to end with this little piece of news. Taco Bell is adding some new items to their menu, and you could actually create the next menu item. So they just launched this nationwide in-app experience. It's called Fan Style, where it basically lets fans create, name, and share their own custom orders so that other people can order it.
Oh.
And as people order your custom creation, you get points, and the most popular creations will end up on national menus.
Wow.
That's cool.
Kind of cool.
Yeah.
For a limited time, right? It won't be a
Ongoing
permanent
thing,
fixture,
yes.
but
Yes.
still pretty cool.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. It's time for the 2 Grand Slam coming up right now.
Let's give away some money.
Yes.
Somebody has the chance to win $2,000 in 60 seconds. It's as easy as that. 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. And like I said, hopefully somebody's going to walk away with $2,000.
$2,000. Yep. And it's say that clock is going to be ticking. You're going to get nervous. Take a few deep breaths. Make sure you're ready for this one. It's always a lot of fun.
Absolutely. All right. I believe we have a contestant, and I believe he hails from the fine city of Farmington Hills, Michigan. Good morning, Dale.
Go green.
Go white.
Hey, how's your buddy Chip?
But he's never heard that one before, John.
That's funny, John.
Yeah. You know, hey, it's the Wolverines are very witty.
I said that in respect to you, sir. But go
Thank
Blue.
you.
Dale, have you ever played before?
Once, and I kind of, stepped on it. But I think I could do a little bit better today, hopefully.
Okay.
I bet you will. If you don't know one, pass. If there's enough time, we'll get back to it. All right, Dale, your time is going to start right now. Who do the Tigers play tonight?
Blue Jays.
Who sang the 2009 song The Climb?
Pass.
Who played Peter Brand in the movie Moneyball?
Brad Pitt.
The Athletics currently play their home games in this city.
Sacramento.
What is the capital of Nevada?
Reno.
What team currently has the best record in Major League Baseball?
Milwaukee Brewers.
The Red Wings acquired this goalie from the Ducks this offseason.
Jeez. Pass.
Jim Costa is currently vacationing in this Canadian national park.
Pass.
Who is the play-by-play radio voice of the Detroit Lions?
John Jansen.
That'd be sweet.
That would be awesome. We got you with 3.
$75. Dale, that's $75 more than you had before you made the call.
Appreciate it.
And you can take Chip out for dinner.
Yep.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Dale.
Thanks, Dale. All right.
2 Grand Slam on Thursdays brought to you by Femininio Law. Get David, get paid.
Miley Cyrus has the 2009 song The Climb. Brad Pitt played Billy Bean. Jonah Hill played Peter Brand.
Yeah, good guess.
Yes.
I mean, if you're going to guess
Right
one.
movie, at least pick the right movie. Carson City is the capital of Nevada. John Gibson is the goalie the Red Wings acquired from Anaheim this
He
offseason.
seemed pretty disappointed in himself.
Yeah, and Jim Costa is currently vacationing in Banff. And the radio play-by-play voice of the Detroit Lions is the great Dan Miller.
Yes. I would never be able to do the job that Dan Miller can do.
No, me neither. Not even close. I could barely do the job that TJ Line could do.
Yeah, TJ does a great, TJ, Lomas, they both do a great job.
I know. Well, they're linemen, of course.
Oh, sure. Yes, the smartest guys on the field.
Yes.
And I am looking forward to Monday and Tuesday. We will be down at Allen Park for training camp. I'm sure we'll see TJ at some point, but we will also be graced with the presence of the mayor of Allen Park.
Lomas?
Oh. Lomas is there all the time.
Beautiful.
Every day, all day.
Yeah.
So always looking forward to seeing our good old friend.
I might show up
Emphasis
one of those days.
Lomas on old.
I might show up one of those days.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, but I'm working 2 to 6, so I can go for a morning workout.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Morning workout. Maybe we'll see the 40 again.
Boy.
Yeah, you mentioned morning workout.
I don't think that'll ever happen again. All right. Coming up next, Dear John with a twist. That probably is not going to be too good. 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, we do this once a week, every week. And normally I'm the one that is answering this. That's why it's Dear John.
Absolutely.
And if you would like to submit your questions to me, you can email them to us at dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. Just a reminder that John is spelled Jon.
Mm-hmm.
So dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. But since we have Mike Stone with us, a man of immense wisdom, years and years of life experience, we want to tap into that.
Oh, boy. I'm scared.
And so...
You couldn't have done Dear Heather?
No, we get Heather's input on this as well, but we're going to pose these questions to you. And I mentioned our topics earlier, but to revisit them, topics are leaving early, bachelor party, vegans, and G-strings. All right, which...
What do they have in common?
Yes. All right,
I left the bachelor party early because they served vegan food before the strippers came out with their G-strings.
Oh, you put it all together.
Yeah.
You got it. Okay, segment over. Thank you for joining us. All right, first one, leaving early. Mm-hmm. My son has a scholarship and is committed to play football at a Power 4 school. He is a 3-sport athlete in high school, with the others being basketball and baseball. His college football coach wants him to enroll early so he can participate in spring ball, but he's also on the basketball and baseball team, as I mentioned. If he graduates and leaves to enroll in college early in January, it will be in the middle of the basketball season. He'll leave his team. He'll cut his senior year short and miss all of baseball season. What advice would you give him about graduating early or finishing his senior year?
Well, I think it would depend on, in my opinion, if his baseball and basketball team, if he was a vital cog and they needed him to, get to the playoffs and possibly win a state championship. If it just was hanging around his friends, and his football career seems to need him to get there early, I would suggest, he could leave early if he wanted to. But if he is important for those other teams, he's got to stay in high school.
I think the other aspect of this is finishing his senior year. You got, your high school prom, you got senior skip day, you got a lot of things that you do as a high school senior at the end of your senior year.
Oh, yeah. I'm
not a proponent of leaving early. I don't like it. I don't like missing out, not finish. And it's not about finishing what you started, all that stuff. And I agree with you. If he's an important cog, if he likes playing basketball, if he likes being a part of the baseball team, I would suggest finishing your senior year.
Because chances are, if he's that good, he's going to excel in football anyway at the college. Maybe he won't play as much as freshman year, but other than that.
Right. And, a lot of college coaches do value multi-sport athletes.
Yes.
And if your coach is truly invested in you, not just himself and his program, he will accept the fact that you want to finish your senior year. It's going to be okay. And if not, it might not be a great fit for you.
Correct.
All right, the next one, bachelor party. Dear Stoney, my sister is getting married, and I was at her fiance's bachelor party. We were all having a good time. As I was leaving the party, I saw him making out with another girl. Do I confront him about it? Do I let my sister know what happened, or do I just write it off as his last night out and do my best to just forget about it?
Well, what type of female was the other girl?
Oh, was she hired?
Yeah, that's a question.
That is a question.
Because if he was making out with the hired help, I don't think it's a big deal. If it was some other like a friend of his or some previous relationship, then that's a bit of a problem.
What if it was just, say they were at a bar and it's just a random girl? He was just there. He was drunk, having a good time. It's his future brother-in-law.
Right. I wouldn't. I'd let it slide.
You'd let it slide.
Yeah, absolutely.
So your
People
sister
thought it was like a gay thing or something. No, I thought even if it was my sister. I mean, if one time.
Yeah, your sister, your future brother-in-law.
One time. If he, if it's a one-time thing, yeah. I mean, we're all drunk
but how do you
in a
know
bar.
it's a one-time thing? If that's his what he does at a party.
I hope that she would maybe know about that before her wedding day.
Party.
If that's the kind of guy he is, somebody would have told her way before the wedding night.
Now, if it wasn't, if we were just out, hanging out with friends and stuff like that, and it wasn't a bachelor party, that's different.
Heather, would you want to know?
I've been thinking about this since I read it. To be honest, I don't think I'd want to know.
Yeah,
because you're not married yet, but you are committed to each other.
But we don't want to.
I don't think I'd want to know.
But Colin doesn't want to know what happened at her bachorette party.
Oh, because things got crazy.
I know, yeah.
No, we're getting to those topics later.
Yeah, if it was obviously while we were dating, I hope somebody would tell me those things before I got that far committed.
Correct.
If it was just this bachelor party day and it was just making out,
okay,
I'd just say, please don't tell me and let me live.
If you found out after, and your brother knew, or say it was your sister, they knew that this happened, and you found out after, would you be mad at your brother?
Of course.
Yeah.
Just because that's what you do. You get mad at your siblings, right? Yeah, I would be. But I also just don't ever tell me if it's this one-time thing.
Isn't it different if it's hired help, so to speak?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yes. If it was like a previous girlfriend that he had dated, it does change things because he had a relationship with this person. He knows them on a personal level. If it's, I don't hope it's not hired help, but... Yeah, it does make a difference.
Hired help might be dirtier.
I know.
Well, I had a hired help at mine.
Yeah?
They were called triplets with a toolbox.
Oh, my gosh.
Were they really triplets?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah. Twins? Triplets?
I don't know. But
yep. Vegans. Oh, this one is Heather's this one as well.
Okay. Oh, I'm reading this one. Sorry.
Yes.
I thought you meant... Anyway, vegans. Dear Stoney, my parents haven't met my new boyfriend yet. They're hosting my birthday party in a few weeks. My parents are both avid hunters, and meat will definitely be on the menu with no other options for the main course. The catch is my boyfriend is vegan, and my family has openly made fun of vegans in the past. I really like this guy, and other than his diet, I think he'd fit in great with my family. Not sure how I should navigate this.
I think I'm not exactly pro-vegan either. However, in that situation, I think you should tell your parents, look, he doesn't eat meat. Have something else there so he can at least eat. Have the option. And then if he obviously will choose the vegan dish, if you want to make fun of him or give him some crap, fine, you can do that. But at least give him a chance to eat.
Yeah, I think from the parents' perspective, I would want to know if this person is that important to my daughter.
Right.
Even though I have my own feelings about vegans or what you're eating, what you're not eating.
Right.
It's his choice.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
And it's okay to have something that might not be meat. Now, I wouldn't necessarily make fun of him at that point, but down the road, if this gets a little bit further, you develop more of a relationship. Now, out come the jokes.
I mean, if your daughter's dating Cade Cunningham, he's vegan. I have no idea if Cade's married or not or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, he'd be acceptable for one of the daughters.
No, but what I'm going to say is you're not going to deprive him of food.
No.
And the thing is most vegans are used to being in scenarios like this. I'm sure that they will be prepared.
Yes.
And have something to eat. But
all right, here we go. Last one. G-strings. Mm-hmm. I've been in a relationship with my girlfriend for over 4 years. When we started dating, she would wear very suggestive clothing. And when we go to the beach or the pool, she always wears a G-string. Well, that was awesome 4 years ago. Let's just say she hasn't been working out quite as much, but still wears the same clothes and G-string when we go to the beach. I love her, and I still think she's sexy, but I think she needs to move on from her beach attire. How do I address this with her?
The only way to address it with her is to say, honey, I think G-strings are for more of a younger crowd. So
a younger crowd?
Yes, maybe. Because you're not going to bring up the weight
What if
thing.
they started dating when she was 20 and she's 24? I mean, she's still young.
I don't, but that you can't bring up the weight. You can't tell her you don't look good in a G-string anymore. Because you're not going to go out with her anymore. She's going to dump you.
Exactly. Bye-bye.
Either that or you say, hey, listen, you want to do a G-string? Get a guitar and play the G-string. Okay.
Or you carry around a towel all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, would you like to wear this?
I can't imagine the crap I would get if Cindy would never wear a G-string.
It doesn't matter
now
if it's
I
a
got it
G-string
in my
or just a
mind.
bikini.
Right. If everyone was like, listen, I don't think that looks good on you anymore.
No.
Because if she... Cause
Girl, you rock what you want to wear.
Right, exactly. Because there are a lot of times you see women at pools and beaches that you're sitting there saying, I can't believe they're wearing this. But if they feel good about themselves wearing it, who the hell are you to judge and say something?
Exactly.
You can make fun of them amongst yourselves if you like, but other than that...
Behind her back?
Not, I'm talking about...
Your girlfriend behind her back? You say, your buddies, oh, man, look at...
No, I was talking about the other people you see at the beach or the pool.
Yes.
I'm sure my buddies would make fun of her, but I wouldn't know.
They wouldn't do it to your face.
No.
Behind your back as well.
Exactly.
That's Dear John, brought to you by Founders. Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, I always turn to my bank. That's First Merchants Bank. And I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. It's exactly what they've done, and that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, as an individual, not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. In fact, I just got a call from First Merchants, a local branch there in Plymouth, about an offer that they had and thought it would fit perfect for me, and it did. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of their local community because it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help it prosper. Get started on your personalized financial solution today. Visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
248-539-9797. We have some ticket text reaction to Dear John.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, I'm looking at it for the first time. Are you kidding me, Stoney? You have daughters? How would you feel if your future son-in-law did that to them? It's not right no matter what. Just like at her bachelorette party, she better not be making out with any stripper. You haven't taken vows yet, but you're supposed to honor and respect your future partner. Okay, then whatever. You're entitled to your opinion. I think bachelor parties are a little different. I'm not saying you should go out but never mind. I'm not edit myself there.
There's a limit?
Yes. If he's going to make out with her, wonder if he sleeps with her. The future brother-in-law left the party, so he doesn't know if he completed or not.
Yeah.
Good point. I just lost what little respect I had for Stoney. You're going to let your sister marry someone who would fool around on her? How do you know he hasn't done other things besides making out with a chick at his bachelor party? If it's just making out with I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. What would Stoney do if he found his future brother-in-law in bed with his sister? Now, that's funny. Does the vegan boyfriend have a man bun? That's from Jeff and Petoskey.
That's where the jokes come in.
Victor, the vegan, should go to the family house and have a thick skin when they give him some crap about it. Someone should tell her that her boyfriend is gay. Because he's a vegan? Okay. There are a few vegan athletes. I mentioned one of them. Tell her. Go downtown. Tell Kate Cunningham that, okay? Hired help? STDs. Hello? I was just talking about...
That's why I mentioned it might be dirtier.
Yes. I was talking about making out. I mean, I know you can probably still do whatever. Stoney, John should slap you. I would have confronted them in a heartbeat. Being drunk is not an excuse. It's wrong. We would have a problem. That's from Randy.
Mm-hmm.
Girlfriend wears a G-string. You wear a Speedo.
Go match for match.
Yes.
See how she likes that?
With regards to bachelor parties, my girlfriend and I have been dating for just over a year and are pretty serious. I'm sure it depends on the relationship, but I know my girl would not at all be okay with me making out with anybody, hired or not, at a future bachelor party. Brother-in-law's move to me is a red flag. Okay.
I don't think any girl would be okay with their future husband making out with anybody, and I wouldn't be either.
No, but the question I asked you was, would you want to know? And you said no.
Right.
But that doesn't mean you'd be okay with it.
I don't think I'd want to know.
Yeah.
At least not then. Like 10 years down the road, we're happily married. Sure, you can tell me, because most likely I'll be like, oh,
does it
okay.
raise any questions of, well, wonder if anything's happened since then?
What if your husband, boyfriend, whoever went to a gentleman's club and got a lap dance?
I don't care. Get it. Go for it.
Yes. I mean,
that doesn't bother me.
Why is that any different than making out? And in some ways, it could be considered worse.
It depends how it ends.
Yes, exactly.
Well, sure. Same with the making out, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
If that's all it is.
Jerry from Ypsilanti says studies show women with a little extra weight on them live up to 5 years longer than the man who mentions it.
I like that.
That's very good. Yeah. And if you still think she's sexy, then who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Right.
It doesn't matter if you think she's sexy or not. Who cares what she wears to the beach?
Exactly. Now, if I would wear something at the beach that my wife didn't think was appropriate.
The Speedo?
I would never wear a Speedo.
Yeah?
Never. I just think, okay. Here's my stereotype for guys who wear Speedos. They have some problems where they just want to show off or something. I don't know. They got some, I don't know what the right
Well, in
word
other
is.
countries, it's more acceptable and it's more normal. So you never know. I mean, there just could be somebody over here from...
Oh, I know.
Or they were raised by parents who are from wherever.
Yeah, and they're wearing Speedos, yes. It does seem a little bit...
When I see a guy...
Tight, uncomfortable?
When I see a guy in a beach or a pool wearing a banana hammock, no. It just, to me, it just doesn't look right.
Yeah.
But you get a very even tan there.
Oh, well, yes,
Okay.
you don't want tan lines.
I mean, you still have tan line for sure, but
Okay, besides your significant other or the hired help, who sees your tan lines?
I don't know. Maybe you wear your bathing suit's a little bit longer than your shorts.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you
Right.
wear your shorts and it looks like you got the stripe.
Farmer's tan,
Yeah, on your legs. You know, you want to avoid that.
Yeah, I get it. All right, one of
I don't even like to take my shirt off, let alone
I know.
wear a Speedo.
Except when he poops.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, but the privacy of my own bathroom.
All right, let me ask you. All right, I'll ask the question if anybody
Okay.
wants to respond at 248-539-9797. If you wear a Speedo,
Yeah.
why?
That I would love to hear
Yeah.
the answer to that question.
Yes. Are you that vain? I
they're
think
just that comfortable, Stoney.
Could be that
I don't love the
comfortable.
Speedo
or-
either. Let me just
they
get
don't
that
look
straight.
comfortable.
But
How are they comfortable?
no, they're just comfortable in their own skin, not
Oh,
necessarily
okay.
comfortable in the
Yeah.
Speedo,
Oh,
but they're
okay.
just comfortable, meaning like this is. I feel very comfortable
I wanna
exposing most
show
of
it
my
off.
body. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to show it off. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797.
Asking all the very tough questions here.
Yes. Coming up next, one of the NFL's best retire, and he's got a great name and a nickname, and we're going to discuss those coming up next. 97 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Tigers hoping today is the day that they are finally able to break out of their slump in which they've lost 9 of their last 10 games. It is their return to Comerica Park for the first time since the All-Star break as they welcome in the Toronto Blue Jays. Tonight's first pitch is at 6:40. It'll be carried right here on the tickets. Reese Olson getting tonight's start as we are just officially 1 week shy of the trade deadline. And we are also just a week away from preseason football in the NFL. Lions kicking off the preseason next Thursday with the Hall of Fame game from Canton, Ohio. They take on Jim Harbaugh's LA Chargers. In related news, yesterday Detroit did host veteran linebacker Kaiser White during training camp. White has played in the league for 7 seasons and is currently a free agent. And sticking with the NFL, ESPN continues to lobby for the media acquisition of the NFL Network and Red Zone. While no deal has been finalized, reports do indicate that a deal is looking more and more likely. Those same reports also indicating the rights to the NFL media could be valued near $2 billion. In golf, the 3M Open begins today in Minnesota. Sam Burns entering in as the favorite to win it all. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or you can head to 971theticket.com.
All right, 248-539-9797. Thank you very much, Dustin. We'll have the first edition of Greg Palm coming up at 8:35. Tyro Matthew, the Honey Badger, as he's called, retired yesterday or the other day, and great player. He's played with a few teams. Seems, he was obviously he's a very good player, but he always seems like to me like a great teammate.
Yeah.
Would do whatever it took to win. Kind of love that.
Intense dude.
Exactly. Honey Badger is one of the great nicknames. You might remember how that started. Somebody put a video up of Honey Badger. Don't talk like it was viral for a long time, and then they called
He even
him
dyed his hair at one point too,
Yeah.
didn't he? Yeah.
Yes, he did. So I want to ask you, John, and everybody else out there at 248-539-9797, what are the greatest nicknames in the history of the NFL? When I say history, let's try to keep it to the 20th century.
Okay, we're talking just the NFL. We're not just non-athletes, just the NFL.
Just the NFL. Okay, because I don't want to go back too far where we're talking about Snake Stabler and Deacon Jones and people like that.
So we can't use the fridge or sweetness.
Yeah, you can't use them.
That's too far back?
Yeah.
Come on, because the fridge is like one of the greatest and most well-known nicknames of all time.
Well, okay. Well, then put a timeline on it then.
I guess I don't know. I guess if we are going back
I mean,
40 years.
Hacksaw Reynolds. We want to do Crazy Legs Hirsch. I mean,
well, no, I don't want to do the Galloping Ghost.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
The Four Horsemen. So I guess I don't know. Okay, let's as close to the 21st century as possible.
So yours would have been the fridge.
The fridge, yeah, it's Fridge and Sweetness. Those have been the easy ones. That was my childhood.
Right.
But I guess maybe one of the greatest nicknames of all time, and obviously there's one here with the Lions that we'll talk about, but a Detroit native, the Bus.
Yes, great nickname.
The Bus. It was perfect for Jerome Bettis. I don't know that you could have a better nickname for the style of player, his body type. Just Jerome Bettis was literally built like a bus, ran like a bus, and just carried everyone with him.
That is a perfect nickname. Now, I'm going to go a little outside the box here.
Okay.
Because I just think it's a great nickname for, especially a player plays a position that these guys usually don't get nicknames. And it's actually a derivation of another nickname that I think you were.
Wow, look at you. Big words.
You're going to mention.
Derivation?
Yeah. It's derived from that.
Derive. Okay. Yeah. All right. Appreciate it. Is that the French or the Latin of it?
Yeah. It's the Stony of it. Okay. Mine is Greg Zuerlein, the kicker. They called him Legatron.
Legatron.
I just thought that was like the greatest nickname for a guy who kicked a lot of long-distance field goals in his career.
There you go. Yeah, Legatron. Mm-hmm. All right. Obviously, and that leads us to who we have on line number one.
Yes,
we don't have him, but
let's go to Luke in Warren. What's up, Luke?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Megatron is like obviously hometown for us, but it's such a bad, it's a dirty nickname for a guy that just was a dog for us,
Yeah, Megatron. I mean, it's imposing, and he was.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
All right.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797.
I mean, I'd have to go with a former teammate of mine, maybe the most well-known nickname. That's Prime.
Yeah.
Prime time.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And now he's known as Coach Prime.
Yes. And when you talk about nicknames, I always try to put a caveat as it's got to be something that if you saw him walking up down the street or a teammate would say, hey, Legatron, or hey, this. It's like different sport, obviously. Like Nicholas Lidstrom, his nickname is like the perfect human.
Yeah.
But if Nicholas Lidstrom walks through the door, I'm not going to say, hey, what's up, perfect human? It's like little ball of hate.
Yeah.
What's up, little ball of hate?
Yeah, but it's got to, so if you're just going to call them by their nickname, it has to be one word.
Pretty much.
I mean, yeah, because like you said, perfect human.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Nobody's going to call, I don't think, maybe people called that Suk, what's called, the Magic Man.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Irvin Johnson's Magic. But
Magic, yeah. And because you couldn't even abbreviate it. You couldn't say Mr. Perfect because that's a different person.
Yes.
And so, yeah, and boy, it's my mind keeps going to my childhood. And so limiting it to the 21st century. Well, no, so I can say this because I played against him. Mm-hmm. Minister of Defense.
Yeah.
Reggie White.
Yeah.
I think he would that to me was, obviously it brings in, he was very religious, mm-hmm. and he was unbelievable in his prime. He was just great. What
about one of your former teammates? Big Daddy.
Oh, Big Daddy Wilkinson.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, Big Daddy is a great dude. He's one of the funniest guys that I've ever played with. And just a great teammate. But yeah, Big Daddy had I can't remember if it was an interception or a fumble return. We were playing the Bears, and we were in FedEx Field, and he was returning one. It was about 80 yards. Mm-hmm. And, I mean, everybody else must have fallen down. Darryl Green was running next to him and kept asking him to pitch him the ball, and Big Daddy took it to the house, was not going to give up that ball.
How about this one? This is it says Frank Old Bag of Donuts Winters. Favre's center in his prime for the Packers. His nickname was Old Bag of Donuts.
Old Bag of Donuts.
Never heard that one before. Yeah. I'm biased, but Night Train for Dick Night Train. Now you're going
way back. Yeah.
We're trying to keep it somewhat current.
Mm-hmm.
Shane from Farmington Hills says one of the best nicknames was the Goose. Oh, Tony Saragusa.
Oh yeah, Tony Saragusa played against him as well.
Right.
Yeah. He was a funny dude, even as an opponent.
Now I guess this is a nickname, even though you're just adding one word to his real name. Big Ben.
Yes. Ben Roethlisberger.
Mm-hmm. Slash. Cordell Stewart.
Yeah.
Not an individual player, but the Legion of Boom has to be there. Well, there's somebody on that team who actually somebody's calling about that. I will let them say this is a great nickname. Mm-hmm. D, you're on 97 on the ticket. Good morning, D.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good.
Oh, man, good, man. One of my favorite players, man, of all time, man. You got to go with Beast Mode. I mean, that name right there, if that don't describe the way he ran, the way he played, even the way, he was in the community, how he felt about his community and in Oakland and, all the commercials that he's doing now, man, he's become just a lovable dude. And the way he ran, when I played football, man, that's the way I tried to run. I was kind of built like that. And, beast mode, when he got the ball, you knew what was coming. You still couldn't stop it. So I just love that nickname, the way he represented it.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt about it.
Yep.
He was great.
I mean, football's had some great ones.
Two current ones, Sonic and Knuckles.
Sonic and Knuckles. There you go. Yep. Mm-hmm. Tandem.
Yep, indeed.
Best running back duo in the NFL
right now. I would think so.
Yeah. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find any tandem that's better.
Correct. How about this one? Now, that's a nickname. He was called it, or an area around him was called this. Revis Island.
Revis Island, yep. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you're going back a little bit on this one, but again, I think about my childhood. You remember Christian Okoye's nickname?
Oh, the Nigerian Nightmare.
Yeah. That's such an awesome nickname.
Yeah.
Ironhead. You talk about a football player?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Craig Hayward.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. There was even one more recent that he actually changed his name. Put it on his jersey. Down in Cincinnati.
Oh, Ocho Cinco.
Ocho Cinco.
Yeah.
85.
Or what about what's his name? He Hate Me.
Oh, yeah, the first XFL.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly. What was his name? Rod Smart?
Yeah.
Oh, Chris from Flint has a really good one.
Hey, not a Bear fan, but Peanut Tillman.
Peanut.
Mm-hmm.
Really good player, man. Really good player, too. Somebody that you...
Wonder how he earned that nickname.
Yeah.
Somebody saw him in the shower.
He wouldn't fit into the Speedo. Lord.
Yeah, I mean, but there's just been some great Beast Mode. That one is it just fits so well, like the bus.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Here's some ticket texts about some of the other things we were talking about. Heather, I appreciate you hosting the show from 2025, while the guys seem to be broadcasting from 1955.
What?
I don't. I bet the vegan wears a Speedo. And we asked, why would anybody wear a Speedo? And somebody has a good answer. Because you're showing you have a large weapon you've been hiding. Ben and Novi says, hey, what about a loose-fitting Speedo? I'd rock that, like the same surface area, but more like a ball bag.
Like you're carrying around your bowling ball?
Yes. My wife is in her late 30s, only wears a thong or G-string underwear, and will sometimes wear a thong bikini. I don't see any problem if she feels comfortable and confident. It is what it is. It's about love and trust. I totally agree.
Yes, I agree.
Absolutely. Nothing wrong with that at all. All right, 248-539-9797. Coming up shortly, yes, we do have to talk about our baseball team. 97 won the ticket.
All right, guys, it's time to step up to the plate against hair loss. Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of turning back the time for thousands of guys across Southeast Michigan, helping them regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate during the month of July, you can get up to 30% off all hair transplants and medical hair rejuvenation packages. But here's the catch. It's limited to just 30 clients. So don't wait. Dr. B is a true pioneer, one of the first in the world to use your own hair to fortify new growth. This medical therapy once seemed like science fiction, but now it's reality right here at Michigan Hair Restoration. So forget those old school hair procedures, right? No stitches, no staples, no embarrassing linear scars. Just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that just get better and better every year. And he's going to guarantee all of them. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you'll have. Don't wait till you're out of innings. Go to MichiganHairRestoration.com to book now. Make sure you mention 97.1 and take advantage of these exclusive July offers before they're gone.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to Maurice and Jerry over at Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization with the random individual you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you can call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Two four eight 539-9797. All right, we got some ticket texts. Oh, I wrote down one that I forgot to mention, by the way.
Oh, yeah? Oh, a nickname?
Yes. Remember running back for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? I think did he go to Boise State? I don't know. Doug Martin, I think it was his name. His nickname was the Muscle Hamster.
Oh, I did not know that. Yeah. The Muscle Hamster. Was he small?
Yeah, he was. Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, here's some
the Muscle Hamster.
Some ticket texts. How about Flozell Adams?
Flozell, the hotel.
Hotel, right, exactly. The law firm Ben Jarvis Green Ellis. Yes. They called him the law firm. Running back for the Patriots. Dante Hall was called the human joystick.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. He was really good at kickoff returns. Brian Dawkins of the Eagles, Weapon X. Mm-hmm. Adrian Peterson, all day.
Yeah.
Sean Lights Out Merriman.
Yeah.
Here we're going back a little bit for this one. Playmaker.
Okay.
Michael Irvin. Mm-hmm. This is a really good one.
Yeah, but he was still in this
2000s?
Yeah, I played against him.
Okay. The Freak. Javon Curse.
Yep, played against him.
Shady McCoy.
Mm-hmm.
His real name is obviously Sean. Scary Terry.
Scary Terry, yeah, McLaurin.
Mm-hmm. Big Play Slay.
There you go. Yep.
Mark, this is definitely not 20th century. Mark Super Duper for the Miami Dolphins. Former Lion here. He goes, I don't remember his name, but he was called Snacks.
Oh,
that
yeah.
was Harrison.
Harrison, yeah.
And finally, now this goes back a little bit, but the Juice, who was framed.
Okay.
I have one of my really good friends. His first name was Jay. And he loved O.J. Simpson, and so we called him Juice. And he's still called Juice. All right. The Detroit Tigers, right now, okay, I'm not saying overall, but right now they blow. I mean, they're going through a streak. Teams go through streaks. I get it.
It's a low point.
Yes. And it's not getting any easier with 4 games against a very good and hot Toronto team beginning tonight at Comerica Park. Then they play Arizona, and then they have the trade deadline, and then they go to Philly for 3. Mm-hmm. They lose yesterday 6-1 in the series that they got swept by the Pittsburgh Pirates of all teams. They were out hit in the series 31-20, outscored 17-6. And maybe as depressing as those numbers, their starting pitchers went a combined 12 innings. Melton, making his debut yesterday, went 5, gave up a grand slam and another home run. Mize went 4, Flaherty went 3. The Tigers are 14-18 since June 14th. They're 1-9 since July the 9th. They have scored 2 or less runs in 5 of their last 6 games. In their last 10 games, they're batting .209 with a .595 OPS. The previous 93, as Evan Petzold of the Free Press points out, they're hitting .254 with, I believe, a .751 OPS. We have a Twitter poll up right now, basically asking, what do you think is going to happen the rest of the season? Make the playoffs, miss the playoffs, make the ALCS, win the ALCS. And Look, they lead. Cleveland's on fire right now. Their schedule actually favors them more. They play at Kansas City, which I'm not saying they're going to sweep those four, but then they're home for the Rockies before the trade deadline.
Right.
So that 8-game lead, based upon opponents, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen.
Which not so long ago was a 15-game lead.
Could be shriveling even more. And right now, if the season ended today, which I hate to use that cliche, but I just did, the Tigers would open up the playoffs with winning the division, hosting the Red Sox and Alex Bregman in a best-of-3 at home. This is not what you want.
No.
And I don't know what's going to turn it around. Even at the trade deadline, what's available to help turn around. I don't think they're going to get Suarez. I think other teams have more to offer. And I'm really regretting, basically agreeing with Costa that the division was over. I agree that the division was over, and it still might be, but it's tough times right now. I know it's baseball, but it's not just that they're losing. It's the way they're losing. That's the thing that's so disappointing. All right. Coming up at 8:35, our first edition of Greg Palm for the college football season. But right now it's news time, and here's Heather.
Well, Brian Koberger has finally been sentenced after admitting to murdering 4 University of Idaho college students. He was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences, obviously one for each of the first-degree murder counts that he pled guilty to without the possibility of parole. And during his sentencing hearing, there were numerous family members of the victims who were there to speak in court. Some spoke directly to him during their victim impact statements. Several surviving roommates delivered statements, very emotional, heartfelt statements. There was parents, there was grandparents, siblings of the victims who spoke. One in particular was, gosh, I don't want to mess up their names because I hate doing that. But the mother of one of the victims, Kaylee, I don't know how exactly you pronounce her last name, so I'm just going to say her mother, Christy. She read a partial statement from Kaylee's sister, and in that statement, she cracked a bit of a joke about how friendly the other inmates would be in jail.
Wow.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yeah. So the mom said she takes comfort in knowing that the men in prison will have their way with him, I guess you could say. So, yep. There you go. In other news, Uber is launching a new program specifically for women. This new program will let female riders pick female drivers or share the ride with other women, which is pretty cool. The new feature is expected to launch in a couple of weeks here in Detroit, LA, and San Francisco. And Uber says women customers will see an option called Women Drivers in the app. They do say it could take
a little extra time.
Yeah, there's going to be a longer wait. There's only about 1 in 5 drivers are women. So the wait could be a little bit longer. And there is going to be an option. So if you decide, this wait time is too long, you can switch, get a new rider or driver. Most likely it will be a male driver. But it's pretty cool. It sounds like a lot of females have been wanting this.
Yes, and it works in reverse
safer.
too.
Sure.
Female drivers can be on that and only accept female passengers.
Yeah, I think this is.
So maybe instead of that 1 to 5 in a little bit, if female drivers aren't, hey, I don't want to pick up a guy and take him anywhere. If they know that they can be a part of this program, more female drivers will sign up to drive for Uber.
It seems like duh. They should have done this a long time ago, but it's finally coming here. You guys, it has happened again. Siren's Curse at Cedar Point experienced another malfunction, left guests dangling 160 feet in the air. So this is definitely not the first time it's happened. But on Saturday, right during the roller coaster's signature tilt movement, I guess the ride stopped. It was
froze
for about 20 minutes. It did finally correct itself, and the riders continued on and didn't have to get out of their seats.
I've seen it before where they've had to get out of their seats and they've got to walk down.
Ooh.
So I just watched. So the very first day of this roller coaster malfunction, right? They're all stopped in the tilt position for about 10 minutes, continued on. Then it happened again July 2nd. I think this is the one you saw where people actually got out. Terrifying, right? And there's one, it's a young girl. I mean,
right,
obviously
yeah,
you have
there's
to
like
be
a
a certain
dad
height.
walking
Yes.
with his young daughter. The daughter looked like she was, I don't know, 8,
Right.
9?
Who knows? Yeah,
Yeah.
or younger, depending on her
How
height,
how
right?
tall she was, yeah.
Holding onto this railing as they're walking down the steps. Terrifying. So
Are you a roller coaster or a thrill ride person?
I am. I love roller
I
coasters.
do too. I haven't been in a long time, but
I haven't either.
I love it.
But
Yeah.
I
You know what you
would
find?
definitely ride
The
it.
older you get, the less brave you are.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, there's no question. I used to be all about the fair rides. Not just the roller coaster, but the fair rides, like the pendulum one that would swing around. I used to love that one.
Yeah.
You guys,
I can't do it anymore.
I went on a Ferris wheel just a month or so ago, really old Ferris wheel. I got so freaked out. I said, you need to stop this. I got off and Colin and Emily continued on. I was so freaked out. They let
Well,
me
at
off.
least you didn't make Emily get out.
No, she had no idea. I didn't want to show her how freaked out I was, but I looked at the guy. I was like, you stop this now. You stop this now and let me off.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. By the way, I got a text from a friend who was listening in Philadelphia for a nickname. Paul Wrecking Crew
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
from The Longest Yard.
Yep.
Absolutely. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Big Ten Media Day is going on right now. Perfect time for our first edition of the college football. Greg Palm, that's coming up next. 97 The Ticket.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. And if you've ever thought about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. I got mine from Beninati Pool and Spa. And let me tell you, it's a total game changer. My husband and I use it after workouts. We're using it in the evenings to relax. The kids love it too. They think it's a pool, right? It's so much fun. And Beninati Pool and Spa made the entire experience easy. They helped me pick out the perfect hot tub for me and my family. Plus, they delivered it, they installed it, and they've been there to help with maintenance as well. I'm telling you, they'll handle everything. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica. It's right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who are going to give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And this is cool. If you mention my name, they're going to take $500 off your purchase just like that. So go visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience. Hey, you guys, if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
248-539-9797. Tigers return home. 4 games with Toronto beginning tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And hopefully they can somehow get out of this funk that they're in.
Uh-huh.
It's going to be tough, though, because Toronto's playing really well. All right. Something I wanted to mention, and I talked to you about it in the break, John.
Yeah.
I have a friend who I was a dispute with, and this isn't a typical, out of the left field take that he has, because I think a lot of people, and I bet you most people actually feel the same way, and I don't, and I wonder what you feel about this. Now, knowing your situation, I can understand that you're going to probably agree with me. I have a friend who insisted months ago that Michigan's starting quarterback was going to be Bryce Underwood because of the money that they paid him.
The NIL.
And my point was, well, they paid him for a reason that they think he's going to be really good, yes. But if for some reason he is not the best quarterback in fall camp, whether it's Keene or Jaden Davis, who won't be, or it's got this guy Garcia from East Carolina.
Right, yeah, the guy that's throwing more interceptions than touchdowns.
Right.
Yeah.
If for some reason another quarterback was better and more ready than a freshman, no matter how much, that quarterback's going to play or at least start the season. I don't think any coach, especially on a team that has, whether you want to call them realistic or unrealistic, playoff or conference championship aspirations, is going to play somebody who in their mind might be a lesser player just because of a paycheck. Is that am I crazy for feeling that way?
Not at all. I mean, the responsibility, it's a little bit weird because we see obviously quarterbacks at the next level making a lot of money, and they're going to play.
Right.
At the college level, even though they are, being paid to play the game, is a different dynamic because they're and Bryce Young is a young 18 years old.
Bryce Underwood.
He just turned, Bryce Underwood. Sorry, what did I say?
Bryce Young.
Bryce Young, yes. No, he is actually at the next level. Bryce Underwood is a young 18. He just got there. He's learning college football. He's learning the offense. He's learning how to lead. He's doing all the things, and he's putting all the work. But if there is a quarterback that gives you a better opportunity to win, and let's just say even at the beginning of the season, your responsibility is to the team.
Right.
Your responsibility is to your job, and that is to win every single game or give your team the best chance to win every single game.
Now, I could see you want to play the highly paid freshman if you're a team that, we might be like 5-7 or something like that. You want to get the guy as much, repetitions as possible going into his later career. Yeah. But I don't think any school, it has nothing to do with Michigan. It could be Michigan State. It could be Notre Dame. It could be anywhere, Clemson.
Yeah.
You're going to play a lesser player just because of the paycheck that they got.
Your
it makes no sense to me.
Your credibility as a coach then is going to be called into question.
Yes.
If you're just simply paying because of what a player is making at the college level, then if you're not giving your team the best chance to win because somebody else would be better in that position at that time of year, you're taking a shot as a coach. You're taking all the bullets at that point.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's any coach that wants to do that. You're going out there to win games, and you're going to put the best player out there. And some of it has to do with how you handle it in the media when you're asked questions.
Right.
And Sharon will be asked those questions today since we're talking about Bryce Underwood. I'm sure he'll be asked, are you going to name Bryce Underwood the starter? Who's your starting quarterback now? That's always the question, no matter where you are. Everybody wants to know who the starting quarterback is.
Now, everybody seems to think, and you would know better than I, that he actually is the best quarterback on the team.
Well, I didn't get a chance to see Mikey Keene because he wasn't available for spring ball.
Right.
Now, there's a clear difference between Bryce Underwood as an athlete and all the other quarterbacks. But there still is that you've got to be able to take it from, and the old saying I've seen in Ann Arbor is you got to take it from State Street to Main Street. And you've got to be able to win on game days. And I think when Sharon is asked that question, I have no idea how he's going to answer it.
Right.
If it were me, I would answer it as, well, there's a competition, and he's a freshman. He's going to have to show that he is the best quarterback for this team. He's going to have to earn the position.
Right. Now, and earn the paycheck. They obviously paid him because he's the number one quarterback, number one recruit in the country.
Highly projected.
They paid him because they think he's going to be great. That's why they paid him. There's no doubt about that. But just because they paid him doesn't mean they have to play him right away.
Right.
He probably will, but you never know.
Stoney, I generally agree with everything that you're saying, but look, you mentioned the Magic team, Clemson, and look, they don't think they were direct. Like, obviously, schools weren't paying athletes directly at this time a couple years ago, but how long did Dabo stick with DJ Uiagalelei when he had Cade Klubnik right there on the roster?
Not long, and he didn't stick with what's-his-face when Trevor Lawrence was a freshman either, Bryant, right?
Well, no, but he let DJ Uiagalelei play with chance after chance after chance and cost him a playoff spot.
Right, but he obviously didn't. He obviously thought that
maybe he didn't think
better.
Klubnik was ready at that time.
And DJ started, going down the old you-know-what, and then finally he had no choice.
Yeah.
You even look back at Michigan when they got JJ. I mean, McNamara was the starter, and they figured out a way to at least let him play a little bit, right?
Yeah, and develop.
Right. That's what you do, I think. 248-539-9797. Rob in Brighton, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Rob?
Good morning, gentlemen. College football right around the corner.
I know.
I was getting I was getting a giggle, John. Stanford in the ACC.
Yeah.
It's just, isn't that just, that's college football where it's at today? But
it's bizarre.
It's cringeworthy, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's strange. Guys, I mean, you guys know I'm a Notre Dame guy.
Yes.
You're talking Michigan. I'd like to comment on the college football as a whole, but Michigan, for me, Bryce Underwood, I don't think it's a question. 2 of the last 5 number 1 overall recruits are Heisman Trophy winners, Bryce Young and Travis Hunter. The other 2 are Jeremiah Smith, the wide receiver at Ohio State, and Jeremiah Smith, Travis Hunter, Bryce Young, Bryce Underwood, and Arch Manning. And for me, these recruiters have it right? So I think the better question is do any of the other quarterbacks at Michigan give you a better chance than Bryce Underwood? And I would say no.
Probably not. But my point, my argument with my friend is that he's not going to. Nobody's going to play him just because they gave him the paycheck.
Oh yeah, no. But I just think he's going to earn the spot. I can't stand Michigan, but I can appreciate. A truly gifted athlete, and he's obviously that.
Yeah.
One thing about the college football season, guys, that is going to be interesting is the coordinators, is the shifting in coordinators. Like Jim Knowles went from Ohio State to Penn State. Tom Allen, who's a brilliant guy.
You guys lost Al Golden, right? Was that?
And do you know who we replaced him with?
Yes, Chris Ash, who was a horrible head coach at Rutgers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was also a really good coordinator.
Right, I know.
In Ohio State. So
Rob, I didn't realize that former Michigan State linebacker Max Bulla is your linebackers coach.
Mm-hmm.
Has been for a couple years.
Yeah,
now,
I know. I
just
didn't know that.
James Laurinaitis. Yeah, James Laurinaitis left and went back to Ohio State. That's been a great addition. But the coordinator shifting, guys, it's kind of like the quarterback shifting in college football, like guys jumping teams. It's been strange to me just to see and you got Matt Patricia at Ohio State. Can you imagine your high school son who's going to play, defense at Ohio State, and your coordinator is Matt Patricia? That would be awful.
That's unbelievable. Thanks for the call, Rob. Appreciate it. Your Fighting Irish are going to be really, really good this year.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up in our final hour, we will delve into the Dear John segment.
Mm-hmm.
And, yes, we have
labeled as Dear Stoney this today.
That's true. And, of course, we do have to talk about the Tigers. 97 won the ticket. Thank you very much, Dustin. 248-539-9797. Dear John or Dear Stoney coming up at 9:35.
Oh, it's a classic.
Yes.
Don't miss it.
The Detroit Tigers, who about 2 weeks ago, we didn't even think this was feasible. In fact, Jim Costa, who I am in for, and had a funeral basically for the Cleveland Guardians after the Tigers swept them in Cleveland.
Wish I had been here, just to temper that a little bit.
Well, the Guardians were fifth at that point. I think they were 15 games out, something like that.
What do they know?
Now they're 8 games because even if the Tigers, who weren't playing great at that time, but they were still playing good. Obviously, they beat the Guardians 3 times on the road. They were, middling around because they had such a big lead. It didn't make a difference. You didn't think Cleveland was going to catch fire and the Tigers were going to go in the dumper.
Never thought Minnesota would go in the dumper last year and the Tigers would catch fire.
True. However, Jim decided, and I endorsed basically the burial of the Guardians and that the division was over. And look, to play a guy who I don't want to play here, Derek Lalonde, if I would have told you before the season, with a week before the deadline, the Tigers would be 8 games ahead in the division and have the biggest lead in a division, you'd take it. Yes, we would. Unfortunately, they're playing like poop. And they've been playing like poop for a while. Like, I don't know, last 10 games, maybe not a while. They're hitting 209, 595 OPS. They're 1-9 since, July 9th, I believe they are.
Yes.
Since June 14th, they're 14-18. Look, you didn't expect them to play at the pace that they were doing before, but I didn't expect this. And although, to be honest, a lot of teams, great teams, go through this during a season. The biggest problem, and kind of addressed this with AJ yesterday, is that every facet of this team is going in the old poop chute at once. I mean, there are very few players who you're sitting there saying, man, they're still playing great. I mean, Skubal did have one mediocre start against Seattle and lost. But other than that, I mean, Torres is still hitting. But that's it. Who else? Who else is doing anything good right now?
No, it's not. And you're always looking for, and we always point to Tarek Skubal, right? If you're on a slide, who gets you out of that one? Who stops the slide?
And he did on Sunday night.
Yes, he did. And, I mean, they gave him all 2 runs of support.
Yes, he didn't even get the win.
Right. And so when you're looking at it going, okay, on the mound, Tarek Skubal can be that guy. At the plate, who can be that guy? Because we always compare him right now to other teams that have had slides, have had these downturns, and we always use the Dodgers. At least I do, because the Dodgers are the most talented roster in all of Major League Baseball, and they had a rough go. There were the Yankees had 3 games where they were completely shut out 3 games in a row. Mm-hmm. The Dodgers were on a 2-8 out of the last 10 until last night. I think now they're 3-7 in their last 10.
Right.
But they have a lineup that is filled with guys like Freddie Freeman and Shohei Ohtani. And Shohei Ohtani, for the last 5 games, has hit a home run in every single game. They have guys that will get you out of a slump. Who is that for the Tigers that will get you out of a slump as a team?
No one. I mean, Riley Green's a really good player. But Riley Green sat out yesterday, as AJ told us, because he had to get his
refresher.
He needed to, get his head together. He's striking out at a historic pace. And the other guy, I mean, McKinstry's still been decent enough,
right,
I mean, for what he is. Torque is pretty much the same. He's slowed down a little bit. Javi's slowed down a little bit.
He's had a good series against Pittsburgh so far. Torque has
a few hits, yeah, of course, but he broke down mentally. But you're right. Who is going to get him out of the funk? The starting pitching, which basically was the best part of this team, you would think, has not been very good. They weren't good against Pittsburgh. That's for damn sure. Between Flaherty, Mize, and Melton, who granted, was making his debut yesterday. Their starting pitching had a combined 12 innings in 3 games. That ain't going to get it done. So, look, Reese Olson, who's pitching, I think, tonight, right?
Yes.
He's been, besides Skubal, their best pitcher recently. I mean, Mize has had 2 bad games in a row.
When Reese Olson's been available, he's been consistently
good. So that's what they need, because the hitting, I don't know what it's going to. They used to, get timely hits. Believe me, I'm not writing the season off by any means, but they got to get it together soon because of when you look at the schedule. And I know it doesn't necessarily mean, and Jim Leland always says it's not who you play, it's when you play them. Right now, the Tigers got to play 4 with Toronto, who's pretty damn good right now. Arizona, who they're looking to sell, Suarez and maybe some of the other pitchers. They're a little below 500, but they're a formidable team. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Cleveland, they have one game left.
They're better than Pittsburgh.
Yeah, they have one game left with Baltimore today. And then they go to Kansas City, and then they return home before the deadline with the worst team in baseball, the Colorado Rockies. So you got to basically, the Tigers' hope is they just need to stay on pace with Cleveland or pretty close, because you don't want to be sitting here a week from now and saying, all right, now the lead's down to 4 games.
Right. Well, and last night might have been the worst one at the plate because they ended up with 5 hits. And we talked about the first 2 games against Pittsburgh where, okay, they had some runners in scoring position. They just couldn't find a way to get them across the plate. And even if they did, they wouldn't touch home plate.
Right.
Yesterday, how many runners do you think they had in – you may know this, but how many runners do you think they had in scoring position? They were
1 because they scored a run.
They had 1 runner in scoring position.
Oh, so they were 1 for 1.
They were 1 for 1. So they were 1,000% yesterday. But you've got to flood the bases.
Yes.
Right. That's my point. Is you're struggling to get them, across home plate when they are in scoring position. But then you have a game yesterday where they only have 1 time in the entire game where a base runner reached second base.
Not going to get it done.
No.
And look, the deadline's in a week. Who out there is going to help this team? Oh, yes, we can get some bullpen arms. But if you can't hit and don't score runs, what good's the bullpen? if you're losing 5-2 before, hopefully you get 2 runs before, you even have to go to a bullpen.
Right. Well, so, what they need to have their all-stars. Mm-hmm. And we were all really excited about the fact that they had 6 all-stars. The Bat Boy was there as well. Everything was great going into the all-star break. So it's got to be Gleyber Torres, Riley Green, Javi Baez, Zach McKinstry. These are the guys that need to be able to bat the ball and get you out of a slump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I don't know who else is going to be out there. Though, look, I assume they're going to make trades. I'm not as confident that they're going to make big trade as I was, when Scott Harris was on with you guys.
He said he was looking to make the roster better.
Right. However, if things go bad this next week and you're sitting there and you're in management and say, okay, we need this to make the playoffs. We need what to win the World Series. Do I really think I'm a World Series team? Do I give up something that I don't want to give up for something that's unreachable? I don't think they're going to go that far, be as negative as I am on that. I think they're going to try to get a reliever or 2. They're going to try to get a bat. Who knows? I don't think they're going to be able to get Suarez. So they have to find some other bats and things like that going around. I don't know. We have a Twitter poll out there. We'd love you to vote on the Costa and Jansen with Heather Twitter account.
How's it looking so far?
Pretty much what I expected, although there's a little more negativity than I thought on one thing. So your choices are winning the AL pennant, reach the American League Championship Series, make the playoffs, or miss the playoffs. Right now, with over 430 votes in, winning the AL pennant, which means reaching the World Series, 12%. Missing the playoffs, 16%. Reach the ALCS, 21%. Just make the playoffs, 50%.
Okay.
And that's why I voted for making the playoffs. I don't think they're going to lose this. I hope I'm correct in that.
That's probably the safest pick for most people.
Yes. I got some ticket texts. We'll take some phone calls. All that coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, we're in the middle of summer, and it is going to be smoking hot today. You woke up, maybe your house was a little bit warm. Don't wait. Whatever you need, call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We're all focused on air conditioning today. They take care of my house. They'll do the same for yours. Upgrade your system now, and you can save up to $1,000. Call for details and schedule a free in-home estimate. As I mentioned, if you woke up and it was a little bit warm in the house this morning, don't wait. If you call before noon, they're going to have same-day service. They'll be out there today. For more information, you can find it on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
All right. Tigers back in action. We have some texts on the Tigers. First one, there are a few texts on the Bryce Underwood discussion.
Okay.
Bryce Underwood may be young, but how many freshmen started 4 years of varsity going into college? Not many. That's Ben from Ann Arbor.
No, he's got
true.
experience, and trust me, he's got more physically, genetically gifted tools than most freshmen have going into their freshman year. Experience aside, he's got some physical tools that you don't see very often.
Right, and
these tools. Yep.
Bryce Underwood is starting day one. Probably, yeah. I would bet on it.
That's not the debate.
No, the debate on it is why.
Yeah.
I mean, are they playing him just because they're paying him? And I say no. They're paying. He's going to start because he's going to be the best quarterback.
He'll earn it.
They're not going to play a lesser player just because they paid him at the beginning. Chad Henne, freshman starter. That's from Cal's Auto Wash.
Mm-hmm.
What was the first one at Michigan to start as a freshman? Was Rick Leach.
Rick Leach,
correct? Yeah. It does happen occasionally. All right. Spent my hard-earned middle-class money to go see the Tigers in Pittsburgh. I want a refund. But you got to see a really cool ballpark.
Yes.
It's put up or shut up weekend for us if we're serious with win at least two of these games and show we're heading back in the right direction, or it's fair to say we aren't that good. The mediocre lineup is catching up to them.
It feels like it.
Yes. Ever since the All-Star selections, they are sloppy, not grinding at bats, horrible defense and pitching, just not seeing the same grit. That's from Greg.
Well, and I mean that's something that I kind of keep an eye on a daily basis in regards to, just looking at how many pitches is the other pitcher throwing. Are they forcing long at bats? And early on in the season, it was they were forcing pitchers out in the fourth or fifth inning because even if they weren't knocking the cover off the ball, you were having 7, 8, 9 pitch at bats,
right,
and wearing a pitcher down.
Mm-hmm. John from Oak Park says, in my opinion, the Tigers are playing the way they should be playing. They don't have many great players. I think they should trade Skubal, Torres, and Green, and maybe next set of prospects will be the winners. Wow. I wouldn't go that far.
No.
They're so close, so you have to go for it. But Torres would make sense if they weren't in the race because he'd be a rental.
Yeah, gosh. When you started with that text, I thought, it was going to go a different way, that they're playing the way they should be playing, so showing management this is what they need, or getting back to center. Hey, maybe head's got a little bit big, which I don't think is the case, but
no.
Hey, they got a little bit too big for their britches, and now all of a sudden they're being brought back and got to refocus.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather it happen now, if this is the moment that they need to refocus, than in late August or early September.
Mm-hmm. Guys, Murray called Caputo last night about Akil Baddoo, the superstar. I'm convinced now. That's from Aaron and Dexter. That was unbelievable.
Yes.
So everyone said the run the Tigers were on was not sustainable. Now they're in a slump and we're losing our minds. Which one is it? Well, it's not it's not that they're in a slump, and we talked to this about AJ. It's that everybody in the team is in a slump at once. That's the problem. It's not that they're just losing games. It's the way they're losing games. The Tigers need a good series, at the minimum 2-2 playing good baseball, because if I'm Scott Harris and we look like crap this series, it makes me real scared to pull the trigger and give up a lot for a rental. I totally agree. And he'd get criticized for it, but if his eyes see what we're seeing, I ain't giving up a lot to get a rental. Hopefully, Reese Olson can manage to go 4 innings today without hurting himself. Besides Scuba, all these Tigers pitchers stink, and I really don't want to hear how great Fetter is ever again. That's from Jim. All right, come on. Chris Fetter's considered one of the best pitching coaches in baseball.
Yeah.
Let's not get carried away because of a few bad starts.
Yeah, he's still a terrific pitching coach. And I do think we're fortunate to have AJ. We're fortunate to have Chris Fetter. We just haven't seen the same magic that happened last year when you bring up a guy from minor leagues and he's got a 9 ERA and you're wondering why are they bringing him up, and then he becomes unhittable at the major league level.
Yeah. Well, we're fortunate to have AJ. You're right. We're fortunate to have Chris Fetter, but right now we're fortunate to hear from Heather Park.
Okay, so downtown Northville is now open to traffic, right? After it was previously permanently closed in the summer for this social district, right? For several years, this has been the thing. It actually started in 2020, Stoney, for COVID. Remember when different cities were doing that, creating these social districts where people could still bring the community together? Well, for a while, this is what they did. Well, anyway, it just recently, a judge ordered that they must open up the streets to traffic. So streets are now open. And it was basically because there was one group, this nonprofit group, that argued the streets needed to be open. Now they're open. Well, anyway, this same nonprofit is now arguing that it wants to remove all outdoor seating, like dining areas as well. This group is called Let's Open Northville, and it is comprised with business owners and residents from that city. And they say that the outdoor dining areas take up parallel parking spaces and that it violates some city mandate. So they want the court, they say they want the court to consider a punitive fine for the violation and hope that nobody else will do this, right? The city, though, doesn't agree, saying, no, this is not the case. The outdoor dining has been a thing for over a decade, right? This is way
even before COVID. Yeah.
This is not a COVID thing. And they in Northville is just saying, no, this is great. It supports small business. It, encourages people to come and walk around. It creates helps with the vibrancy of the city. I guess now city officials are reviewing
and
mandates and legal options and things like that.
I don't know if you guys have had this situation. Lisa and I, the other day, we just had Teddy. And we're like, hey, let's go out to lunch. And the comment I made to her was, because it was such a beautiful day, I think it was Monday, why don't we go somewhere where we could sit outside?
Oh, yeah.
And so that was a determining factor. Well, let's go here. No, they don't have any outdoor dining. We really wanted to be able to go and just sit outside.
We love to sit outside.
The winter's hard enough. And if you have a chance to enjoy some of the great days that we have here, now today might not be the day you want to sit outside.
It'll be hot.
But I mean, it's nice to be able to be out, feel the sunshine, feel the warmth, and have a great meal.
Also seems like, boo, no fun. These people,
right?
You're real fun at parties.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
A young girl had a really frightening experience on her way home from summer camp, and now the girl's mother is demanding answers. So listen to what happened. There's a 7-year-old student from a Harper Woods school, and she was mistakenly placed on a lift alone and then taken to a random location. Yeah, so the girl's mother says that there was a miscommunication over who was going to pick up her daughter. But I guess there was a teacher at the school who had a very similar first name as her daughter, and that teacher had ordered a lift for herself.
Right.
It was never meant for a child at all, but when the lift arrived, some school staff heard the name, thought it was for this little girl, just put the 7-year-old in the back seat. Have a good ride, sweetie. Shut the door, and off the Lyft driver went. Obviously went to the intended destination, wherever this teacher was going. Basically, it was like, all right, you can get out. And the little girl was terrified, crying. And thankfully, the Lyft driver was like, wait, something's not right. You'd think that would have clicked right off the bat, but it didn't. And the Lyft driver called the school. They got the little girl. She was safe. She was safe and sound, but also just the mom is questioning, one, why would a teacher ever do that without double checking? Right? And two, Lyft is not supposed to have minors without an adult, I guess.
Oh, really? Because I've heard of people...
Or at least adults,
who have a hard time getting their kids to school every once in a while, or ordering them an Uber or a Lyft. Yeah, I've heard that before. I mean, I've never done it, but if you're in a tight spot...
That's what this says anyways, that
could be.
Lyft...
Shouldn't pick up a minor?
Yeah. Yeah, it says it
seems like it would be
minors,
a rule, yeah.
But anyway, I'd be really upset if that was my daughter or my child. So anyway, the school has put the teachers that were involved on administrative leave pending an investigation, and they obviously issued an apology, just basically like, whoa, we are acknowledging that we made a huge mistake. It sounds like they've also implemented some stricter protocols. Really quick, speaking of rideshare, Uber is doing something pretty cool. They just launched this new program that's specifically for women riders, but also women drivers as well. So it's this program that will let female riders pick female drivers or share a ride with just other females. It's a new feature. It's going to open in Detroit, LA, and San Francisco first before expanding, hopefully, to other cities. So when you go to book a ride, there's going to be an option called Women Drivers, and you click on that in the app, and then you're going to be paired with just a female driver, which I think it seems like this Uber, Lyft, rideshare has been around for a long time now.
You would have thought this would come along sooner.
Because I've taken Ubers by myself, Lyfts by myself. And there was one time I don't even know what city I was in, where I had a female driver. I was like, this is nice.
Yeah.
I feel more comfortable. I might have been in Vegas. I don't even know where I was, but.
I've had drivers of each.
They're a majority male, but for you, it doesn't matter.
The
safety of a female, I think we feel more
the safety
safe
and comfort,
getting into a vehicle driven by another female.
Sure. If it was, Lucy does this at school. They're only offering this in what, 3 cities?
Yes.
Detroit being one of them.
Yes.
Not West Lafayette, but you can have it set up too, where as soon as my daughter orders an Uber, I get a notification who the driver is, where her destination is, and all. Same thing with Lisa. We have it set up for both of us.
That's great.
And so if I get an Uber, Lisa gets notified. Hey, John got an Uber. Here's where he's going.
I didn't know all those safety features existed.
How often do you use Ubers? Because I don't see you going out and getting hammered and need a ride.
No, sometimes
to the airport, maybe. No, I guess not.
Sometimes if we go to a Michigan game together and she leaves early, obviously because I got to work after, then I'll take an Uber home from the big house.
Oh, okay.
So,
all right. Thank you very much, Heather. Coming up next, Dear John or Dear Stoney Lee. For the last 25 years, no Detroit eye surgeon has performed more life-changing procedures than Dr. Yaldo. And I am one of his 50,000 plus patients who have benefited from his custom LASIK or bifocal lens implants. You got your glasses, your contact lenses, reading glasses. They do an okay job. But you know the problems that go with them? Your prescription might change. Your lenses get scratched. Your contacts are an annoyance every single day. And you can have 10 pairs of reading glasses and still not find one when you need one. That's happened to me all the time because I'm so absent-minded. Where did I leave my reading glasses? But now, thanks to Dr. Yaldo, I got bifocal lens implants, and my 20/20 vision up close and far away will remain unchanged the rest of my life. Let Dr. Yaldo set you free from glasses, contacts, and readers. Those old, poorly performing technologies that I mentioned do better than that with the bifocal lens implants. That's right. It's easy. Go to YaldoEyeCenter.com to sign up for a free evaluation.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim, and Costa and I are going to be out there August the 22nd, so join us at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view no matter where you are of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Welcome to the majors, Troy Melton.
Yeah. All the fireworks going off.
Yeah. Tigers lose in a 4-game series this weekend beginning tonight at Comerica Park. Reese Olson on the hill. Hopefully they can get it turned around because they are playing awful right now.
Reese gives them a good chance on the mound.
Yes, Reese Olson. He's been pretty good, damn good. When healthy, absolutely. All right. We have some ticket text response to Dear John, plus a little bit of breaking NFL news.
Oh.
That is not good for a former Lion coordinator. Tom in Flat Rock says Stoney's more likely to make out with his sister than to have to tell his sister that her fiance was making out with someone else. Gee, you didn't see that one coming.
You hate that, don't you?
Oh, that's funny.
I can see it's just really irritating you.
No, the ones that no, it doesn't irritate me. I just think it's amusing that it's lasted all this long. The only one that really irritates me is when Gov always brings up that stupid onion ring story. Other than that,
okay,
yeah,
right.
I'm pretty good with everything. If it's just this one time, BS. If they will do it once, they'll do it again. You don't just get a pass because it's a bachelor party.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I've been to a lot of bachelor parties, and I've seen some stuff, and it ends right there.
What's the weirdest thing you've seen?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to mention.
What?
You probably can't.
No.
Yeah. What was in the toolbox?
Put it this way. Now, it wasn't done.
I like giving Stoney all these leading questions.
It wasn't done like full throttle like you might imagine. If I said this, but a former television sportscaster was at my bachelor party, and one of the triplets got out her toolbox and put out the whip a little bit, but it was more playful than.
Didn't leave a mark?
I don't think so. And finally,
how do you explain that one when you get home?
I don't know. He's not married anymore, so maybe that's something to do with it.
Boy.
You know who else was vegan?
Hitler. Good icebreaker. Hello.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my goodness. Things I didn't know.
Yes. The breaking news I was talking about, Rich Cimini, who covers the New York Jets. Early concern for the Jets, Justin Fields carted to the locker room. He's riding shotgun on the cart, not on the back. Oh, boy.
Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. I mean,
good for Aaron Glenn. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that the expectations for the Jets team were very high.
No.
I don't know that the expectations for Justin Fields as a quarterback were very high. Who's their backup?
That's what I was just about
to look up.
I was just about to look up, yes. Yeah. It's, whatever. Well, you're right. They are not going to be good.
No.
Tyrod Taylor, who's been there before.
Right. And, at least he's got some experience.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yes, exactly.
So they definitely have some weapons to throw to.
Yes. They just
signed him to an
Gary
extension.
Wilson,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Sauce just signed a new deal on the other side. Maybe he'll play both ways. Maybe he'll do the Travis Hunter thing.
Yeah, exactly. You kind of, I never feel bad for any New York team. But the Jets are, except they've actually been to one Super Bowl and won it. They're kind of like the Lions. They've been bad for so long.
The Jets have had a rough go.
Yes.
Yes. And I just hope
Tyrod Taylor is their backup. Their third string is Adrian Martinez.
Oh boy. Turnover machine. I just hope that they give Aaron Glenn enough time. Because if they go the route, and I don't know if they're going to have the number 1 overall pick, but they're probably going to be drafting top 3, top 5 at least, for a chance for him to be able to get the next franchise quarterback and then to develop that franchise quarterback. So you're talking at a minimum 3, maybe 4 years, and hopefully he wins enough so that and has enough goodwill to be able to stick around. It's just hard with that, New York media.
It's kind of funny and ironic that if they are like the second pick or whatever, everybody assumes that New Orleans is going to be the worst team in the league.
Yeah.
So a Manning could end up in either New Orleans Archie was,
Right.
or in New York where Eli was, although a different New York team.
with the Jets instead of the Giants.
I mean, if you're Aaron Glenn, you're gonna run the football, behind Brees Hall all day long, right?
It'll be
I
interesting.
mean, their other receivers are besides Garrett Wilson are Alan Lazard and the sure-handed Josh Reynolds.
Yes.
I won't. That's one. That one will rival. It's not as bad in my mind, but it rivals Robert Horry, left wide open in game 5
sure.
of the 2000.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if he catches that ball, I think most people believe, it's not a stretch to think that they win that game and they're playing in the Super Bowl.
Right.
So I think it
except the people that blame Dan Campbell for not kicking the field goal, which was no guarantee there was going to be maybe.
The ball was in his hands.
Right, exactly. It was the perfect call.
Yes. It'll be interesting. I wonder if the Manning family will pull what they did with Eli. If they think, New Orleans is, even though I know Archie played there and
right.
we you brought up Eli playing with the Giants. The Jets is a completely different story, and New Orleans is now too.
Yes.
Would they possibly say, if he's drafted by either of those teams, he's not playing?
That's possible. Carson Anderson comes up next, ladies and gentlemen. Back from the Badlands of the west part of our country, the western part of our country. He is Doug Karsh.
What's up, man?
How are you?
I'm good.
How was the trip?
It was elite. It was so much fun.
What'd you do?
Well, I'm going to give the full trip recap right out of the gate. But basically,
listen.
Montana, did Glacier National Park, went to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Did you do the bike path?
No, and I'll explain why. But you gave me some suggestions I really wanted to do, but we had to cut our trip short in Idaho because my nephew, who's with the Mariners, got moved from a Tuesday start to a Saturday start. And so we bolted Coeur d'Alene. Instead of 4 days, it was 2.
Oh, so you got a chance to go see him play.
Yeah, we got to see him.
That's awesome.
That was fun.
That's better.
Hang out in Seattle a little bit, went to Olympic National Park.
Did you get
Rainier.
Did you get to go by the clubhouse and all that stuff?
Yeah, we went down underneath.
Did you meet the big dumper?
Did not meet the big dumper. I got big dumper stories though, and it's so weird because you're sitting in the family section or you are down on the field after the game, but I'm not working, but I'm watching people work.
Yeah,
and I'm like, this is really odd because I feel like I should be doing a post game show or something. But
soon enough.
By the way, on behalf of all Tiger fans, don't leave again.
Yeah, they've won one game, and there was the one game I watched. It was the only game I watched when I was gone.
So we can blame you.
I'll take it.
Okay.
I'm back.
All right, Carson Anderson back. 97 won the ticket.
Well, hello. It is the Karsh and Anderson program, and I am back, Doug Karsh, and glad to be with you here on a Thursday. We had an incredible vacation, and I will recap it in great detail because it's middle of the summer, and while there's still a lot of stuff to talk about, I figured, why not? I feel, it's weird because I'm away. You go away, and you get used to doing this show, and you get used to talking to Detroit, and you get used to talking to our audience, and stuff happens like when you're on vacation. You're like, I can't wait to share this. I can't wait to share that because, we've been doing this for so long. And it's like I want to get back and tell all my friends about it because we had a wonderful trip. Gator's still out. He'll be out the rest of the week. He'll be back. Kang, am I right? He's back on Monday. Is that correct? Gator's back Monday?
Gator is back Monday.
Okay.
As far as we know.
And you were gone too, right? You were gone.
I was gone the first 2 days this week.
So yeah. Gator was gone. You were gone. I was gone.
Yeah, we were all three of us were gone.
Which never happens. But we, because they always like to have, one Gator I hear, certainly Kang, the heart and soul of this program, the backbone of the program. And it just so happened this summer that it went down that way. No, we were not in a contract holdout.
Speak for yourself, Doug. Mine didn't go too well. I'm back.
Okay. Yeah. But for my wife and I, we were celebrating our 25th wedding anniversary. Now, originally the plan was to go to the British Open. And the reason was because on our honeymoon, we'd get back, we were young, and you go stumbling back to the hotel room at 1:30 and the British Open was starting. And I'm like, ooh, golf. And it became kind of this funny ongoing joke is we would watch, the live British Open golf in the middle of the night as we were getting home from, being young and rambunctious. And so we thought it would kind of be fun to come full circle. Well, a couple things happened that kept it from happening. One is, you sort of go through real life. And I'll tell you what it was. It was out-of-state tuition. I'm like, maybe we're not going to be. We needed to keep the financial genie in the bottle, so we had to audible and cancel a trip. The two was it was in Royal Portrush, which is by all accounts a beautiful course in Northern Ireland. But sort of the plan, it wasn't just to go to the British Open. Believe me, my wife wasn't like 25th wedding anniversary. Yeah, let's go watch 4 rounds of golf. It was we'd go to London for some time, spend some time in London, and then, go even only spend a day or two at the British Open. But the issue crept up with Northern Ireland. Getting to Royal Portrush is not easy. It is in Northern Ireland. The closest we could stay was Belfast, which was still an hour-plus train ride. Getting from London to Royal Portrush includes another flight or a long train ride, and then a bus, and then a ferry, and then another train ride. Like it's difficult to get. I mean, I'm sure people over there are used to it or accustomed to it or know what they're doing. We did not know what we were doing. And we're like, getting from London to Royal Portrush looks like a bit of a pain in the butt. And then the other thing was tickets to the British Open, not easy to get. And you would think, I tried to work some connections, some pretty big connections. And even under those circumstances, it was becoming clear. I get the sense that Royal Portrush is a bit of a postage stamp as far as a host venue, and tickets were hard to come by. So between out-of-state tuition and real life getting in the way, we audibled and decided we would just stay here domestically. And so the good news was when we booked all of everything we did to England and Ireland, it was all refundable except one place that gave us a problem when we tried to cancel, and so far we've come out unscathed from that. But so we audibled and we redid everything, and we decided we would hit some of our favorite places out west for about half the price, and we had an incredible time. I mean, when you spend, for people who are parents now, are going to be parents or former parents, you can relate to this. Traveling with your kids, and Kang, you're in the middle of it right now. Traveling with their kids and traveling without kids is a completely different experience. Because your kids dictate
because
your
of the kids.
Yes, they dictate the majority of the activities. Now, when they were growing up, we'd take them on adventures and we'd go to national parks.
No, I definitely wanted to go on that jungle gym.
Well, where'd you just get?
I just came back from Bavarian Blast, the brand new water park here in Michigan.
Yeah. So you mix in, you try to mix in some of the things that adults want to do, because like you took them to Vegas. Now you have family out there.
Well, the kids wanted to go to Vegas. I wanted to go to Bavarian Blast. It's a
Is that what it was?
Yeah, it's you got to give and take relationship, Doug.
Well, we went back to places that we had been before. We were just doing without the kids, which means we could hike. I will tell you, if you love national parks and you love getting out and experiencing and like earning the views that you see, I don't know if I can recommend anything more than Glacier National Park. When it was all set, which is in Montana, it's in northern Montana. When it was all said and done, my wife and I hiked over 50 miles. And I mean, there's some debate over one of us getting over 50 and the other one being just shy of 50. And maybe we'll get into the details of that a little bit later. But Glacier National Park, and we're not even scraping the surface of all the different places we can hike and the different hikes we can do. I'll give you a little cheat guide to how you should do it. But Glacier National Park is my happy place. And I will tell you probably the highlight of the trip, because Jansen asked me the highlight of the trip. There is a trail called the Scenic Point Trail, where you spend it's probably close to 9 miles round trip. It took 2.5 hours to get up and an hour and a half to get down. It felt like the entire time we were in an IMAX movie. You're looking around going, I can't believe how, minuscule we are compared to the mountains and the valleys and what we're looking out over. It was absolutely unbelievable. And it was probably the highlight of the trip. But there were a lot of highlights, and there's a lot of like cheat codes and things I will recommend. And I know we got 4 hours together, and I know we got a Tiger team that is in a death spiral, and I know we got Lions football coming up soon. So there's a lot to get into sports wise. We got a trade deadline to break down, but I'm gonna bring you up to speed on the whole trip coming up next. Tell you what was good, what was bad, what was weird. When you travel to different parts of the country, life experiences, you get through some really weird stuff. But we'll bring everybody up to speed on that before we get into the Tigers, which is obviously become a bit of an issue here in Detroit. They won one game while I was gone. We were gone for 12 days. They won one game. And it was the only game I watched because it was on ESPN and I was on a ferry and could stream it and watch the end of that game, saw them win that game, and it's the only game they've won since I've been gone. So the good news is I'm back, and they play today, and we'll see if there is indeed a direct correlation. 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Doug Karsh back. Gator out. He'll be back on Monday. Kang is here as well. It is the Karsh and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hope everybody's been good the last 12 days. Last show I did was Friday, July 11th. And we'll get into the Tigers and the fact they've only won one game in the interim since I've been gone. Of course, there was the All-Star break mixed in as well. But instead of bring people up to speed, this is your out west travel advisory from me. I realize everybody's not going to want a vacation the way we vacationed, but that's fine. Start with this. We took the Amtrak from here to Whitefish, Montana. The Amtrak is not perfect, but then again, neither is air travel perfect. The difference is I love it because it's relaxing and you just get to watch the world go by, and it's a fun way to travel for me. It does take a long time. I mean, we left at like 7 a.m. on Saturday and rolled into Whitefish at 10 p.m. on Sunday. It is a long trek, but we have done, as a family, 10 of these cross-country ventures since our kids were born. And if you have the time, I recommend it. There's a lot that I like about it. The biggest of which is just the relaxing nature of train travel, which is, you've got a constantly moving screen in front of you, which is the changing landscape. And you see a lot of stuff between here and Whitefish, Montana. A lot of planes, okay, to be fair, through North Dakota and Montana, but it's beautiful in its own way. The trip through Wisconsin's an underrated, beautiful state. And, you can pack a cooler, which we did. Take a few beers with you. The meals, if you get a room, and I recommend the roomettes, they're small, but they're way cheaper than bedrooms. And they're way better than sitting in coach the whole way. Because you imagine sitting, and they're more like business class airplane travel for, 40 hours wouldn't be easy. So we get the roomettes, which are smaller, but you can sleep, there's a bunk system that gets set up at night for you. But we took the cooler. And if you get a roomette, your meals are covered. And I would say this, the meals are surprisingly good on the Amtrak. And you go to the cafe car and there's 4 or 5 meal options. It's not like a deep menu, and I get that my food recommendations don't always go over well on this show, but they have stuff for me and stuff for people who like, other options. I'm not a red meat eater as you know, but they always have plenty of chicken and fish options, and they were surprisingly good. Are there problems with it? Yeah. I mean, on our Amtrak trips, we had a mudslide one year that stopped our train in Denver on its way to Salt Lake. And so we had to get off and figure out the rest on our own, which is wildly inconvenient, but that can happen. This one, what I'm going to tell you, wasn't as bad as it sounds, but it was bad. And there was a toilet backup in our car that occasionally would lead to a smell. Was it a deal breaker for me in Amtrak? No. Did it suck? Yes. It did. Every once in a while, you're like, oh, God. But the bottom line was I'd still do it again, and we will do it again because of, we just love the train travel. So we go to Whitefish, right? And the last 2 hours of the train trip is through Glacier National Park, and it's incredible. And we've come to love Montana, and, we got a hotel out there we love, which is probably the only expensive place we stayed, the Firebrand Hotel there. And it's a great ski and summer town. In the wintertime, it's great for skiing. And if you like out west ski towns, but they're skiing, fishing, golf, hiking, mountain biking, anything that we would want is there. It's become our happy place. And everybody's kind of got their go-to, destination. For us, it's Whitefish, Montana. And if you were going to go to a national park, I will say this. I would absolutely download the map onto your phone and have that ready to go because you're not going to have cell service. I would download the hikes you want to do because you're not going to have cell service. When we rolled into Glacier National Park, we went straight to the visitor center and met up with one of the rangers there that, they've got information desks, and they gave us a physical map of all the roads and the entrances and the vistas and the stuff to see. And then they gave us a hiking map. Not all national parks have that easily accessible. So, I would download stuff just in case you cannot get the maps. But I mentioned if you're going the highlight with all national parks, make sure you don't need a timed entry for one of their big ticket items. At Glacier, it's the Going to the Sun Road, and you need to have a timed entry, which we did not have, but we worked around that and did some hikes. Avalanche Lake is a great hike there, 6 or 7 miles, takes you uphill to an incredible lake with, waterfalls leading into it. Rocky Point's a pretty short and easy one that we did there by the Apgar entrance. But Scenic Point, I mentioned, that was the best one we had. It made us feel like we were in an IMAX movie. Logan's Pass, the visitor center at the top of the Going to the Sun Road, is almost useless unless you take a shuttle there because there's very little parking and it's, you can't stop. Taking the shuttle, though, takes that out of it. And they got these red buses that take you everywhere. After we left Whitefish, we rented a car and we went to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. We were supposed to be there for 4 days. Now, as I've mentioned on the air before, my nephew has been up and down with the Mariners, and he is currently up. And we thought he was going to start on Tuesday outside the All-Star break. They decided to start him Saturday. So we only stayed 2 days in Coeur d'Alene. Just got a taste of it. I'd heard good things about it. It is another great little out west ski and summer town with bars and restaurants and shops. There's a huge lake there. There's hiking. John had mentioned a trail that he said I should do. We ran out of time because of the fact that we had to get to Seattle. We will go back to Coeur d'Alene because there's so much to see and do. Absolutely loved it. Got up, drove to Seattle on Saturday, and this past Saturday to see our nephew Logan pitch. And he did fine. Made it into the 5th inning before he got pulled. Young pitcher. Pitch count got high in the 1st inning. Very strange, though, to watch in person be at a stadium and like your nephew's out there pitching. Like I joked to my brother-in-law who was there, feels like somebody let Logan out on the field. And he's doing great. So that's really fun, and he's been up and down. Hopefully he stays up for a while. We did fly 2 of our 3 kids out there to see it because they hadn't seen him live, so we met up with them. And had a good time in Seattle. I will say this. So then we made him do the national park thing. It was incredibly rewarding because my youngest found a place in Olympic National Park, which if you're in Seattle, as the bird flies, Olympic National Park looks like it's just right there. It is a legit 2 to 3 hour drive. It is not easy to get to, which kind of was a surprise. But the big ticket item there is Hurricane Ridge. It was closed down. We were there on Monday. It was closed down, and we didn't know why. We'll get into that in a second. My son found a place called the Devil's Punch Bowl. It was a cliff jumping area where it wasn't too high, and commoners can jump. It was probably the highlight of the trip for the kids, maybe other than seeing their cousin pitch. But they did plenty of that, and it was incredible. It was in Olympic National Park, and it was part of the what was the name of it was a railroad trail, the old shut down railroad trail. I'll have to find the name of it, but it was absolutely beautiful. The Spruce Railroad Trail is what it was. And I think it was Crescent Lake, where you could jump off a bridge, you could jump off cliffs. And they had a great time. And of course I'm there videotaping all of it. Mount Rainier. We went to Mount Rainier National Park. It was spectacular. We did the Pacific Crest Trail there. And we didn't get the map on this one, so I wish we'd download it. We didn't really know what we were doing. And that's where I was like, I got to tell people, download everything before you get to national parks because you will not have cell service in many of them. And then we went to Paradise, which is up near Mount Rainier. The views were incredible there. So that kind of concludes sort of everything we did. We hiked over 50 miles. Now, we kept track of it. Here are the details. I was at 50.2 miles. I think my wife was at 48 miles. The reason is 1.1 miles into one of our hikes, I had an emergency bathroom situation and had to go back. I could sense problems coming. So I turned and headed back, and I was tracking the hiking mileage. So I went 1.1 miles back to the parking lot, took care of business, then caught up. That put me over 50 miles total. So I'm proud to say, because of that, a gastrointestinal distress issue My top 50 miles. My top 50 miles. But we had a great time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You deserve it.
Thank you. So, hey, Kang, any questions?
Any questions?
Yeah.
I have a lot of questions, actually.
Yeah.
Hey, are you going to post that selfie, by the way?
The one that I
yes.
showed you?
Yes.
I could.
Did you take a lot of pictures? Is my
Took
question.
1 million pictures.
1 million?
Yes.
Because you're a big video guy. Did you do videos?
A ton of videos, yes.
Really? So is this going to be a Karsh family video editing job at the end of summer here?
It will be, yeah. It's
behind the scenes, little hard knocks?
So I'm going to hold one of the pictures up to the cameras for people watching on Twitch and YouTube. I don't know if you could see it. Hopefully you can. It is us at a lake. You can't see it real well. I did my best. Kang taught us this format for taking selfies with the panoramic. And if you look at the picture, the panoramic has my wife on one side of the screen and me on the other. And Kang, was this your idea originally how to do this?
I must have got it from somewhere. I don't even remember. Maybe I saw somebody do it. This was years ago, though.
And it's an awesome way of doing pictures if there's just two of you. You start with one person in the total left side of the screen and the other person holding the camera. And you start doing the panoramic until the person on the left side of the screen is out of the picture. Then you stop. That person runs over, grabs the camera, and you continue going the rest of the way. And you go I guess you almost have to be seeing the picture to understand. I've done a terrible job of describing this, but you get these panoramic photos where it's the two of you, but you're on either side of a picture frame.
Yeah, it's cool because you get to say you took that picture yourself without, a tripod or anything like that, and it's a nice long panoramic picture.
Yeah, and we got one at the top of one of our hikes where the two of us are posing. I'll see if I can hold up another one here, and that's at the scenic trail, the one I'm holding up right now, where she's at one side. You can't see it all. This was kind of a useless. I tried. I should post.
Maybe post it.
Maybe I should just
maybe
post
just
pictures.
post it.
But anyway, yeah, it's a cool way to do pictures when you have something in the middle. So you start with the panoramic. When one person's out, you stop. The original person who was in the picture runs over, grabs the camera. You go pose on the other side. You continue, and you get these panoramic shots of two people in it that's taken by just you. So
one more question for you.
Yes.
So this was an anniversary trip, right?
Yes.
A wedding anniversary trip.
Yep.
So was this, does it, number one, does it have to be a romantic part? Because it sounds like you guys did a lot of,
yeah, I mean,
no pun intended, a lot of physical stuff, but outdoors. And then two, are you more in love with your wife than ever, Doug?
Yes. We had a great trip. It was weird traveling without the kids. And then we obviously did see him at the end of the trip, but it was definitely different because there was some, okay, what are we going to do today? Which is it hasn't been a part of the formula for 20 years, is what do we want to do? Because usually, we're not that selfish, but anyway, it was good. And yeah, I mean, look, at the end, we'd hike all day and then go to dinner at night. Go find a nice restaurant and have dinner at night and earn that extra beer or two that you would have, the cheesecake. All right, let's get to the Tigers. Obviously, we have reached a critical point in the season. How do you fix it? Does it get fixed? We'll get to that next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. CGC Water is now CGC Home Services, specializing in providing top-tier plumbing, air purification, and water treatment services. An authorized independent Connecticut dealer, CGC Home Services offers the best whole-house water treatment systems. CGC Home Services, fully licensed plumbers, will handle all your plumbing needs. CGC also offers Eris Active Pure technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. For water and air purification, plumbing too, call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242 today. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson out today, back after a trip out west. And glad to be back. Not glad to be talking about a struggling Tiger team. So look, there's a few things about this. They're currently in a great spot, okay? Let's not forget that. Currently in a great spot. They got one of the best records in baseball. We have a long stretch of them playing well. It's more reflective of them most likely being an authentically good team. And it's not just this year. Obviously, it dates back to August and September and into October of last year, right? And that's what this is. This is a long stretch. There's more evidence that they're really good. And they might not be as good as the record indicated before. More evidence of that than them being really bad. Recent results, they've looked dreadful. And the thing about it is, if you compartmentalize each facet of the team, they have failed. Their starting pitching has failed. Their bullpen has failed. And the offense has been pathetic. And it's not what we've become accustomed to with seeing this team. What's probably more rattling in Detroit than it is in a lot of places is that so many, than it would be in a lot of places, is that was playing well, teams that were playing well, is there's not a long track record of a lot of guys playing at the level they played at. You know, I mean, guys like Zach McKinstry and some of the bullpen arms and Dylan Dingler and, examples of guys who don't have years of playing well. They've been, good, very good. But it's a lot easier to look at something as just a slump when you have established star players, right? Established players that have given you years of great play, not guys who've given you a year or half a year or a few months of great play. So it's easier to have faith in those teams that have long track records than this team. I'm kind of stating the obvious here. So I understand if people have major concerns. I mean, your own feelings are valid. They're always valid. They're yours. They're based upon your experience. Now, sometimes those feelings towards a team or the conclusions you're drawing are reflective of how much you follow a sport and how much you watch what other teams are doing. Because you can easily do this and find a time. Right now, who has the best record in baseball? Milwaukee Brewers do. The Brewers this year have endured an 0-4 start and a 2-7 stretch. Houston, second best record in baseball. This past Saturday, as recently as this Saturday, they ended a stretch where they lost 7 of 8. Toronto is the third best record in baseball currently. They've lost 8 of 9 at a point this year. And it's the Tigers' turn to go through it. There was a reason why we kept citing about how incredible it was that the longest stretch of poor play they had was 3 3-game losing streaks through the first half of the season. It was the pain that we endured was minimal compared to everybody else. The undermining of confidence, the erosion of confidence in our team, it wasn't really there because it's extended losing streaks and extended stretches of poor play that can erode away the confidence. We had almost none of that through the first half of the season. 3 games. 3 games. 3-game losing streaks was the max we had to deal with. So that made it very easy to just kind of go through the first half of the season with, almost no worries. It wasn't panic. It wasn't reasons to disbelieve in this group. However, you may recall throughout the first half, I kept saying there's going to come a stretch. Remember this. There's going to come a stretch where we will be longing for the days that they were playing this well and answering the bell over and over again because seasons are too long to avoid this. And there's too many variables in the sport of baseball. The best teams of all time still lose 60-plus games during a regular season. Still are winning usually at most 2 out of every 3. So it's not like football where you can go 15-2 or basketball where you can win 3/4 of your games. In baseball, you have to endure a lot more losses than in the other sports, even if you are one of the best teams, because of sort of the random nature of the game. But as I mentioned, I think everybody's feelings are valid. And what I guess I want to know is, in this stretch of losing 9-10, how are you processing what is going on? I mean, how do you see this? Do you see this as your feelings are unchanged, you're not concerned, would be one end of the spectrum, to this being mortal and a reflection of the beginning of the end at the other end of the spectrum? And there's a lot of stages in between there, right? There's a lot of stages in between there. I mean, this is typical. What's going on now is typical. The best news of all of this is it's happening right before the trade deadline. It's happening right before they can really do something different with their roster. And we've done this year after year after year. When you are good or bad or in between, what you want to be is defined before you get to a trade deadline. We are clearly sellers. We are clearly buyers. We are clearly sellers with parts to sell. We are clearly buyers, and we know what our needs are. Want to be defined as one or the other. When you're in between, it gets very difficult. Hey, we're on the fringe of chasing this, and you have to make a tough decision. This is an easy decision to make. Buy. Now, I get into the question as to what, because it feels like all three aspects of this team, starting, pitching, bullpen help, and more offense, all could be addressed. And that brings us to an unknown. The unknown is Scott Harris. Because we've seen Scott Harris make some quality free agent moves, like in the offseason, go sign somebody. Some of them have been very quality, others not so much. But we've seen the net of his free agent signings has been very good. We've seen him sign players that felt like they'd be inconsequential, or acquire players that felt like they'd be inconsequential, like Zach McKinstry or Tyler Holton or Chase Lee, which is trade, free agent, trade, waiver claim, and trade. That turned out to be very consequential. And we've seen him sell reasonably well. Never seen the man buy. Now, he's only been here a few years, but he's never been in this position. And, you know, some GMs are better at it than others. And right now, the unknown is Scott Harris also good at this? Trading away the right prospects, the ones you won't be ruining. Right? You don't want to trade away ones you rue. You don't want to trade. Long-time Detroiters talk forever about giving up a Hall of Fame pitcher who was at single A at the time in John Smoltz for Doyle Alexander. You don't want to trade away the future Hall of Famer. You want to trade away the guy that isn't going to amount to anything. You hope that somebody calls and asks you about the prospect that you don't have as much faith in. Because we all go on these rankings, right? I mean, God bless you if you have time to go down and scout and you know what you're looking for at double A, at single A. But we rely on these rankings. Rankings really are just somebody else's opinion. And they probably can't watch as much to really have a true idea as to how good or bad a player is. Other teams can. Other teams are job scouts that are following around West Michigan and Erie right now where they see every game. And they're trained in making those decisions. So when the Tigers last year traded Jack Flaherty for what didn't feel like market value, it felt like two prospects are like, huh? One of them helped them win a division. Well, not win a division. One of them helped them qualify for the postseason last year, Trey Sweeney, and the other one is one of the best prospects in the Tigers organization, and Tyron Lorenzo. At the time, it didn't feel like that was a good return, did it? But the Tigers were there scouting. They got somebody's like number 7 and number 12 prospect, and we're like, that's all they got. The guy was pretty good. But you want to sell the right prospects, and you want to acquire the right guys and help you win. You don't want the next Aubrey Huff and Chris Washburn, right? You want the next Rasheed Wallace to cross-pollinate sports. 248-539-9797. All right, so how are you processing what's going on right now from both ends of the spectrum, right, to this is mortal in the beginning of the end, all the way up to I'm really not that concerned. This is just baseball. 248-539-9797. We'll talk to the people next. Kang, I want your opinion. Text coming in as well. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so yeah, things have not been good. How are you processing this? They're still in a really good spot. And the big picture is, you zoom out and you look at where the Tigers organization is. I mean, they're in a great place, but you've got to you got to figure out what's going on now. And sometimes it's just the nature of baseball. Sometimes it literally is slumps happen during seasons. It's just a lot easier to process these things when you have a team and a bunch of players with long track records. This group does not have a long track record. And so you're talking about it can rattle the confidence of a fan base like this one more. How are you processing it? What are you seeing right now? How dire is this? Or is it not dire at all? 248-539-9797. Chris in St. Clair Shores, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I mean, what the Tigers were doing in the beginning of the season up until now, this losing streak or whatever, they were playing at a dominant level, right around or over 700 winning percentage. Nobody does that for an entire year. They're damn near winning every series. So when you look at the standings right now, with the Tigers, they were overachieving then, and they're overachieving still now. And they have the same record as the LA Dodgers, who on paper, should have a higher record. Maybe they're underachieving, but ultimately it's still good for first in the division, tops in the league, give or take a game or two. And not to mention, you have players who are still performing. Like, for example, you got 3 starting pitchers that have an ERA at 3 or below. And, at the end of the day, you don't have superstars on this team offensively, but collectively as a group, the guys work well together. And do we need to sell the farm to add a piece to make this team, a World Series contender? No, they're a World Series contender right now, just like every other team is in the league. I mean, right now we got a little slump. I think it's better to have that happen now than it is towards the end of the year. And again, just to reiterate my last point, we're not supposed to be here, So what piece are you going to get that you got to give up 2, 3 top 10, 15 prospects for, probably a rental and,
I'm going to stop you here for a second, Chris. If you say and if you believe that they're not supposed to be here, why would you invest anything? Because that strikes me that you don't really believe in this group. Am I misinterpreting that?
Yeah, no, I don't necessarily not believe in the group, but what I'm saying is they're overachieving. I mean, I think that's pretty clear. I mean, you have a great manager, you have some good young players, and a lot of your young players are not, playing to their capability, like, Parker Meadows or, whoever else you want to add into that mix. You got guys that came on this year and have been playing, better than they did last year. But ultimately, at the end of the day, this is baseball. Like, these guys all can play, but what I'm saying is they don't necessarily. You can't call a team a World Series winner right now. I mean, whatever is going to happen when we get to the playoffs is going to happen, and we've seen it time and time again. The hot teams win. So if you add a piece, what do you add? And I don't mind adding a piece, but just don't overpay for something that, unless you got team control for several years, I just don't think, like Eugenio Suarez, like I'm good on that. Like I'm not giving up 2, 3 top 10 guys for a guy that's going to be here for, 2 months.
So what's interesting, and thank you for the phone call, and we'll get into the specifics of who they might go after, but, a rental player is worth whatever a team can get for him. And the format of baseball is set up to really benefit the sellers when it comes to trade deadline. Because this format, where they now have 6 teams getting into the postseason, means that there are far fewer teams that are defined as out of it. There are 3 teams in the American League that are more than 5 games out of a playoff spot. I think there's 6 in the National League. And I kind of, in the past, when the Tigers were in that position, I kind of talked about if you're 5 games or less at the trade deadline, go for it. You don't have to sell. You can. But it feels like it's worth. You can make up 5 games. But look, man, as far as you sound less concerned than I think the play has dictated. That I think is warranted given their current play. There are things that can be problematic. There could be water finding its level, right? Some guys might have been way overachieving, and now they're gonna go through a slump to kind of get to what they typically are. There are other things like Riley Green, for instance. I was looking this up today because it was easy. In July, he has 66 at-bats, okay? He's got 12 hits. All right? Now, there's also things like reaching on air and other things like that. There are some, You're going to have sacrifice fly or whatever, which are productive at bats. But 66 at bats means 66 hits, outs, or reaching on air. He has 12 hits. So that's, roughly there are other ways that you can get out. But there are 54 outs to be accounted for in the month of July from Riley Green. 31 of the 54 strikeouts. 31. That is an incredible high number of strikeouts. So what is that? Is that a fixable tweak in his swing? I mean, in baseball, when they find what you can't handle and word gets around, that's the landmine that you have to be able to answer. I mean, remember when Javi couldn't lay off a slider outside the zone, breaking away from him? Everybody then threw him that over and over and over again. Why is Riley Green swinging and missing so much? I mean, look, again, I've been gone for a good period of time. To me, for a minute there, it looked like high fastballs. I don't know if it's still the case. But that's the kind of thing that you have to be able to answer the bell. When somebody finds a weakness, you have to prove that you can handle that, or they're just going to keep going back to that over and over again. Feedback coming in. They really miss a healthy Carpenter. The 2 weeks he played hurt and the 2 weeks he's been out, they have been on the slide. Carpenter's in the rehab. He played game 2 last night, I believe it was. Last night in Toledo. It was game 2 back for him. So, yeah, a healthy and productive Kerry Carpenter in the lineup does help. Derek in a truck says, it's not about the amount that they lost, it's how they lost. This offense has been terrible. Yeah, when you lose games, something looks bad. And, it's not that they lost, it's how they lost. It's hard to look good and lose. I never really liked it. It's not that they lost, it's how they lost. Something goes wrong when you lose games. Right now, I'm not concerned. The Dodgers have lost 12 of the last 15. No need to worry about the Tigers yet, writes an unnamed texter. Next one. Any impactful trade is going to include one of your better prospects, Doug. The idea that this team is going to have to give that a team is going to give you something impactful for peanuts is a fantasy. Nobody said that. If you took what I said as I think you're giving peanuts for an impactful player, that's not it. The question is because right now the Tigers, I'll just give you an example, right? They have a top 10 organization in the minors. And of their top 10 players, there's more than a few that aren't going to make it. Okay, they might be highly regarded prospects. You're hoping that you give up one of those that aren't going to make it, not the ones that will. There's no way everybody in their top 10 is going to make it, right? Let's say Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal are going to make it, but Bryce Rayner isn't. Or Rayner and McGonigal are going to make it, but Clark isn't. You're hoping, because you got your own guys. You probably have a sense for which of your own guys are overrated and which of your guys are underrated. You want to give up the ones that you think even yourself are overrated, right? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. We'll get into some specifics with the trade deadline. How are you processing this recent stretch of Tiger play? 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. It is the Carson Anderson program. He'll be back on Monday. I'm back from a long trip out west. Hope everybody's been doing well. The Tigers have not. And look, it's still in a good place. No need to panic. But at the end of the day, it's concerning, and they got to figure this thing out, and they got a good guy in charge. There's a lot of variables here, and maybe the biggest of which is at least they're defining some needs before the trade deadline and can get aggressive. I think it's pretty clear that they're going to want to buy, and this has happened relatively quickly in terms of where they were a year ago. I mean, even a year ago until now, they're in a much, much better position, and last year they sold. It turned out to be, in terms of value, what they gave up and what they ended up getting back. They gave up the net is nothing because they got Flaherty back and they got Sweeney and Lorenzo. And, right now, Lorenzo is one of the top prospects in the organization, if not all of baseball. But they're in a position to buy. And it's crazy because we don't know what Scott Harris is like when it comes to buying. Not all of his free agent signings have hit. Maeda, Cobb, those are veteran acquisitions. Some of them have. Flaherty has hit, although mixed reviews this year, but it's been a good signing for them overall. Tommy Kahnle, Gleyber Torres was an all-star. He's done some good things when it comes to veteran acquisitions. Now you have to give something up, though, at the trade deadline, and it's up to Harris to prove that he can be adequate at this. A lot riding on this trade deadline. 248-539-9797. Greg is in Detroit and on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. You guys are great. I love your show.
Thank you.
I am not concerned and flighted. I'm not. You mentioned it. I mean.
Hey, you got it, Greg. I got to ask you to turn your radio down in the background. It can be a little distracting, so please do that.
Sorry.
All right.
Sorry for that rookie mistake. I'm not concerned at all. Like you said, if you know baseball, this is one of the progressions of baseball. I mean, the Tigers are the best thing that happened to the Tigers is that they jumped out to a great lead. They were winning series. They're stemming from how they were rolling from last season. They learned from last season because last year this time, they were nowhere in a position for anything. There was no expectation from them at this point or anything. And so they know who they are. And with baseball, once you roll through a league and you win series and you come back around with baseball being baseball, you have to understand that the other team is more focused and intent on beating you because you just beat me in a series. So with you coming around for the second round, maybe not as focused, and that you beating this team, they are focused. Different things are going to happen. You're going to have a different outcome if you're not being focused. But with baseball being baseball, with it being July, almost August, you're going to have that downturn, that downswing. However, there's plenty enough time for us to recover for the upswing, and that's exactly what's going to happen. We have plenty of time, plenty of space, plenty of room to recover.
Well, we know this team's capable. Greg, thank you for the phone call. We know this team is capable of playing much better. We know this team is still in a good spot as it pertains to winning this division. The lead, which was once, I don't know what it peaked at, 14 games, whatever it was, is now down to 8. That is still the biggest lead in baseball. And it's a healthy lead. But if they don't play better, it's not going to matter. A year ago at this time, the Tigers were 50-52, and they were like 6 games out of a wild card spot, something like that. I'll have to double check that. A year later, they've got the biggest lead in baseball. They've come a long way. Doesn't mean there's things that don't need to get addressed. And what Scott Harris does might be the biggest move he'll make in his career. You get it right, it helps fuels a World Series run. You get it wrong, and it could be a wasted opportunity and a resource given up. Look, teams that are wanting to trade are going to love when the Tigers call because the org is loaded. I mean, it's loaded with minor league talent. And so here's your chance. If you're selling, because we did this a year ago with Baltimore. What did we talk about a year ago? We talked about what can we get from the Orioles? Because the Orioles had, at the time, considered a loaded organization. Those are the teams that the sellers want to call. Detroit is one of them. What a great spot. The phone will ring here. And they'll pick up Scott Harris's call. Now, they might be asking for something the Tigers don't want to give up. But if somebody asks for Max Clark, somebody asks for Kevin McGonigal, you damn well better believe that the Tigers are going to be asking for a ton in return. Now, are those guys untouchable? They might be. But that's a great thing about having a deep organization is there are other guys in the top 10 that they can move on from. And it not feel like they are totally giving up the future. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Todd in Hazel Park. Hi, Todd.
Hey, good. Welcome back from vacation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Nice area out there. Done it too. Anyways, I got a couple of concerns. Not major. 51%. Like you say, there's a lot of things that are going to play out. And one of the things that I've been wondering about, and I didn't think at this point it would still be an issue, but the arms. We know the pitching. So let's talk about that because I think that could end up burn us or not burn us. You got Manning, Foley, Brisky, Lang. Where are they? What part do they not come back till after the trade deadline? And then if they fail, does that mean we screwed ourselves? I mean, these are, like you said, these are the things that Harris has to think about. But I absolutely want, now this is my wish list, just an opinion, I want him to go get a closer and a bat, and the closer to help Vest and maybe Brisky, because last year and beginning of this year, they kind of shared that 8-9, the setup guy and the closer guy, 8-9, they got flipped a little bit until Vest pretty much took it over. And I think a lot that did that was because Bresky was injured and that just gave it to him. But that's my concern is if they got a number one guy that they got targeted, and I don't want them to sit there and go, but yet 4, and then all of a sudden somebody else gets that person, and then we're locked out in that regard as well.
Todd, you bring up a very valid point. I mean, we talked about this even when they were playing great, is the Tigers might not get Eugenio Suarez, and that might be okay until somebody else gets him. Right? When the Tigers were playing at a pace and looking like they were the best team in baseball, they were the best version of themselves, they had the best record in the game, we said, you don't have to make a trade, but you have to be cognizant somebody else could pass you with a trade. Sometimes trades, you're like, all right, well, we got to keep up with the Joneses here a little bit or play defense and go get a guy because you don't want them to get that guy. Everybody's going after the same players. And if you look right now, I don't know if it's completely down to these teams. It probably isn't. But all the talk in Seattle is about Eugenio Suarez. New York wants Eugenio Suarez. Detroit wants Eugenio Suarez. All of those teams, as it stands right now, are postseason teams. As a guy who's hit 30-something home runs and could be traded, and so if Tiger's still in a good spot, somebody can pass him. Somebody can pass. I mean, some teams already have record-wise, but they can make themselves far and away the favorite in the American League, and you have to be cognizant of that. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Home ownership is closer than you think. With a mortgage loan from the University of Michigan Credit Union, imagine stepping into your dream home with no application fee. And right now, get $750 off your closing costs when you finance with UMCU. What a great deal. They offer competitive rates and flexible terms to fit your life, whether you're a first-time home buyer, looking for pre-approval, or ready to build or refinance. UMCU is here to help. Visit umcu.org to get started today. No application fee, $750 off your closing costs. Insured by NCUA, NMLS number 712343. UMCU is an equal housing opportunity lender. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Back from vacation. Hope everybody's been doing well. Trip out west. We'll kind of get into some of the stuff that happened a little bit next hour, but recapped it to begin the show in great detail. If you're interested, you can check it out using the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket from anywhere in the country. And look, trade deadline time. If you are planning on being out of town sometime in the next week, we are 1 week away from the trade deadline. And the Tigers are at least defining themselves as a team that has every right to be aggressive. A recent skid has certainly, I would say, served as a motivator to say, let's not stand pat. That feels to me like it's kind of low-key good news. I'd rather they were just playing great and still bought. But, there's I would say that the sense of urgency, the motivation to make a deal has probably been ramped up. But how are you dealing with this recent slump? And what I mean by that is not like personally, are you in therapy or anything like that? I just mean like, are you view it that your feelings are unchanged? This team's still a World Series contender. You're still planning on going to a bunch of games. You're still excited for the games every night. Are you in the maybe a little bit less optimistic? You don't like it at all, but you're encouraged that they can still make a deal and right the ship here. An injection of life. Seasons are so long. Weird things happen where just getting a new player can invigorate everybody. I can help everybody. Are you very concerned? Hey, they need to make a big move or this is going to be a problem? Or do you think this is a mortal blow? Like this is the beginning of the end? And there's a lot of stages in between. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Dale's in Plymouth, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dale? Dale, are you there? Dale, hello. No good. From an unnamed texter, anyone jumping off the bandwagon after a poor stretch of 10 games, they're not allowed to jump back on in August or September? I'm not big on fan rules. There's, like I said earlier, how you feel about this might be a reflection of how much you watch this team or the game in general. Didn't the Yankees get shut out 3 straight games earlier this year? This is a legitimate World Series contender. We went through the top teams in Major League Baseball, record-wise, Milwaukee, Houston, and Toronto. And they all have had similar stretches to this Tiger stretch. So you can find snapshots in time where teams look brutal. It's just our turn to go through it. And we've kind of been warning people that this is going to happen. 248-539-9797. Nobody wants this Tiger slump to end like my family. I've been a complete grump over the last 10 games. Nobody wants this Tiger slump to end. Okay. I was like, what happened to your family? No, I'm going to read this out probably so I wouldn't have been confused. Nobody wants this Tiger slump to end as much as my family wants it to end. I've been a complete grump over the last 10 games. All right, there you go. That makes more sense to me. My panic meter is about 6.5 right now. What keeps that meter from pegging at 10 is seeing how they lose. There are still lots of smiles and laughs in the dugout. Well, that might be indicative of them not panicking, but it's happened in 2006. Jimmy Smokes had a closed-door meeting to let them all know it wasn't acceptable. When will Hinch be a leader? Well, I think he's been a great leader. You can't overplay that card. Those things happen and we never hear about them, by the way. Not really that concerned. I've been saying all season that we are not going to sustain the 100-win pace that they were on until somewhat recently. Now you're seeing the regression towards the mean leveling out. I think we win 94 games or so. We do need to make some consequential acquisitions at the deadline, though. It's from Dom and Livonia. 94-win team is a really, really good team and probably well in line with a division winner. 248-539-9797. Kang, you have anything to add before we get back to the phone calls?
Well, your question about are you concerned, how concerned should you be? Rieger yesterday asked me if he was overreacting because he was kind of in panic mode. And I don't think your concern level should be super high, and I don't think you should be overreacting. But I think you should be reacting, and you should have some level of concern. You don't want this to slip away, but also realize You're still in first place. You have a very good lead in the division. I'm not too worried about the division. I'm worried about the overall AL, though. I do think it matters to be the top record in the American League. So, with that being said, I think Scott Harris and upper management, they owe it to this team, to A.J. Hinch, to do whatever they can at the trade deadline to help this roster. Nothing is guaranteed. You mentioned earlier Baltimore. Look where they're at now compared to where they were last year. They probably thought they were sitting pretty. Great farm system, right? Playing well, making the playoffs, and then all of a sudden the bottom can drop out. You just don't know what's going to happen, and you don't want to think negatively, but I think you also don't want to forget the moment that you're in, and that goes back to giving this team and this management and manager and A.J. Hinch the best roster possible to do something this year. These opportunities, you don't know how long they last, how long they, we all want to think roses and stuff like, hey, 3, 4, 5 year window with the great farm system, but you don't know. And I'm not saying sell the farm. I'm very interested in what Harris is going to do, Doug, because he's going to walk this tightrope, I think, trying to help the team but not give up too much, which every team is trying to do. The problem is, a lot of competition this year for those players.
Yep, a lot of competition. Yeah, but the Tigers, the good news for the Tigers is they have a lot to sell, right? I mean, They do, but how much does he want to give up? How aggressive is he going to be? To me, his short time here, he doesn't seem that an overly aggressive type of president. The one thing about it is as much as they are in a good spot, they have somewhat immediate needs. And what I mean by that is Gleyber Torres going to be here next year?
Nope.
Who's the shortstop next year?
Not sure.
Do they have 3 locked in solid? We know they're going to be here for the next 4 or 5 years, outfielders. And I bring those up because their top prospects are 2 middle infielders, top position prospects, 2 middle infielders and a center fielder are amongst their best. So as much as we could sit here and say, yeah, you sell, who's playing second base next year? Is it one of the guys down in the minors? I mean, more likely McGonigal than Rayner because he's out. Is Max Clark part of the mix next year? Like, they have immediate needs, and I guess maybe next year isn't immediate, but that feels like a team that wants to hang on to their guys, right?
Absolutely, because listen, I mean, as much as we love this team right now, I think we all kind of agree they're playing a little bit above their heads and what we expected, right? Mm-hmm. Where they have actual elite talent is in the minor leagues, in the system where I feel more confident about, the ceiling those guys have. That's why I want to help this team now, because people bring up the Dodgers losing. The Dodgers have elite talent. They do. Look at their roster, from 1 through 9. I don't think you can confidently say that about the Tigers. So where their elite talent is in the minor league system, but do you want to gut that to help guys right now? Like I said, this is going to be, I'm very interested to see what's going to happen in the trade deadline. I don't know how Scott Harris is going to attack this.
Yeah, I'm going to guess he's probably not selling off any of the 3 that I just mentioned. But that doesn't mean they still don't have attractive stuff to sell. And there's some reporting out there on what it might cost. We'll get that before the day is done. But yeah, they're in a great spot still. They're in a great spot to buy, and they are in a position where teams are going to call the Tigers. I mean, I feel like if the Mariners come up with an acceptable deal to go get Eugenio Suarez, that Arizona would be smart to say, hey, we need your final offer because we're about to trade him. Because the Tigers could probably top just about anything anybody can offer.
Well, everyone wants a great farm system and a great major league team, right? It's really hard to do both. It really is. And sometimes, which one do you want to focus on?
Well, I think if you focus on a great major league team, when you can.
But that means trading those prospects.
But it's interesting, as I just mentioned, there's a shelf life on so many of these guys and their time in Detroit that they're going to need to be replaced. And the Tigers seem to have the material to replace them from within house, which might prevent them from making a massive deal. They'll make a deal. This question is this going to be one of those subtle bullpen arms, or are they going to try and go get an Alcantara or a Suarez, a starting pitcher of consequence, or a third baseman of consequence? 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback. We'll get into some of the particulars reporting of what players might be available coming up before the show is done. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, back from vacation. Hope you've been good. Tigers have not been good. Last show I did was Friday, July 11th. And look, there was an all-star break mixed in, so it kind of skews the scale here a little bit. But the Tigers have won one game. It is July 24th. They won one game while I was gone. Happened to be the one game I watched because it was a Sunday ESPN game. And in that Sunday ESPN game, Scuba was great. The Tigers got some clutch hitting late in the game. But they haven't been scoring a ton of runs. The starting pitching hasn't been great. The bullpen has had its issues. But we have a week to go to the trade deadline. They're still in a really good spot. That shouldn't be lost. Teams go through losing skids. Like I tried to provide some perspective here. Top 3 teams in baseball. Milwaukee started 0-4 and have also had a 2-7 stretch mixed in. Houston, this past Saturday, they ended a stretch of losing 7 of 8. Toronto lost 8 of 9 early in the year. These are now the 3 best records in baseball. Detroit has lost 9 of 10. Yep. When you're in the middle of it, we say this all the time. When you get into a losing streak, sometimes you feel like you're never going to win again. And there's a reason why we kept talking about how baseball seasons are long. And when they get into a losing streak, remember what they are capable of. Because truly, if you get to the postseason, all right, and you recapture whatever made you the best version of yourself during the year, you're gonna be a problem. If you get to the postseason and you hit one of these skids, you're gonna be out quickly. Now, Ken just brought something up that's worth monitoring, and that is how do the Tigers fit in the American League? Because right now, the Tigers are in a position where they wouldn't get a first-round bye. And that, to me, is still a big deal. I like starting the ALDS with Skubal and not having to wait a couple games to pitch Skubal or a game or two. You know? 248-539-9797. Last year, Tigers, we were happy to get in, right? This year, it's about giving themselves the easiest path to get to the World Series. This format, the top 2 division winners get a bye. The Tigers are right now the third spot of division winners. So it's a very valid point brought up by Kang. Where do you fit in the American League?
Yeah, and that's what concerns me. Like I said, I'm not crazy concerned about the division. It's more about the overall. You know, the Lions, Dan Campbell mentioned it all the time. Easiest path, right, in the tournament. You want that first-round bye. That's why they were fighting so hard, tooth and nail, to the end. Unfortunately, the Vikings in the same division, didn't even guarantee them that they would get a home playoff game. So, yeah, you want the path of least resistance, and that's a first-round bye.
248-539-9797 allows you to set up your pitching. It's obviously a round that you don't have a chance of getting bounced. And it means your opponent might not be able to line up their pitching the way they want. Let's go to Aubrey next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Aubrey.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great. Thank you.
First of all, you and Kang and Gator do a terrific job. Good, easy listen in the middle of the afternoon.
Thank you.
Kang kind of shot down. You're welcome. Kang kind of shot down my argument a little bit, but you just touched on it again. 162 game season. You're going to have streaks like this, right? Mm-hmm. I think the key, in my opinion, is this. Let's not close our eyes and say nothing to see here. There are some issues that obviously need to be addressed. Let's address those and then understand, and someone said it earlier, kind of water finding its level. Just like we've lost 9 of 10, at some point we may win 9 of 10, right? And we just have to continue to believe that that's what's going to occur while concurrently Scotty Harris addressing the needs that this team has. If we do that, I think this team will be perfectly fine. If we don't, that 14-game lead that we had a few weeks ago was all for not, and this team was not really as good as we thought they may have been. So that's really kind of my take right there, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a pretty rational take, in my opinion. I hope, and I can't imagine Scott Harris is going to let the trade deadline come and go without doing something significant. And there are players that would feel like they should help this team, and it's their job, his job, to do something we haven't seen him do yet, and that's buy. He's done a lot. He signed some free agents. The net of his free agent signings has been good. There have been bad ones mixed in, but overall they're better because of his free agent signings. He's traded for prospects. Good. I mean, they've gotten some guys that have proven to be very, very valuable in the short term and what might have value long term. They've seemed to have drafted pretty well. They've stockpiled some young talent. And now it's a matter of, all right, what happens when he tries to buy? We don't know. We've never seen this before, right? So it's kind of important. It's kind of important what he does next.
Indeed it is. Thanks again. Keep up the great work.
Thank you. Jay is in White Lake and next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Jay.
Hey, boys. How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, I guess I'm not even on the panic scale yet. My buddies are all telling me I'm seeing everything through rose-colored lenses, but I'm pretty high on a nervous scale, but I'm not even there on the panic. I without sounding, ignorant, I guess where I'm coming from is, you take your three heavy hitters, you take Harris, you take AJ Hinch, and you take Fetter, and you take the team itself and the farm system and all these moving parts that have been functioning so well and so efficiently all season long. I guess I'm at the point where I'm comfortable putting my trust in these guys. I think they deserve it. I think the players deserve it. I think the staff deserves it. And so I'm not gonna start freaking out about anything because I think they've proven that they know what they're doing day in and day out. And yeah, we're in a slump, and like you said, all the big teams in both leagues have gotten there and had these slumps so far this year. It's our turn, but I don't see it as us falling off a cliff. We're in a dip. We're going to come back, and again, maybe I'm looking at things through too rosy of a lens, but I'm trusting these guys that, in my opinion, have earned everybody's trust over how well they've played, how well the players have played this year, and how well the guys have managed the team. So that's where I'm at.
You brought up the people at the top of the food chain, Harris, AJ Hinch, Chris Fetter.
Yeah.
I would say that they have proven to be rather competent in their time here in Detroit. I think that's a safe assumption. That's not over the top. And so they didn't suddenly become incompetent, right? I mean, they have an idea what they're doing. And because of that, we'll see how they handle what is a in-season. Let's call it what it is. This is an in-season 2-week crisis. It's a 2-week crisis. It's not unusual for good teams to meet a crisis like this. I mean, AJ's been such a steadying force, and he's talked about, each day, the reason they've been able to cut losing streaks short through the beginning of the year, and there were 3-game losing streaks. That is a remarkable, pain-free first half of the season. That is for a fan base.
And you can either freak out over intangibles or you can rely on tangibles, and that's what I'm choosing to do, because the tangibles, the information I have is so far they have done really well, and so have the players. So I'd rather lean on that and have the confidence that we're going to come out of this and get better than panic over things that haven't happened yet. I'd rather base it on reality than, oh, my God, I got my crystal ball in front of me, and I think this is going to happen and that's going to happen. And all that's going to do is give everybody a headache. I mean, I am curious, what's going to happen at the trade deadline. That's going to be interesting. But I'm not interested out of a sense of panic. I'm interested out of genuine interest that I'm hoping that they're going to do what I expect them to do and give us some more solid players on the team that can contribute and get us further down the line. But, yeah, I'm not freaking out.
So, you mentioned the word panic. A panic move by the Tigers would be moving a Max Clark or Kevin McGonigal for anything that doesn't make you say, wow. Right? If they were to move on from Max Clark and a Kevin McGonigal, you would feel like what they would get back would be such a wow. Holy crap. Like go getting 3 players from the Diamondbacks who have a whole bunch to sell. Like if they got Lourdes Gurriel, Eugenio Suarez, and Zach Gallen. I mean, I'm just throwing names out there, right? But it's something that makes you go, whoa. Like the Skeens thing has never, in my opinion, ever been real. But, it would be clear that it would take talent like that to go get Skeens that would make you go, wow. I shouldn't have brought it up because every time you do it gives it legs, and that it just seems like such a far-fetched possibility. But look, man, is there moves to be, when you have a deep organization with a lot of talent, that means teams might be interested in the guys you have ranked 6, 7, 8. Because your 6, 7, 8 might be better than somebody else's 1, 2, and 3. You know, I mean, the Tigers, it depends on the eye of the beholder. Major League teams have scouts everywhere following every team's organization. So they know what they're trading for. They got people that are coming to them and telling them, I think Tyron Lorenzo, and I'm just using this as an example, but I think he's better than anything that the Mariners have to offer. I'd rather have Tyron Lorenzo than anybody from the Mariners organization. That might be the opinion of a scout. I have Jose Briseño more than anybody in the Yankees organization. It could work the other way, too. They might be interested in the number 6 guy in the Yankees organization more so than the number 2, 3 guy in the Tigers organization. They're not all created equal. But do the Tigers have the material to make a big move? They do. I think panic move would be trading one of those top guys for a move that doesn't make you say, wow. 248-539-9797. Let's get into some of the specifics because there's reporting out there about names like Sandy Alcantara, Zach Gallen, Eugenio Suarez. We'll get to that next, plus your phone calls and feedback. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. We have some sad news breaking at this hour. According to TMZ, Hulk Hogan has passed away at the age of 71. TMZ story here saying medics were dispatched to the 71-year-old WWE legend's Clearwater, Florida home early Thursday morning with operators stating it was regarding a cardiac arrest. So police cars and EMTs were parked outside Hulk Hogan's home, and the icon was carried on a stretcher and into an ambulance. Just a few weeks ago, Hogan's wife, Sky, denied rumors he was in a coma, stating his heart was strong and he's recovering from surgeries. Again, TMZ goes on to report, we broke the story last month. There were rumblings Hogan was on his deathbed, but we were told at the time he was just dealing with symptoms of a neck procedure he underwent in May, still developing. Rest in peace. Hulk Hogan, according to TMZ, has passed away at the age of 71. I'm not a big wrestling guy. I think it's been well established on the show. Gator he's out today, but behind the glass there, Kenny and Kang followed it a lot more than I ever did. And, I mean, here's the thing about Hulk Hogan. It's a name that transcends wrestling. I mean, as a non-wrestling fan, I certainly knew who Hulk Hogan was and understood his place in the game.
Yeah, he's an icon of the wrestling world, and I haven't followed as much since I was a kid. But when I was a kid, he was the guy. And Kenny turned to me and said, "Huge wrestling news here." And he just turned to me, "We have a death." And he said Rushmore, and I said Hulk Hogan, because this guy is one of the. I mean, I think he's on everyone's Rushmore if you follow wrestling at all. This is an icon. Am I not wrong, Kenny? Here,
No, you're not wrong at all. And I mean, regardless of what you feel about Hulk Hogan as the man, as the person, he transcended the sport of wrestling, and he transcended generations. I mean, your dad knows about him. Your dad's dad knows about him, and your kids are probably going to know about him. He's an icon in the sport.
Yeah, sad news indeed. So Hulk Hogan, who made a surprise appearance in our studio, how long ago was that? It was like 3 months ago.
Yeah, I was actually off that day when he came in, and I know. I mean, you mentioned Gator not being here. Ozzy Osbourne also passed away. I mean, he's a huge Osbourne and heavy metal fan.
Yeah.
So I mean, 2 for him right now. I mean, we should probably send him a text. I'm sure he knows about it, but I'd like to hear his thoughts.
Yeah, well, certainly if we don't get him on the air today, we'll get him on the air. Well, he'll be back next week, but Hulk Hogan, according to TMZ, dead at the age of 71. 248-539-9797, talking a ton of Detroit Tigers here. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. And, look, there's various levels of concern from people who think it's the beginning of the end, all the way to people who aren't concerned. And we've heard from most people today that have called are kind of not as concerned as I expected out of our audience. And look, everybody's feelings, their own I assume your feelings are genuine and hence valid. It's how you feel about what's going on. But it does seem like we've had a lot of, I don't want to use the term level-headed, because I think you could be level-headed and more concerned than some of the callers, but there's a lot of people that aren't necessarily anywhere close to panicked about what's going on with the Tigers. Doesn't mean you like what you're seeing. We got one of the criticisms, though, today that I've always struggled with a little bit, and that is, it's not that they're losing, it's how they're losing. Anytime you get into a losing streak and you're not playing well, something is going wrong. So you can assign that analysis to virtually anything. Anytime a team's in a losing streak. So, well, it's not that they're losing, it's how they're losing. Because you can decide I hate the way the defense is playing. I hate the way the offense is playing. I hate the way, they're running the bases, or whatever the case may be. And so I think, no, it's they're losing. That's what the problem is. It's that they're losing. All right, I said we would get to some of the reporting out there as far as player availability and what the Tigers may do, because we haven't gotten into this too much. One, the Athletic is talking about starting pitching. If the Tigers want to go starting pitching, there's 2 intriguing players that seem like they would be available. One is a player I mentioned earlier Zach Gallen with the Arizona Diamondbacks, who helped that team get to the World Series a couple years ago. And has he been good this year? Well, not as good. 7-11 with a 5.58 ERA. And that doesn't sound like a player that you get super excited about. But according to The Athletic, league sources says Gallen is viewed as a pitcher worth pursuing. He's the kind of guy, this is the quote, Zach wants the ball, a league source says. He finds that chip and puts it on his shoulder and keeps going. He's the type of guy who's also very honest with himself about how he's doing and what's going on. So a trade like this, it would be possibly in the works for the Tigers. Are you trading for Zach Gallen how he's doing now? Or are you trading for what Zach Gallen did for Arizona a couple years ago? You want to pay what he's doing now price for what he did a couple years ago. The other player that's in a similar boat is Sandy Alcantara from Miami. Won a Cy Young, but underwent Tommy John surgery after 2023. Didn't throw a pitch last year. He has struggled. His ERA is 6.66, but he dominated the Padres a couple days ago. Could you get Alcantara at a now price and get a return indicative of a player that was really, really good a couple years ago? There's the starting pitching market. There is a story today. Also, I believe this is from Sports Illustrated about the best landing spots for Eugenio Suarez, the third baseman from Arizona. Suarez has 36 home runs and is considered one of the hottest offensive prospects available at the trade deadline. Arizona is just on that fringe at 5.5 games out. It feels like there's more and more reporting that they will be sellers. They have done a smart thing for them in that they have said they don't want to sell. If you don't put a for sale sign out, you're keeping the prices in line with what you hope to get. All right, so what Arizona doesn't have is a bunch of top prospects. The 4 teams mentioned are the Yankees, the Mariners, the Reds, and the Tigers. MLB insider John Heyman long reported the Yankees have inquired with the D-backs about the 34-year-old slugger. Suarez says of the Yankees, it's a team that wants to win. That is a quote. Yankees have had 6 different players play third base. For the Tigers, according to the story, if they're willing to give up one of their higher tier prospects, the D-backs could bite. I guess the question is, how many prospects are in the higher tier? Is it 7 or is it 2? The Mariners have been looking for a third baseman. Well, the Mariners offer a package that the Diamondbacks can't refuse, the story goes on to say. And then there's the Reds. This is interesting because the story cites the Athletics' Trent Rosenkrantz, says there's mutual interest between the Reds and Diamondbacks in a deal that would return Suarez to Cincinnati, where he spent the majority of his MLB career. Rosenkrantz reported the D-backs are at least interested in kicking the tires on young, promising right-hand pitcher Chase Petty. Chase Petty ranks number 99 in the MLB prospect rankings. The Tigers don't have any pitcher ranked higher than that. They have players ranked higher than that. But their best pitchers are the Melton kid that pitched yesterday, 4th-round pick out of San Diego State, who's got pretty raw stuff, and Jaden Ham, a 5th-round pick in 2023. These are Tiger top 10 prospects. Now, just because the Reds, just because Chase Petty's ranked higher doesn't mean the Reds like him maybe more than Melton or Ham. These are kind of guidelines, but they don't feel like they are, they're not written in stone, certainly. The other story that's just in is, and look, I read something last week while I was on vacation that the Cleveland made it clear they're not moving Emmanuel Clase, at least sources were saying. But according to a story that just got posted, MLB Trade Rumors are the ones that wrote it. They usually get their stuff from other people, but they said the Cubs are one of the teams most actively monitoring Guardians closer Emmanuel Clase, reports Francis Romero of BaseballFR.com. Clase has been recently connected to clubs such as the Dodgers and Phillies in recent weeks. The Cubs are also connected to Clase ahead of the 2024 season. Would they make an individual move? That is usually frowned upon, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. With the Red Sox sliding to 6 games out of the wild card, each game back they get, one has to wonder if that makes players on their roster, like Aroldis Chapman, more accessible. These are some of the names, like you get into what was fantasy and what is real. What is real is the Athletics may be moving from Mason Miller, right? The Athletics are in a terrible situation. They're way back. That could be a real thing. David Bednar, the bullpen arm out of Pittsburgh, they're way back. That could be a real thing. Boston, 6 games out. Would they move on from Chapman? Boston's not a town that wants to sell if they don't have to. I mean, nobody does, but, traditional baseball market and a big money market. I hesitate to think that they would do that personally, but you have to monitor that situation. 248-539-9797. Some of the names that are being kicked around, and it makes you wonder what might be going on behind the scenes a week to go to the trade deadline, and the Tigers looking more and more like a team that not only wants to make a move, but might need to make a move. It is Carson Anderson. We did have something from our vacation that was a little bit scary that we will get to next hour. Also reacting to the news that Hulk Hogan is, according to TMZ, passed away at the age of 71. 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket. All right, Doug Karsh back. Happy lunchtime, everybody. For people just joining the show, wife and I spent the 25th wedding anniversary, mostly traveling in the Pacific Northwest. Originally, the plan was to go to the British Open, but real life intervened, and I was like, all right, that's probably not going to happen now. Thankfully, everything we booked was refundable, which is something I don't always do because it always costs a little bit more, but glad that was the case. So hotel rooms and flights and everything, we got our money back and saved a little money, and instead went out to the Pacific Northwest. I do have kind of a scary story that I want to get into a little bit later on, stuff that we don't have to deal with here. But the big story today in Detroit feels like it's our Tigers and what's been going on. You know, you get swept by the Pirates, lost 9-10. This is behavior that is not indicative of who we've come to expect the Tigers to be and what they've done in the last, 6 months of baseball. The last 2 months plus last year and the first 3 plus 4 months here this year, they've been really, really good. And so we should still feel good about where the Tigers are. But, we always talk about what's going to happen next is more important than what's happened in the past. And, that's one of the reasons why the past is one of the reasons why I'm confident that what's going to happen next is going to be okay. We have more evidence that this Tiger team is more like the team that spent the end of last year and this year looking very, very good. They have evidence that they're bad. The evidence that they're bad is 2 weeks. Last show that I did before today was actually 2 weeks ago tomorrow. They've won one game since then. Went away. I did a show on July 11th. They won one game. It's July 24th. Now, there was an all-star break in there, so 4 days off that can skew the scale there a little bit. But they haven't been instilling confidence, right? They've looked bad. They've lost games. Do they still have that gear in them? Of course they do. Of course they do. It would help to health up, and getting Kerry Carpenter back could help. I guess Alex Lang's giving it another go in Toledo. But I still like where this team is. Don't like the way they've been playing, but this was also predictable. There's a reason why we spent the first half of the season talking about it's a long season. A lot can change. Not because we necessarily expected it to change, but because we knew that in baseball seasons, you go through slumps. This is a pretty big, prolonged slump. Everybody's done this. Everybody's done it. Top 3 teams record-wise in baseball all have stretches like this. Milwaukee started the season 0-4. At one point, they lost 7 of 9. Houston, Saturday, they ended a stretch where they lost 7 of 8. And Toronto lost 8 of 9 early in the year. Okay? There are bad stretches where teams look brutal. The Yankees got shut out 3 straight games. And so, if you're panicked, okay, that's fine. Your feelings are valid. They're yours. I think the people that aren't panicked probably watch a lot more baseball and pay attention to what's going on outside Detroit and realize that teams go through this. When you're in the middle of it, it feels terrible. We predicted that this was going to happen. And we said when it does, remember that this is a team that has long stretches of proving they're damn good. It's a lot of the same guys. It's a lot of the same players that helped lead this team to the best record in baseball for a bulk of this season. Now, if you're looking for a silver lining, and if you're a big proponent of them making a reasonably sized splash at the trade deadline, this current stretch would be more motivating for a general manager or president to get aggressive at the trade deadline. And there are players out there to be had. So what do? Well, if you're Scott Harris, this is kind of uncharted territory. We've seen him make good free agent signings and some bad mixed in, but the net of his free agent signings, his veteran player acquisition has been good. He went out and got an all-star second baseman in Gleyber Torres, a really reliable arm out of the bullpen, and Tommy Kahnle. Again, having Jack Flaherty in the time that the Tigers have had him has been better than not having Jack Flaherty. And hasn't been as good this year, et cetera, et cetera. But, and then there's the Alex Cobbs and the Kenta Maedas of the world. But his veteran player acquisition's been pretty good. His under-the-radar acquisitions, trading for Zach McKinstry, trading for Chase Lee, picking up Tyler Holton off waivers. Some of that stuff has been exceptionally good and provided big-time returns. The drafting appears to be good. Well, we haven't seen the selling. I mean, he sold last year. Hasn't all been good. They had the Rodriguez mess up a couple years ago, but they've had, what they did with Flaherty this year, 1 year ago, has been really good. They got a piece that helped them make the playoffs last year. They got a top prospect back, even though he wasn't considered that when they traded for him. And they got Flaherty back. So that was good. That sell-off was really good. Again, they're not all perfect. Nobody is. We haven't seen him do his buy. Uncharted territory. What's he going to buy? And what's he going to buy at a position of power with a lot to sell? In a market that's going to be hard to navigate. Probably the team with the most to offer around Major League Baseball is the Diamondbacks. And the Diamondbacks have said publicly that they aren't interested in selling. And so if you're, how do you come out of this reinvigorated and feeling confident that what they added puts them back in the driver's seat in the American League? Puts them in a position where you're more confident that they can win the American League and win the World Series. I mean, the short-term ramifications of this slide is the Tigers are now in a wild card series. And that can be punitive. I think with the ALCS and LCS last year, there was one wild card team that made it. I think 2 years ago, none did. So you're talking about having to play that first round best of three series. You want to avoid that, and the Tigers are the third division leader right now. They still have the biggest biggest lead in baseball. But there's something to play for, and there has been a tangible cost of this slide, and that is they no longer are a first-round bye team. Got to find it. Got to get back to what they were. So we've asked the audience today, how are you processing what's going on with the Tigers? Like, are you meter still pegged? Your feelings aren't unchanged? You love this team and you love what's ahead and you think they can win it all? Or are you down to, hey, this is mortal and a reflection of the beginning of the end and what you think they're going to be and all of the stages in between? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Bill. You're on 97. Want to take it. Hi, Bill.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Good, sir.
As far as your vacation goes, we did Glacier National Park years ago when my boys were younger, and we went in June, and they were just still clearing snow off of it. But we did a little bit of a hiking, and that place is absolutely amazing.
It's incredible.
You just don't want to leave that place.
Nope.
Yeah, it's just we want to go back actually, but it was incredible. I mean, it's just the views. It's like oh my gosh.
Here's one warning, and Bill, we'll give you your time. One warning: if anybody wants to head out to Glacier, plan well in advance because lodging is tough to get. You got to get your Going to the Sun Road pass. There's a lot you really got to plan ahead. I'm not impressed with the National Parks websites, to be honest with you, but you can make phone calls and you can navigate all that. But yeah, it's tough. Anyway, as far as the Tigers.
Okay. Been watching the Tigers for years, was impressed with what they did last year, but didn't think they were still that great. I thought they were just playing above their heads. This year they got it to a hot start, and I know you said earlier about all these teams went on losing streaks, Arizona and Toronto and even the Dodgers. But personally, when I watch this team, I don't still think they're that good. And I think water has found their level. And I don't know if they're going to come out of the spin or not. And if they do get to the playoffs, I don't think they're going to be in there long. I just don't think their pitching is that great, and they don't have a lot of their hitters. McKinstry has found, he is who he is. He's not a 290, 280 hitter. He's a 260 hitter. Torque is like the old Rob Deere years ago. He's either going to hit a home run or he's going to strike out. And Riley Green's swing is like a golf swing. It's like he's either going to connect or he's not. It's just what it is. And you can't get I can't. The other guy that just came up, you can't get him going, and Meadows ain't hitting, and Baez has finally found his level. It's like, yeah, I just don't think they're very good.
Well, there it is. They're just not that good. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls on that and your reaction to that. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Carson for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, and they're coming in hot with summer savings right now. Lease a new 2026 model year Equinox LT for just $349 per month with 36 months. For 36 months, with zero money down. $349. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH, saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Skater out. Just got a call from somebody who just said that they just didn't think that the Tigers were that good, and that their water's finding its level. And I had a feeling that I thought that felt to me way more valid going into this season. That last year was a bit of might have been considered a fluke. I'm not mad at Bill, who made that call, because here's the deal. They don't have long track records. They don't. A lot of these guys that are coming through for them are players that were kind of unknowns. Sort of the rotating no names, and we become accustomed to the names, like Holton. Holton's an example of a guy that still helps them or has helped them. But, Brisky kind of came out of nowhere and was a big asset last year. They really, McKinstry doesn't have a long track record. He's been a big part of this. So, we're talking a lot about a team that doesn't have a long track record. It's not like the Dodgers have a bunch of superstars, established stars. So my man called up saying they're just not that good. I've seen enough where I think they are that good, okay? And maybe not best team in baseball good, but they're in this conversation, I think, very legitimately. It was funny, a couple days ago, I can't remember which website. It might have been yesterday. Tigers are still ranked as the top team in the game. And I'm like, top team in the game, huh? And I'm thinking that's a national writer that's buying more into what their eyes have shown them over the last 8 months, 9 months, than, I guess it's 10, 11 months, than what their eyes have shown them the last 2 weeks. And that makes sense. It does make sense. Because it's just a longer track record. But I can see why people are panicked. Zach McKinstry hasn't been here doing this for years. The Riley Green thing, this is a leader who more than half of his outs in the month of July have been strikeouts. That's keeps growing and growing and growing. And look, in baseball, it could be a tweak to the swing. It could be the pitchers have found a way to attack you, and it's spread around the league. All right, feedback is coming in. How they lose does matter, Doug. Remember your favorite 0-3 team? They were your favorite 0-3 team because of their effort. This team now has none. It's mental errors, no defense, no offense, bad base running. They can get a base hit, no hitting, and their pitching sucks. So, yes, the way they're losing is a problem. Well, I feel like that gets overused. Like, the one thing about the way that they've played lately is it does feel like if you compartmentalize everything, it's all failed them lately. But it wasn't just their effort. It was I came away with that series knowing they could compete with the Dodgers and predicting that they would be right here. Maybe not as good as it's been, but I thought they'd be very competitive throughout this year, and I still think they will be. Trade prospects, absolutely. We'll get some return when we trade Scooble next year. All in now. That's from Drew at Work. Well, the whole trade Scooble next year is not something that I would think of as a given. Because if they're still competing this time next year, I'm riding it out with them. Still trying to win World Series. If they're not competing next year, yeah, I'd cash the chip in. If he's not going to sign. And I have skepticism about Boris Clients. But anyway, I think the Tigers would be like the Red Wings and do nothing. Same excuses as Yzerman. No one to trade for. That's from Denise in Royal Oak. I think these are very different situations. The Red Wings were battling to get into the postseason and on the outside looking in. And what is similar is both teams get to the trade deadline and slump. And I don't think the Red Wings play had them as motivated. The big picture, their play didn't motivate them to make a deal as much as the Tigers' play has. The slump might actually be a good thing because in the playoffs, a veteran presence would be very helpful. This team is very young and can be streaky. I think this motivates us to go get a veteran to be more competitive come playoff time. It's from an unnamed texter. And we've talked a little bit about that. Talked a little bit about, hey, when you're a team that right before the trade deadline defines itself. I think Yzerman's team defined themselves as not being a legitimate contender for the postseason. This team still has the biggest lead in baseball. They are clearly a legitimate contender for the postseason. I don't think anyone in Detroit would trade positions right now, with any other team in this division. Would you rather be the Guardians? Would you rather be the Royals? And I would have guessed no. Would anybody trade? Like, this team still is an overwhelming favorite to win this division. They're still really damn good and in a really good spot. They're just not playing well right now. And I mean, maybe part of this is because if you thought that this was going to happen at some point, which we have talked about, long seasons, long losing streaks, this doesn't bother you as much. And it didn't bother, I mean, it bothers me. But, it obviously bothers some people more. 248-539-9797, Carson Anderson. We do have this. I don't know how many people are on Twitch, but Kang, did you see Gator went on Twitch?
Are you kidding me?
No.
Of course you're not kidding me. On Twitch, right now? Today?
Let's see. Well, he just posted something.
What did he post? Thoughts on Hulk Hogan?
Yeah, first, I'll give you his thoughts on Hulk Hogan. For people just joining us, Hulk Hogan passed away this morning at the age of 71, reported cardiac arrest at his home in Florida. Gator posted the following: just saw that Hulk passed. So many mixed feelings about the man. He was nothing but nice to us when he stopped in studio last year. Yes, he was hawking beer, but he was pretty engaging off the air with us as well. Remember him how you will, but the man was an icon. I was more affected by Ozzy's death, brought me to tears on vacation, but what a career and legacy of fantastic music. So there you go.
He wrote that on Twitch?
He wrote that on Twitch, yep.
Oh, the people wanted to know he delivered.
Yep.
Did he give thoughts on Summer League?
He did not give thoughts on Summer League.
What about the Big Ten meetings?
Nothing there. He did give some Tiger thoughts.
Oh.
Lots of players for the Tigers to trade for, bullpen arms, starters, or bats. Yes. Yes, Gator, that is correct. Anyway, I just thought I'd pass that along because I know people would be interested. Admittedly, I'm not a huge wrestling guy, but that's the thing about Hulk Hogan is he certainly didn't. You didn't have to be a wrestling fan to know him. He transcended the game, right? Transcended the game. John writes in, Doug and Gator worried about this trade talk. I feel like we may be sellers. Torres and a few others might be on the move. Harris has time. This was way before his plan, and you may try and stockpile up on some young talent. All right, so this hour we've had, they're not that good, and they may be sellers. John, look, I understand that it is a topic in this town, and that is Skubal. I think because of Skubal's situation, there should be a sense of urgency to try and capitalize while we know they still have him, which is the rest of this year and next year. And if the Detroit Tigers have a chance to win in the next decade, I'm not sure that it's not at its highest when you have and it doesn't mean it's impossible. It's not impossible to win a World Series without Skubal. When you have the best starting pitcher in the game and a dominant force that feels like he's only getting better, John, I don't think there's any motivation to sell. Any motivation to sell Torres or a few others. I don't know that the window is closing, because if you don't have Skubal, there have been plenty of teams without Skubal that have won World Series. And there'll be teams moving forward that win the World Series without Skubal. But, John, I don't like talking about Skubal's long-term future because I think it's counterproductive to what's going on right here and right now. Tigers should be talking about Skubal, and his agent should be talking about it. But, we know what it is. It's looming out there. And it's not nearly as much fun to talk about as them with a chance to win this year's World Series. But let me tell you something. I don't see them selling at all. At all. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. All right, something kind of scary happened on our trip. I want to get to that next. We will do that at 12:35, plus more of your feedback. It is Carson Anderson and phone calls, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hirsch Gator out today. He'll be back on Monday. It is the Carson Anderson program, back from a long vacation. And let me tell you something, it is always reinvigorating. Take some time off. And definitely had a good time out west. Got a story from that trip, something kind of scary. The Tigers are getting the bulk of the conversation today. A year ago at this time, the Tigers were well out of the wild card chase. Well, felt like they were well out of the wild card chase. They were 6 games back, I believe. 1 year ago today, they were 50-52. They were 6 games behind the Minnesota Twins. The Tigers are currently 8 games up on Cleveland. The Twins collapsed down the stretch. Tigers overtook them and basically felt like, I'm sure in Minnesota, the Tigers stole their spot. I mean, they earned it, but they, in Minnesota, you had to be irate with watching their team collapse down the stretch. Is it possible that the Tigers collapse and somebody overtakes them? It is. I don't foresee that happening because, as I've said a bunch, we have far more evidence that they're a way better team than they've been playing. In fact, this is so off the charts bad, and there have been so many aspects of their team that have failed. It just feels to me like this is the kind of thing that happens during the baseball season. And the good news about the Tigers is they haven't always hit well. They haven't always pitched well. They haven't always played great defense, but they were still winning. Now they're one of the reasons why they're losing now and why it's actually more encouraging to me is it's all failing them. It really is. And because of that, they're not going to do this the rest of the way. It's just typically not how it works. So anyway, I'm not panicked. But, you don't want to keep taking on water like this. It probably motivates him to be a little bit more aggressive come the trade deadline.
Doug, as hot as they were to start the year, is there any way they can get, as the opposite, as cold as they were hot?
I mean, they could, I suppose. But that means going from the best record in baseball for a good portion of the season to the worst record in baseball a good portion of the season. I don't think that's possible, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't seem realistic or possible, but, I think a lot of people think they were overachieving the first half of this year, too. And do they go back to, this is all happening at once. This is recency bias. We're watching it in real time right now. So I think it just, you don't want it to get any worse. Not that it's bad now, but look at how they played the last 12, 13 games, or at least the result.
And the thing about it is, just because you're not the best you don't have the best record in baseball, doesn't mean you can't win a World Series, right? I mean, you can still win a World Series. Hell, I think this year's team is probably more equipped to make a postseason run than last year's team. This year's team has a better chance of putting together a longer postseason run than last year's team.
I would agree with that. And listen, the larger sample size is they played great this year. But I asked, can they be as bad as they were good? They're literally the worst team in baseball last 10 games as far as record's concerned.
Yep.
Which sounds crazy because they were the best team in baseball.
But before the stretch. And you know what? If you go back and you measure sample sizes, I guess that's why I don't think it's possible. I do not think it's possible that they can be the worst team in baseball the rest of the way. Which sounds like that's what you're asking. Now, are they going to be as good as they were? Well, certainly not being as good as they were is possible. but no, I don't think they could recoil all the way back to being the worst team in a game. We'll get back to some Tiger stuff later. So, look, I've talked about some of our vacation and the trip to Montana and the hikes in Glacier National Park and Olympic National Park in Washington and Mount Rainier National Park, hiking around Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. There is a lot that we did. We tracked it. We were over 50 miles in hiking in our entire trip. So one thing that I would recommend, and I will tell you about, that I actually armed myself with, is bear spray. So I always say, when you go to these parks, get bear spray. So we got some bear spray. If you have never used bear spray, it tells you to make sure that you test the bear spray before you use it. So you're not, if a bear is charging you, you are not asking the bear, hold on for a sec, let me read the directions. So it tells you in the directions, read these and test out the bear spray. Kang, have you ever been in a situation where you needed bear spray?
I didn't know that was a real thing.
Yeah.
I thought we were just joking around the whole time.
No, it comes in a canister. It's got a little safety that you take off, and it recommends that you make sure you know how to remove the canister quickly and pull the trigger on the bear spray. So before we went on our first hike, I'm like, all right, let me make sure I get this done. Walked over to the corner of the parking lot, and just for like a half a second, let the bear spray, pull the trigger, and let it go.
So it's an actual spray, like
Yes.
an aerosol can.
Yes, it's an aerosol can. And what came out was, it wasn't like a straight line, like concentrated out of a hose type of thing.
Was it a flag that said run?
It was not a flag that said run. It was like this plume of smoke comes out. And it was, an aerosol.
Like a fog?
Yes.
Okay.
It was like a fog.
So this is like a bear defogger?
I mean, I guess, however you want to describe it, but, I was kind of expecting like a shot, like, straight, like I was going to have to shoot it at the bear. And it just, what came out of the bear spray canister was this plume of smoke.
Like we have a new pope.
Yeah, something like that. And it was orange. It wasn't white. It was orange. So go over to the corner of the parking lot. I pull the trigger. It comes out, and I'm like, okay, that's pretty easy. And I can see why, that I was more confident after I tried it. And I'm like, okay, I can do this. And I walked back to where our car was. 5 seconds later, my wife started to cough. And then I started to cough. We were 20, 25 feet from where I pulled the trigger and tested the bear spray. So we're both now coughing in the parking lot. Thankfully, there were no other people there. So I wasn't that a-hole that got everybody coughing and in the parking lot. But it definitely traveled. Then I started to feel like this itch on my face, and I thought I was breaking out. And I had to get water and pour it all over the side of my face. Bear spray is no joke, people.
Did you tear gas yourself?
I got it's kind of tear gassing of oneself. Like I've never been in a tear gas situation, but I was thinking, so a bear, if we see a bear and the bear charges us, and I have to stand there and do like a longer spray of this bear spray, the bear is going down. I'm going down. We're both going to be laying on the ground, rolling around. The bear's going to be like, hey, man, what'd you do that for? And I'm like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. But the bear would be like, let's never talk about this. I'm like, me either. Yeah, I got it. Because I took just a tiny little, pulled the trigger and walked away. And I couldn't imagine if like a full-on bear attack, just pulling the trigger down and letting it go. I don't know how I'd get away because we'd be coughing and tearing up like crazy. But I highly recommend, make sure you get your bear spray. The cool thing, well, I mean, we couldn't bring it back. I don't think you can take bear spray on a plane. I wonder if we could pack it in our checked luggage. But we left it out there with my nephew saying, if you ever go hiking, here's your bear spray. But you can rent bear spray where it doesn't cost $50 for a canister. You pay $10 and then you just turn it in when you're done. I carried it everywhere we went. And Monday we went to Olympic National Park in Washington, like the peninsula across the bay from Seattle. And it was a hike to get there. And we had a great time. And we did for people who missed it earlier, we did the Spruce Railroad Trail. And it was a highlight of the trip for our kids who flew out in Medicine, Seattle, because my son found something on social media called the Devil's Punch Bowl, which was like cliff jumping and jumping off bridges into this deep, crystal clear water. And it was for them. They loved it and they had a ton of fun with it. But one of the reasons we ended up there, it's Crescent Lake or Lake Crescent or something like that. And it's just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, and an unbelievable scenery. And they just had the time of their lives doing that. We ended up there because Hurricane Ridge, the big area that everybody goes to where the visitor center is was closed down. We had no idea why. There was some report of fires. We found out later on the trip that Sunday a mountain lion attacked a family and pretty severely injured a kid. The dad fought the mountain lion, and the kid was airlifted to a hospital and I believe is going to be okay. But they had shut down that whole area while we were out there, and we didn't know why it was shut down. We found out later it was due to a mountain lion attack. And, I don't know if bear spray works on mountain lions, but I got to tell you, if it works on humans and it works on bears, I bet it works on mountain lions. But I would recommend arming yourself with some sort of bear spray, wild animals out there, because we never came across a bear in the wild except one eating on the side of the road. But you can never be too careful. So highly, highly, highly recommend it. And I don't know if anybody's ever come across a wild animal when they're out, trekking in a national park or anything like that, a mountain lion or a bear even. Because when we were talking to a ranger about various hikes, I kept asking, is there bear activity here? And one of the hikes, she said, yeah, there is. I saw a grizzly the other day. And I said, what'd you do? And she goes, I just kept walking. He minded his own business. I minded mine. I'm like,
see, I'm not minding my own business. I'm leaving. Get me the chopper. You're like, this is not normal.
No, it's
not. I don't go on a walk and be like, oh.
It's not for us. It clearly was for her.
Yeah, but that's the reason for me not to go out there. I understand you enjoy, nature, and I do too to an extent, but I'm not going into the lion's den. I'm not going into the grizzly's, front yard. This is bear spray. I would if I saw a bear, I'd be fumbling around with that canister so much I'd just toss the canister at him. Hey, you use this. I'm out of here.
Well, I'll tell you this. Like I said, 50 miles of hiking, we never came across anything that was going to attack us. So, it's pretty clear they wouldn't allow it if it were super dangerous, but you're not even taking that risk, huh?
Yeah, nothing says romance like bear spray, Doug. That's how I want to celebrate my wedding anniversary. What happened to your car? Just, spray that. Brute or whatever,
Hiking during the day, other stuff at night. 248-539-9797. I don't know if you came across a wild animal in any of your adventures out there. But, or if you've had any bear spray, that was my first time of any kind of tear gas or anything, and man.
Sounds like it should come with a mask or something.
I mean, it did. Goggles, right? Goggles and a mask. It's strong. There's no doubt about it. 248-539-9797. Hey, we got some line stuff to talk about next hour. We will do so as training camp is underway. Pads go on tomorrow. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters, and that's why if I need a attorney for an auto accident, remember my family does, I'll stare into my guy Steve and his crew over there at Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. I've seen some feedback here from people that are more on Kang's side when it comes to bears, the possibility of bear attacks. Will bear spray save me? I don't know. I assume it will. They very, very strongly recommend you have bear spray. If you come across a bear, not every bear is going to attack you. But we did have the spray. I did test the spray. Thankfully, when I tested it and impacted my wife and I, like the plume eventually drifted over to where we were and we started coughing and I felt like it was going to break out. Will it save us from a bear attack? That's how it's marketed. It damn well better save us from a bear attack.
Like, does it have a percentage on the bottle how effective it is?
I didn't see any percentages. I'm going to go with close to 100%.
Yeah, because if it's not, then you die. Is that what the deal is? When it's ineffective?
I think when it's ineffective, I mean, first of all, the bear has to charge you. The bear has to be interested. And I don't know that they're always interested.
Could you imagine if you sprayed it too early and the bear just went around it? I was like, what are you doing, dude?
Well, I don't know if the bear, is the bear familiar with bear spray or does the bear just charge right into it and go, whoa, whoa, whoa? But yeah, it did say spray when the bear, I remember reading on the can, it said when the bear is 40 feet from you. So now, was my head on a swivel? Yes. Did we do one hike? We had one short hike, like a mile hike where I forgot the bear spray. I left it in the car. Yep. And I didn't realize it till we were like 10 minutes in, and I'm like, ooh.
You forgot the bear spray?
Yeah, we forgot the bear spray on one hike. That would have been the worst thing ever.
Yes.
I will
literally.
say this. I think it's called John's Lake, the hike. It's on the western side of Glacier National Park. There's a huge lake there, McDonald Lake, and it's near there. It's like during one of the tributaries that has rapids that feeds into the lake. So we're walking that, and I realized I left the bear spray in the car. So it was like 1 mile of the 50 miles we hiked, we didn't have the bear spray. Was I uncomfortable? Yes, it was very uncomfortable. But you know what we came across on that one? We did come across wildlife. We came across a giant snake, and I mean, it was laid out right in front of me on the trail. I was leading. My wife was behind me. It's funny because in that moment of panic, you find out what your instinctive reaction is. Like you just react so quick and you find out in a fight or flight situation, you give it zero thought. You just react, right? And apparently my reaction is to leap backwards and yell out the words, blanket A, because that's what I did. I just jumped backwards into my wife and yelled out the words blanking A.
And did the snake go, okay, dude?
Yeah. Well, the snake, which was, I don't know, 3 feet, 4 feet long, slithered into the bushes and then looked like it was like maneuvering around to see us. But we had this trail and he's just on the side of the trail. And I'm like, we have to get past this snake to keep going. And I was wondering if their snakes are like deer. You know how they say if a deer crosses the road in front of you, don't watch it because there's probably another deer following it. And you don't want to just smoke that deer while you're looking at the one that just passed. I'm like, is there more snakes? Like, do snakes travel together? I have no idea if they do or they don't. So I'm like, the snakes in the bushes off to the right. Is there more snakes off to the left? But anyway, I didn't know we had to worry about snakes. And then I wondered, does bear spray work on snakes? I guess it was a moot point because I'd forgotten the bear spray on that trip. But 248-539-9797. All right, we're getting a ton of feedback on this. Doug, I've seen several stories lately where criminals have been breaking into homes and using the bear spray to incapacitate the family dogs long enough to make off with the valuables. That's from Ben in Roseville. When we were in Wyoming, we saw several bison. That's from an unnamed texter. Beth Dutton tried to kill her brother with bear spray on Yellowstone. That's from Mike in Clarkston. Jay in Canton says there was a reality show where a dude hung out around bears, and on his last day out there, they ate him and his girlfriend. I saw something about that. From Eric in Westland, just got back from Alaska, did an up-close and personal brown bear tour in Katmai National Park. Everyone there says not to use the bear spray. Bears have to bears is insanely intimidating. I don't know what the bears have to bears is insanely intimidating. I don't know what that means. Everyone there says not to use bear spray. Why? Eric, tell me why. Please. Why would you not use the bear spray in a bear situation? And I don't know what your last part meant. Bears have to bears is insanely intimidating. I don't know what that means. Mike, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
What's up?
I was in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, maybe 5-7 years ago at the base of Jackson Hole Mountain Resort, talking to one of the outfitter guys, and he told us a woman had come in about 2 weeks before with kids 12, 10, 8-ish age, bought bear spray, thought it worked like off, took them outside of the outfitter's building.
Oh, no.
And sprayed them. Yeah, they had to airlift 2 of the kids out of the resort because they're respiratory distress. And the guy said, the littlest one, maybe, or both of them, could have actually died. But she took it out there and thought it worked like off, like it was bear repellent. Spray it on the kids.
Like insect repellent.
Like insect repellent, and maybe literally may have killed their children.
Oh, my God. That's
so. Bear spray. Don't play with it.
Yeah, no kidding. Did you have to get it when you were out there?
I had it on me, and I saw a bison that was far enough away. We turned and walked, but that story scared me more than the animal, I think, did, because just the idea of it being that toxic and somebody being that dumb to spray it directly on their children was overwhelmingly stupid and shocking.
Well, if you're going to be in that situation, read directions, pay attention, ask questions.
Doug, what's the SPF level on the bear spray?
Thankfully, the kids were okay, it sounds like, Mike.
I think so, but they literally had to airlift them in a helicopter, airlift them out of there to the hospital. So hopefully,
dude, I sprayed it 20 feet away. Walked back to our car. We started to cough. I felt like I was getting a rash on my face. I had to pour water on it. I can't imagine directly applying it to one's skin would be brutal.
He said they were outside and they had to leave the windows open. They had fans and everything for like 7 or 8 days to be able to let anybody back into the building even. And it wasn't sprayed in the building. It was sprayed up right outside the doors on the kids. So it lingered for days and days and days.
That's awful. I'm glad everybody was okay. Mike, thank you. 248-539-9797. Mike at U of M on Twitch says the type of bear also matters. And if it's during the time they're having cubs, mama bears are crazy. I've been charged in Cades Cove in Tennessee. Mike, more details. You were charged. What did you do? Because like they say, you can't climb trees. Bears can go up trees. I want to know what you did.
You know what bears can't do?
What?
Run the 2-minute offense against the Lions defense. At least when Eberflus is the coach.
That's right.
I'm kind of worried about Ben Johnson, not going to lie.
Well done. Speaking of which, we have some Lions stuff to get to. An interesting quote from a player who feels forgotten about. We'll get to that today at 105 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Karsh, Scott Anderson out. He's back coming up Monday. In the meantime, just got back from a trip out west. We did plenty of hiking. Glacier National Park, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, Olympic National Park in Washington, Mount Rainier National Park in Washington. And if you want any details or strategies, if you're thinking about a trip out there, pretty much the first two segments of the show you can go back and listen to using the Odyssey app. Had an exceptionally good time and love that part of the country and just scrape the surface. Like I've turned into a huge national park guy. My biggest thing is download all the maps before you go. Get them on your phone or print them up or whatever, because there's not always a visitor center where you can grab and know what you're doing, know where you want to go, know what hikes you want to hit, what lookout points you want to get to. Because you can just drive through these parks and it's beautiful. Or you want to get out and hike a little bit. What you need to do, though, is kind of know where you're going and make a strategy. And they usually have descriptions of everything. But once you get in the park, if there is no ranger station or visitor center where you can get a map, you'll have most of these that we went to had no cell service. So you better do that. That's my number one piece of advice. But
you didn't just use the stars, you and your wife, Doug?
No, we did not.
What kind of nature man are you?
I know, right? Use the horizon. Where the location of the sun in the sky. No, we didn't. But from Hans, the Uber driver, if I'm going somewhere, I might need bear spray. That's all I need to know. I don't belong there.
This is true.
Mm-hmm.
At least in my book.
Park rangers in Alaska told us they also carry an air horn. It's a lot safer for everyone. Bear spray is a quick deterrent. You may have to leave an area immediately after using it. The smell attracts bears afterwards. I carried more permanent solution as a backup while in Yellowstone, just as a precaution. Does that mean you carried a gun? Sounds like so. 248-539-9797. All right, so look, the Lions play a football game a week from today. A week from today. Lions got the Hall of Fame stage this year, as you heard during the update, taking on the Chargers, and that's pretty exciting. Look, the beginning of the football season, I think many people don't want to wish their summers away, but one of the things that makes the end of summer so great is the start of football. If you're a big fan of the show, you're probably a big sports fan, and hence look forward to the start of football. It is currently talking season. Talking season where the conferences use the platforms of their meetings where players and coaches get interviewed. Same thing happens with the Lions, with media out there at training camp. Talking season speaks to a couple things. Our thirst for the sport. People can't get enough of it. Coverage and discussion is all centered around what players and coaches are saying. And quite frankly, in my opinion, what is said at this time is overblown and it doesn't have anything to do with what's going to happen on the field. But we get into it because we just love football. We love the sport of football. The Big Ten has put their meetings in Vegas, which, look, I can see why anybody would want to hold a conference in Vegas. But does it make sense? I mean, to me, no, but I don't think it makes sense to have 4 teams in the West Coast either. I'm not a fan of conference expansion. Of all the changes that have taken place with college football, out of all of them, the one I like the least is conference expansion. Because I think it's impossible to really come up with true conference champions because conferences don't play enough games. You literally there's too many teams to get a true conference champion. And on top of that, I think it's wildly impractical to have 4 outposts on the West Coast. Teams that had to travel more than 2 time zones football-wise last year had a winning percentage of like 25%. Like it's really difficult to do. And, you know what this all to me, I feel like a short-term money grabs. To hell with the long-term consequences, which impacts student athletes, impacts the fans. It impacts the non-revenue sports. And I know most people you don't care about, but that's the bulk of college athletes. That's more than 50% of the college athletes. But whatever. Like it's the world we live in. We're not going to spend time bitching about it. But the Big Ten meetings are in Vegas and held over 3 days, which I was reading some stuff somewhere that they're relatively poorly attended because it's expensive and it's not easy to get to relative to when they were held in Indianapolis or Chicago, but whatever. So it's also talking season for the Lions, and they have padded practices starting tomorrow, but
it sounds like they need them now, Doug. Have you read the reports where it's been getting chippy the last 2 days? Very chippy.
Yes, and Dan Campbell had to hold a team meeting and say we need to chill out. I was looking at, this is the stuff that bothers me. This is from this morning. Eric Woodyard, who covers the Lions for ESPN, tweets out, linebacker Derek Barnes left practice early, is being evaluated for a hand injury. Eric Woodyard, Terrion Arnold, leg, left practice early. What are we? Is this a product of? Is this? I guess I'm concerned already with Levi Onwuzurike already done for the year. I don't want to go down this road again. Like what we just went through was almost a historic amount of injuries, and there's no reason to feel like we're going to go through this again. But it doesn't mean I'm more prone to panic after what happened a year ago. There is somebody on the Detroit Lions other than Levi Onwuzurike that's going to suffer a season-ending injury. And that's just the way it is, and it sucks. But Ennis Rakestraw left the practice. I don't know. I hate losing players before the season even starts. But it's probably somebody's going to suffer an injury that has them out for the opener. And at some point, somebody is going to be out for the year. But sure, indeed, let's add an 18th game. I didn't care as much when the Lions weren't good, but I came to the realization in the last decade that football, who wins the season is as much a product of attrition as anything. Who wins a Super Bowl is who gets the best luck with injuries. But it feels like the only thing you can do to battle it is just be the deepest team you can possibly be, so that if you don't lose a guy, it's not going to be devastating. I used to think coaches overrated depth. I was wrong. They're right. It's a matter of, I was like, just go get the high-end guys and then fill in the rest of the roster. You have to get extraordinarily lucky if you're going to win that way, because there's just way too many injuries in this league. But yes, it sounds like they've needed pads. The pads go on tomorrow, and they'll probably be, to a degree, grateful. But yeah, Kang, already, where are you with the injuries that have happened so far?
Yeah, obviously, I've mentioned this a lot on the air about how Lions fans are, and myself included, are a little bit scarred from all the injuries last year. And to go 15-2 was actually kind of miraculous how they did that, how they pieced it together. Kind of just kept picking each other up, found a way to win. It is very hard to win games in the NFL. This league is full of parity. Even the bad teams, there's no Division III schools in this league. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no layups. You really have to bring it every Sunday or every week. The injuries early right now seem, knock on wood, these are nicks and bruises that happen, when you finally, get the – they're not even supposed to be hitting each other, but I guess when they start running and competing against one another. The Levi thing bothered me because they always – we know this, we acknowledge this. The Lions have more information than we do. So they should be on top of whether he was – going to need more.
To bring him back.
Yeah, exactly, and going to need some more surgery or just more, treatment on that knee. Obviously, it was a lot worse than they expected, and it was kind of a waste of a year right there. I'm not concerned until I need to be concerned with the Lions' injuries. This is football. It's a physical sport. No one's going to be 100% going through the entire year. I think, other than Jared Goff, I don't know if any other Lion would really expect or really hope to play all 17 games.
Realistically.
Yeah, realistically.
They all do.
Yeah, of course. But, it's such a physical sport. that's impossible. You just want to avoid the catastrophic injury, the long-term injury, right?
Yeah.
And so as of right now, I mean, you're already looking through camp, Doug. I don't know if you've seen Justin Fields was helped off the field today. I think they had to bring a helicopters to someone's practice with the Bengals, I think it was the other day. And just, this is going to happen. It's okay. Don't panic yet.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yeah. I guess I'm more sensitive.
I know.
I want to see this happen to somebody else that we're competing against, but all right. We had to effort the sound. We got the sound from a lion who says he feels like a forgotten man. Is he? And I think most Detroit athletes will say no, but I get why he might feel that way. Most Detroit fans will say no about this athlete, but I get why he might feel that way. We'll play it for you today at 1:17 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, without further ado, it's talking season, so there's a lot of discussion of the coming year and getting probably mostly we overreact to everything that's said, but it speaks to our passion and love of the sport of football. I think this town is an elite football town, and we're finally getting rewarded with a team that is worthy of Super Bowl discussion. Get to the mountaintop is always the goal, and it should be. Do these guys got a shot? Yeah, they got a shot. They have some challenges for sure, and you certainly hope that their chances of winning a Super Bowl are only going to get better because they still have a pretty damn young team, right? I mean, there's a lot of youth here, and there's a chance that this could be run for a while. But some things have changed. Some dynamics have changed. We'll get into it in a minute. Here's one player, though, who everybody loves, his running mate at that position. But when the topic came up of the coming season, here is what David Montgomery said. Okay, it's because everybody loves Jahmyr Gibbs. Everybody loves Jahmyr Gibbs. And I get it. Huge things are expected of Jahmyr Gibbs. Huge things are predicted for Jahmyr Gibbs. They still have David Montgomery. And if I were in David Montgomery's shoes, he's not forgotten. Detroit, I think, loves David Montgomery. But he does not get the hype that Jahmyr Gibbs gets. And I'm not mad at anybody about this. Hell, I think Jahmyr Gibbs is worthy of the hype. And he's just starting his career, and Montgomery's been here for a while. I was a massive Montgomery fan out of Iowa State and hated that he went to an in-division rival and was thrilled when the Lions acquired him. But we just talked about depth. It's a great thing that the Lions have at that position is those two. But is there any Lion, and 248-539-9797, that you think is getting slept on here a little bit? Like David Montgomery feels like he's getting slept on a little bit. The people have forgotten that he's here. And, we see the dynamic as to why, right? It's not about David Montgomery as much as it is about people thinking that Jahmyr Gibbs is a rocket ship that is just getting ready to explode and become one of those transcendent elite backs in the NFL. But is there another Lion that you think is kind of being slept on? Think this guy is better or deserves more hype or is getting overlooked, however you would put it? 248-539-9797. Kang, you got a guy other than David Montgomery?
Before this week, I might have said Marcus Davenport, but then his comments about him being the guy opposite Hutch kind of made me take a step back on that because when healthy, and he was only healthy, for a couple games last year, he made an impact. He really did. I mean, he's a bigger, different type of end than Hutch, but he can hold the run and keep the edge and also get to the quarterback. The problem is, obviously, we all know this by now, that he just can't stay healthy long enough. So that guy, I feel like a guy that was forgotten because he was gone really early was Marcus Davenport. I could see where, by the way, Montgomery's coming from him being disrespected in a certain extent because Jahmyr, when he was the lead back last year after Monty went down, I mean, he blew the roof off off the building, and with his speed, his playmaking ability, his home run hitting style of running. He can also catch the ball, of course. If you follow fantasy football at all, I mean, he's going to be one of the top players taken this year, and it's because they think the ceiling is so high for him that people do forget that if Montgomery is healthy, he's going to get his share as well. Now, the question is, how much of that share will he get now that we've seen what Jahmyr Gibbs can do?
I think my answer is a little bit weird, but I think people got way too down on this guy way too fast. I actually think Detroit kind of sleeps a little bit on how good Terrion Arnold is going to be. And I'm sure there are people right now going, what? He had a very concentrated stretch of poor play at the beginning of the year where he got the bulk of the flags. I think you talk about the most people complained about the penalties. It was all in the first 6-7 weeks. And, I actually was on vacation. Got talking to a Lions guy, and he's like, yeah, I'm not a fan of Terrion Arnold. And I'm like, I said, why? Well, all the penalties. I'm like, they were all at the beginning of the year. Look it up. They were all, not all of them. There was, I think, the regular season, there was one defensive holding on him, and that came on special teams and one PI in the second half of the season. And, he's in the right position to make plays. There's a measure of turning his head at the right time. Might seem like a weird answer, but I kind of feel like Detroit's sleeping on how good Terrion Arnold's going to be. And how tough it is to play that position. And relatively speaking, it was a pretty damn good rookie year, in my opinion.
Experience can do a lot for cornerbacks. And I remember Shepard even saying, the defensive coordinator, Calvin Shepard, saying, there's a lot of meat left in that bone.
Mm-hmm.
People just don't realize it yet.
Yep.
Because he's got to have the experience now, and he's got the ability. They definitely trust him.
Yeah.
He played so many snaps last year, too, for a rookie.
He did, and, they've got – I guess if it doesn't work out, it's not the end of the world because, we talk about depth. Between Arnold, DJ Reed, Amik Robertson, Ennis Rakestraw, they also Avonte Maddox, they brought in him. He's been a player in this league. I'm pretty high in the corner position. I think they've done a really good job of getting talented players. And that DJ Reed signing, to me, was a big deal because it feels like an upgrade. I'm not sure it's getting treated like an upgrade. I mean, look, maybe it's just because offensive players get so much more hype than defensive players, typically, unless you're an edge rusher. But I don't know, man. I just think the corner position's in a good spot. Now, maybe many people in Detroit are, I'll believe it when I see it because last year defensively, they weren't really good. I mean, they got it. And it wasn't all injuries that led to the struggles, but I'm a little bit higher on the secondary. And the thing about the secondary is you get into a situation where the pass rush gets so much attention, but that's all about pass defense. And if you can't get what you want in terms of elevating the edge rusher opposite of Hutch, either you can't afford it, the trade wasn't there, the free agent you wanted didn't sign with you, whatever the case may be, you can still improve the pass defense by being better in coverage. You give Josh Pascal one more beat or two to get home, maybe he can provide a few more sacks. I mean, that's if you're better in the secondary than you were a year ago, and I think there's a likelihood that they will be, and you're in a good spot. You're in a good spot with your pass defense because those guys that are a beat slow getting home in the pass rush, they get home. 248-539-9797. All right, so who is it for you? David Montgomery says he feels like a bit of a forgotten man, and he's not using that to prove anybody wrong. He just wants to prove himself right. Who do you think is the forgotten man for the Detroit Lions? Is it Montgomery? Do you think it's him? Do you think, I went with Terrion Arnold, which, look, people can take it for what it's worth. Kang, you went with Marcus. You said you were going to go with Marcus Davenport. You thought the comments were a little strange. I don't want to read too much into those. Me
neither. I think that maybe he has difficulty in trying to express what he wants from the media and from the fans. Just like, hey, don't worry about me. I'm going to take care of myself, as long as I'm healthy.
It didn't come out that way.
No, it didn't at all.
He might have meant that.
He literally said, don't look at me. So yeah. Kind of looking at you. You're the guy who's starting opposite Hutch. But I think he's being slept on is how much he can contribute to this team if he stays healthy. Now, that's a capital I, capital F, if he can stay healthy. He has had a hard time doing that, the last few years here, of course. But I think I'm putting a lot of trust in Brent Holmes and Dan Campbell. They've already let me down with Levi Onwuzurike, but they're not going to bat 1,000, right? And so if they're right on Davenport, they brought him back for a reason. He's got tremendous size. You've seen him up close and personal. He can set that edge and be the guy. You can't. No one's going to be Hutch. I mean, there's like 5 or 6 elite defensive ends in this league. You need someone to be a complement to Hutch, and I think he can be that if he's healthy. But I just hope his mindset is right.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Who is the most slept on Detroit Lion? It's a forgotten man. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. Training camp underway. Pads go on tomorrow. They're acting like pads are already on. Dan Campbell's telling everybody, mellow out. It's 97-1 the ticket. Doug Harsh, skater out. He'll be back Monday. I'm back from a vacation. Went out west, northwest, Pacific Northwest, 25th wedding anniversary with the wife. First vacation, like extended vacation we did without kids in like 20 years, which is really weird. Like, hey, what do we want to do today? It's great being a father and a parent and taking your kids on vacation and getting them excited about seeing different stuff and going to different places. And we enjoyed the hell out of that. But this was, we got up and we hiked for over 50 miles. That was not going to happen if the kids were with us the whole time. Now, they did fly out. 2 of the 3 flew out to watch my nephew pitch in Seattle at the end of the trip. And we did take him to Olympic National Park. But anyway, back I'm ready to get into football, and we're talking to football now. We did a lot of Tiger talk earlier in the show for obvious reasons, a team that has been extraordinarily rewarding to be a fan of. In fact, that was one of the most stress-free half a seasons you're ever going to have, and it's not typical. It is not typical at all. Usually, there are more losing streaks than 3-game losing streaks. But the Tigers had a relatively stress-free first half of the season. And now it's stressful. It is losing 9 of 10. It is looking bad. It is getting swept by bad teams. Just not playing good. And it's all happening at the same time. They did not have to be hitting on all cylinders to win. And I'm actually seeing this as encouraging. Right now, they're hitting on almost no cylinders. As long as you have a team that can win on a day you're not hitting, and they've done that. If you have a team that can win on a day where your starting pitching has been bad, and they've done that. If you can win on a day when your bullpen's not been great, they've done that. You can win on a day where you haven't played great defense, they've done that. Right now, a whole bunch of that's all happening at once, so it feels more like an anomaly to me. And they don't need to be perfect to win. That's been one of the best parts of that first half of the season. But they got to be better than this. Got to be better than this. There's the best version of yourself, there's the worst version of yourself, and then there's the most typical version of yourself. The most typical version of themselves has been pretty darn good. So I'm expecting them to get back to that and expecting them to get back to it rather soon. With that said, we were talking some Lions. We had the David Montgomery soundbite. He said he felt like a forgotten man. And it's because Jahmyr Gibbs gets so much hype. And Kang, you brought up something that I think is relevant to this discussion. You brought up the term fantasy football. Jahmyr Gibbs feels like he might be a touchdown machine and hence a fantasy football star. And that probably in this day and age, in this era, feels like it leads to more hype, right?
Oh yeah, I mean he's obviously going to be one of the highest picks in everyone's draft because of they feel like if he gets the bulk of the carries, the sky's the limit, right?
Yep.
And we saw a glimpse of that last year when Montgomery was hurt. And by the way, if you're drafting Jahmyr Gibbs, you must handcuff yourself with David Montgomery. But with that being said, I mean the guys up there: Barkley, Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs. Those are your 3 running backs that are going on top of every draft board. But I would not stray too far from David Montgomery if you're a Gibbs guy.
248-539-9797. Here's some of the feedback we've gotten on the forgotten Lions, the guys that are getting slept on. From an unnamed texter, it's Goff. Lots of the fan base jumped off the Goff train because of the Washington game. That left some scars, and it's the last taste in people's mouth. And look, he didn't have a typical game. There was a lot that went wrong in that game. But yeah, I could see that. After Khalif Raymond's leg blew up, I think the Lions fans forgot about all the productivity he provided, the trick plays and kick returns. That's from Ben in Roseville. Thinks the Lions fans are sleeping on Khalif Raymond. A couple of summers ago, I think it was 2 seasons ago, Gator and I were doing a show, and we called it the Khalif Raymond Appreciation Thread, where, you want to have all-pro players at every position, right? You want to have stars at every position, but you have to have cheaper guys that help you win. And Khalif Raymond's a prime example of a player that probably could play a bigger role and make more money somewhere else, but is really, really good for the role that he is asked to play here. I think Terrion Arnold is going to be a great football player. Even in his rookie season, he made mistakes, but 95% of the time he was right there to make that play. He wasn't burned too often. That's great for a rookie. Yeah, I said Terrion Arnold's my guy, and since then I was doing a little Google search on his name, and The Athletic put one potential breakout candidate from each team, and I thought it was going to be Jahmyr Gibbs. Maybe he's already broken out. For the Lions, it's Terrion Arnold. The Lions threw Arnold into the fire last year and didn't apologize for it, largely because they know how he's wired. Takes a certain mindset to play cornerback for this coaching staff, which is why the team was hesitant to devote meaningful capital on the position until the stars aligned with Arnold. Ranked 10th on Dane Brugler's big board in 2024 with Jalen Johnson player comp, Arnold fell to 24, and the Lions traded up for him. He played the most man coverage snaps of any corner in the league as a rookie. And while there were growing pains, Arnold ended better than he started. Coaches believe it'll set him up for a big jump in year 2. So there you go. Detroit, I think we're sleeping on him a little bit. I think he's going to be a star. I think he finished the season pretty good. Next one, crazy to say, but I don't think Hutch returning is getting enough hype. Defensive Player of the Year in 2025. Kang, you think that's true? You think we need to be showing more love to Hutch even?
I don't know. I mean, it's tough to say with the business we're in because I feel like we take more panic texts and calls on Hutch than probably what's realistic out there. I think most people are really excited and feel good about him, but you know this. I mean, I send you what comes over, and some people are concerned about coming back from injury, but he's not on any PUP list or anything like that. He's not restricted as far as we know, so I think he should feel good about Hutch. I don't know about him being slept on. He did get hurt very early, but I think that we always thought that. I think you always mention Hutch, so I don't know if he's really a sleeper or someone's being slept on or anything like that or forgotten about. That's for sure.
Next one. Anzalone is by far the most underrated and underpaid. Interesting.
That might be Anzalone himself texting.
Montgomery feels forgotten because Gibbs is being praised as one of the best few running backs in the NFL. Yep, we've kind of talked about that. What else do we got here?
I definitely hope they don't forget about Montgomery in the offense. We do have a new offensive coordinator this year, and Johnny Moe is, I think, what they're calling him, some of the players.
Is that right?
Yeah, but because he is such an asset to a change of pace, and a guy that you spoke about injuries earlier.
Yeah.
Help keep Gibbs fresh, by the way. This is a long season. We want a long postseason run as well. No need to overuse Gibbs, right?
It's a valid point that the day of the lead back is you need 2 guys. You want 2 guys. Maybe you don't need 2 guys, but you really want 2 guys for wear and tear purposes, for, change of pace guys. I mean, look, this isn't earth-shattering NFL analysis. Most teams around the league try and get 2 guys and have 2 guys. Huge sleeper for the Lions is Muhammad. He was a spark plug every time he had a chance. I mean, they got more out of Al-Quadin Muhammad than I expected. I don't know if we want to, if he deserves more hype. But I thought he made some plays last year. Interesting response to the question.
I did feel like, I don't know if you feel the same way, but I did feel like he impacted the game more than the stat sheet said.
Yeah, you might be right.
Maybe it was hurries or something like that, or you saw him on your screen a lot. You saw, you heard the announcers say his name a lot. I think he was always around the ball.
Arnold opinion is spot on. Dude's a stud, huge piece for us. From an unnamed texter. Next one, low key, almost bought a Terran Arnold jersey. I agree. Detroit is sleeping on this man. I think we're sleeping on the 6th-round edge rusher. I believe he's going to be the next exhibit, improving that Brad Holmes may, in fact, be a draft warlock. Okay, so you're a big fan out of the kid from Boise State. What is her nickname for the assassin? Ahmed Hassanine. Yeah, I mean, he's because Brad Holmes took him, I am interested. Like, I get where this texter's coming from. You almost want to predict great things for everybody he drafts because the hit rate is pretty damn good. And the rounds, he's finding guys all over the draft, going back to when he built draft boards for Les Snead with the Rams. They had great success in the middle rounds. Hell, they were trading away 1st-round picks and still getting players. Player I think everyone's sleeping on is the biggest free agent acquisition we had this year, DJ Reed from Jeff and Troy. There was a lot of love for DJ Reed, and then he signed with Detroit, and I felt I could see why somebody would say that.
That might be a genuine upgrade that no one's talking about, really.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
No, I think there's truth to that. 248-539-9797. All right, so there is something that I think the Lions have perfected that I really am intrigued to see if it changes this year. We'll get to that today at 146. Open line calls and texts. Who is the most slept-on Detroit Lion? David Montgomery says he feels like a forgotten man. Who's the most slept-on Detroit Lion? 248-539-9797. 97.1, the ticket. That summer heat has really kicked off, and we're all thirsty, and it's Thursday. Let's talk about the best place to quench that thirst, Twin Peaks. Those who've been know what I'm talking about. Those who haven't, what are you waiting for? Let's talk about their draft beer for a second. Chilled Lines Pour. They're 29-degree drafts, bone-chillingly cold. They pour into a mug that's been freezing for a minimum of 6 hours. That combination creates beer crystals. You will literally see a glacier in your mug. And they keep enough mugs on hand where each mug is used only once a day. They are the experts when it comes to cold beer, but if beer isn't your thing, you'll be shocked at their selection of special bourbons, tequilas, and high-end craft cocktails. Daily bucket and shot specials along with happy hour makes it the best spot to wet your whistle. And the best part, it's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. And the heat really turns up on Sunday as those beautiful Twin Peaks girls are back in their favorite swimsuits for the highly anticipated Summer Bikini Bash featuring awesome specials on cocktails. This party runs through the end of the month, so make sure you stop in to your favorite lodge and check it out. Couldn't think of a better way to enjoy a baseball game than Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. That's David Montgomery, and we're asking people who is the most slept on or forgotten about Detroit Lion. 248-539-9797. And look, we all see what's going on. It's Jahmyr Gibbs hype. And Jahmyr Gibbs appears to be absolutely worthy of the hype. People love him. And as a fantasy football player, he could absolutely explode. Double-digit touchdown guy, threat as a running threat, a pass catcher out of the backfield, elite speed, which, is the fans drool all over that. I mean, they just love it, and understandably so. He feels like he's already special and could be specialer. And because of all that hype, I can see why David Montgomery feels that way. But 248-539-9797, who do you think is the most slept on Detroit Lion? The other thing I wanted to bring up here is I think one thing that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have absolutely crushed in building this team and this culture is maximizing intangibles. I think they have really, really done a great job of getting the most out of what they have, which sometimes is motivation. Sometimes it's just, it happens organically. And I think there are going to be some things that are going to be tested here a little bit that are unique. First of all, a bunch of guys have started to get paid, right? Goff got his big contract. Penei Sewell got his big contract. Kirby Joseph got his big contract. And there are others that haven't. But the more guys that do, I think that can change the dynamic. And it doesn't, that's sort of an inherent intrinsic thing inside each player of whether or not it changes anything. But I think it creates a little bit of a different challenge when everybody starts to get paid. And you in theory you're re-signing players that you want to keep long term. Sewell, Amon-Ra, Goff, McNeil, Joseph. Right? I mean, you're going and you're signing players to that next big step up. Does it change anything with inside them? I'm not predicting it will or they won't. I just think when you start handing out the big contracts, it creates different challenges. And it usually means you have talented players. But in the back of my mind, I wonder about that a little bit. Alex Anzalone. So he's been somewhat outspoken. I don't think he's created waves. I think it's fair. And I think it's fine. And in fact, I think it's awesome that he wants to finish his career in Detroit. Could I see this becoming a thing? I mean, yeah, I can see it becoming a problem. I don't think it is yet. And Anzalone is a really, really valuable player here in Detroit who's clearly beloved by this coaching staff. And I don't think there's any drama yet, but it's as I like to put it in these terms, if this thing goes on for a while, it's something to monitor. What do I think is going to happen with Anzalone? I think he's going to sign a contract in Detroit. I think the idea that he's speaking out makes me wonder just a little bit if the talks or any discussion of that is coming up well short of what Anzalone's expectation is. But it's as I like to put it, it's something to monitor. Not something I'm freaking out about yet. But that's another one of these intangible things that there hasn't been a lot of this, has there?
No, the Lions are usually on top of this. They get out ahead of all this stuff usually, and I understand where Anzalone's coming from a business point of view here. He's currently on a 3-year, $18 million deal.
Mm-hmm.
Derek Barnes, who's hurt last year, right?
Yep.
Just signed a 3-year, $25.5 million deal.
Yep.
And I think we can all agree Alex Anzalone is more impactful on this team than Derek Barnes. A little bit different of positions, of course, but both linebackers. Alex Anzalone looks at the market and says, I should be paid more. and he wants to retire a Lion. But I think, like, I just got to – there's no way the Lions are caught off guard by this, right? They had to have known this when they even signed Derek Barnes, that this was going to come up.
Yeah, one would think. But I don't – I mean, do you see this as being a problem or potentially being a problem?
I don't, but the thing that holds back from being like, oh, this is not a problem at all is just what you said. I mean, this has gone public. This has gone this far. Like, I don't think Alex Anzalone would have said anything publicly if he felt this was going to be done pretty soon.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
I don't think it's as going as smoothly as he thought it would. Hey, I want to retire a Lion. Let's make this happen. And there's some pushback, maybe?
Yeah, or just not the response he was hoping to get.
Yeah.
And if you start, one of the things that happens, unfortunately, is you can't afford everybody you'd love to keep around because of the cap. So you have to pick and choose your places where you're going to save money, and you don't want to get into a situation where you got a player here that he might be the player you want to save money on and not re-sign. And they've got Jack Campbell and Derek Barnes, who are younger, and maybe they just say we don't want to invest long term in an older linebacker.
Which I get. Like the obvious thing is Jack Campbell's the replacement for Anzalone, right?
Yep.
But I feel like this Lions culture and organization is so different than what it used to be and what other organizations are that they really value mentally, right? The interview process is a big thing for them, right?
Yep.
The culture fit is a big thing for them. Anzalone fits that to a T.
To a T.
So I feel like this is like your Spielman. You know what I mean? He's more valuable to us than anywhere else. And I don't even want to say you overpay for that, but you pay for that. But I don't know.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Jeff is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Jeff.
That was a great point about Alex. I believe that he is the Spielman of the team. He's the captain. You got to make a concession for the guy, but I'm sure his agent's looking for like a 5-year deal or something that Holmes isn't interested in. That's a tough spot, and I don't know. They've always gotten out in front of it, like you guys said. I don't see something being resolved here quickly if his agent's going to dig in his heels. But a 2 or 3 year deal at some good money, I think Alex needs to look at that.
Shorter term deal, yeah.
It's tough because the value he has to the team is a lot greater to the Lions than it is anywhere else in the league. And I think Alex knows that, his agent knows that. But they need to look at something shorter, maybe for, more money. But I don't think Holmes wants a 5-year deal. And as far as Montgomery, if he doesn't listen to the press conferences at all, Dan Campbell just outlined Montgomery's. I mean, if they're going to start using Jameer in the slot and moving him around, where do you think David's going to line up? He's going to line up in the backfield. It's a necessary thing. I don't understand his comments at all.
Well, it might be just something that he's using to motivate himself.
Yeah, possibly. But, I mean, that's a reflection. The team hears stuff like that, and I'm sure Jameer doesn't feel that way. They've been hooked together, and we know what Jameer can do as a single back. He could take over that position tomorrow, and I don't think the Lions skip a beat. I think his durability's there. You don't have many in the league that have that kind of speed. And like you guys said, he's a fantasy dream if he was a single back. There was something recently about his numbers in fantasy without David, with David. And we all know it's through the roof when he's playing when David was hurt. Didn't he lead the league in touchdowns last year?
Who, Gibbs?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he was a great back, certainly. And, my guess is it's just stuff he's seen out there on social media or mainstream media and probably not in-house that's motivating him. So thank you for the phone call. We welcome in Jeff Rieger, who has sauntered in, and Rico Beard, who's here as well. Guys, how we doing?
Good, Doug. How are you?
Fantastic.
I'm good.
A little hot outside.
Is it? I haven't been out in a while.
Yeah, it's like 95.
What's that?
I like that Montana hat.
Thank you.
You know how I normally say, man, I really envy you guys because you're not today.
You don't envy us today?
It's hot.
Oh, it's too hot to be. Yeah.
Yeah.
You rather be doing a radio show?
Oh, no, because it's been like days. It's like 78 degrees. It's
like
sunny
perfect outside.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's like, and I got to be in here. I'd rather be inside.
Yeah. Nice AC.
This is a Southwest type of day outside.
Well, so it's dry.
This is hot,
Yeah. All right, well, I guess I'm about to find out.
Tigers must have the advantage, though, right? I mean, the Blue Jays can close their roof. They're soft. Tigers have to play in this.
They're used to this.
There you go.
That's one way to look at it.
Reason for optimism. How does it feel, by the way? You go on vacation. The Tigers are the best team in baseball. You come back, and the organization's on fire.
I feel like I'm responsible.
Well, that means they win today. You were responsible.
If they win today, I will take full credit. Yeah.
It's a 6-game winning streak. It's you.
It's funny. I watched one game while I was gone.
Which one?
The win.
When they won.
Oh, you
because
watched
it was
Sunday
ESPN
Night Baseball.
National.
That makes sense.
I was on a ferry from Bainbridge, Washington to Seattle, Washington, one of those car ferries, and I just sat in the car watching a game on the
that's nice.
laptop.
Really?
Yeah.
Were you vacationing with Jimmy?
Yeah, Jimmy was, he went Vancouver, north to Alaska. We just went Montana,
Did you guys
Idaho.
cross paths?
We didn't. I wanted to check and see if we could. It's funny because you look at the map and you go, oh, you'll be in Vancouver. I'll be Seattle. We should hook up. They're not right next to each other. That's like saying, you're in Chicago. I'm in Detroit. We should hook up.
That's a few-hour drive.
Yeah,
Well, you see him every day, though. So,
That's
I mean,
true.
you don't need
That's
to see him
true.
at
It's
vacation.
like you were in Seattle?
We were at the end of the trip.
Because, it was Mount Rainier. Because Mount Rainier looks like it's right there.
Dude.
And people are like, that's like a 3-hour drive.
Well, it wasn't quite that. The one that's 3 hours is Olympic National Park, which is right across the bay. You're like, oh, I'll just bounce over there. There's no bouncing over to Olympic National Park from Seattle. It's a hike, but it was worth it.
But I just remember the first time I saw them, I was like, wow, can we drive to the mountain? That mountain is not as close as
No, it's not as close as it looks, but it is impressive. So, what do you guys got planned next?
Rieger?
Well,
Rieger's joining me, so it'll be a lot of trolling going on.
There's not going to be no trolling at all. None at all. Right off the bat, Hulk, all the Hulkamaniacs are in mourning.
Yep.
And we have one right here on the show, David Hatchet Hall.
Yep.
He's got a story to tell the people, and I got to believe a lot of people are like him. So we're going to do that, 3 o'clock.
So kinda
Rico has this opinion about the Tigers that I think is a hogwash, but we'll see if you buy it.
Sounds good. Have a great show, boys. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. After they had the day off yesterday, Lions corner Terrion Arnold left practice today with a strained calf for Jordan Schultz. He says the team plans to be cautious before putting him back on the field. Derek Barnes also sustained a hand injury, but it sounds like he'll be fine. Lions defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard spoke to the media today. It sounds like he's settled into his role quite nicely. He also commented on the return of Aiden Hutchinson, saying, quote, "I see a better player than we saw last year," end quote. The Tigers hit the field tonight against the Rangers, looking to get back on track. They've lost 5 of their last 6 since the break. Here, the 6:40 first pitch as Eric Lauer battles Reese Olson on the mound right here on the ticket. Professional wrestler Hulk Hogan passed away at the age of 71 just after 11 a.m. this morning. Authorities were dispatched to his home in Florida in response to a cardiac arrest. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. WWE released a statement saying, quote, "One of pop culture's most recognizable figures, Hogan helped WWE achieve global recognition in the 1980s. WWE extends its condolences to Hogan's family, friends, and fans," end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two things that are no longer around, unfortunately. Hulk Hogan passes away. Hey, Rico. How you doing? Well, that's where Mike is.
That's Jeff Rieger.
Hi. What's going on?
Hey, man. Go ahead, finish your thought.
Well, it's me in from Mike, and Mike's back, I think, in a couple weeks. He's at Saratoga enjoying himself. And Rico, how the hell are you, buddy? It's good to see you. Is he going to call in bets?
No.
Why not?
No, man, hopefully. I told him, just enjoy yourself.
I don't know. I listen to you guys all the time, and, I want to get in on winning some bets.
That's Kenny, man.
Well, I think Mike owes it to this show.
Hey,
I'm already experiencing withdrawals, guys. I don't know about you.
I know.
He's really not going to text you his thoughts, and then you're going to put all the money you have on it?
I hope so, but I haven't gotten anything yet.
Anyway, we got a lot to get to, all right? 3 o'clock, Rico has an opinion about the Detroit Tigers you need to hear. And while I think it's got some validity to it, I refuse to believe it. I can't wait till 3 o'clock. Tigers, of course, slumping. They get the Toronto Blue Jays today, and it's the first place in the American League, Toronto Blue Jays. I mean, the Tigers are the 3 seed right now, Rico, which means if the season were to end today, and it doesn't end today, but if it were to end today, they would got to play in a wild card series. And by the way, the Guardians won yesterday, so they only trailed Detroit by 8 games, but they are currently losing today to Baltimore. It's a day game. It's 3-2.
Did you think you'd be scoreboard watching in July?
No, especially when, do you know that the Guardians made up, 7.5 games in 11 games? How is that even possible? Well, I guess it's possible when you play like the Tigers have over the last week and a half.
Yeah.
So
we'll get into that.
We'll get into it. But sad news today. It's the Celebrity 3, is it not? This really exists. Theo Huxtable, Malcolm Jamal Warner, passed away on Monday. He drowned, unfortunately. Then Ozzy Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness, passed away on Tuesday. And then today is Hulk Hogan.
I think probably more people die, but yes, I know that the celebrity
It's a celebrity
rule,
3, though. It goes in threes.
It happens in threes, and it was ironic because Hulk Hogan was here last year.
1 year ago today.
A year ago today, he was in the building,
and because all of a sudden this black limo pulls up, and I'm walking into the building, and I see this guy, and I'm just holding the door for him, and then he's walking. I was like, wait, are you Hulk Hogan?
How big was he?
He wasn't that big. That's
Yeah.
why I was just like, God, because when I was a kid, I thought Hulk Hogan was 7 feet tall.
Yeah, for sure.
He was having a tough time moving around, too. You could tell that wrestling had worn on his body over many years.
Yeah, you could tell, but he played the role. He was the Hulkster. He took photos with everybody. And
That's Macho Man, Rieger. That's Macho
sorry.
Man.
My bad. Hulk Hogan sounds like that sort of too, right?
But they all look the same.
Exactly.
Are you talking about me, brother?
There you go.
So, and
Where
that's
all
what
my
he did.
Hulkamaniacs at?
And that's what it was. I was like, hey, are you Hulk Hogan? I sure am, brother. Okay.
Love the energy.
I don't know why you're here, but sure. Come on in.
Well, that was the same day that he met with Dan Campbell.
Right.
Remember? And some outlets took videos, and then we had all the discussion about Hulk, maybe not the best guy.
Well, he took pictures because it was funny because I took one with him and David took one with him. And David was like, oh, I'm putting it on social media. I was like, David, you may not want to put that one on social media. That's one you may want to just file in your phone. Hey, I got a picture with him. David put it on social media.
Yeah, that was rough. Going back, actually looking at those comments today. Yeah, man. I got called some names.
Couldn't believe what people said on that post.
So Hogan's one of those guys, and rest in peace.
They
Passed
call
away
you Thomas,
today.
David?
There was some Thomases in there, yep.
A little more than that.
You guys done?
I'm sorry, you're uncomfortable.
No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm never uncomfortable around you.
Let's go.
But no, Hogan was one of those guys that everybody loved, but I don't know, in recent years, fair to assume he maybe not the best guys. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's kind of one of those you don't want to meet your heroes because you find out that they're regular people. They got regular problems. I mean, he was doing some stuff, and yeah, it's like, okay, but can you separate it and remember him from the Hulkster from him as Terry?
Well, it comes down to, doesn't it? And David's got a story of his own, but it comes down to a guy that you grew up loving, you idolized, one of your favorites, and then you find out some stuff about him personally, and you're like, oof. But you still like him. Like, David, this is you and Hulk Hogan, correct?
Yeah, correct. That's why, we come to find out today that was a year ago today when he was in this building, and I found out from actually Rico. Rico walks in, he was like, man, oh my gosh. Hulk Hogan's on the other side of the building, and I lit up. My childhood was in the building. I grew up loving this man, watching him wrestle. I used to walk around with the action figure. Everywhere I went, I had that thing in my hand. So I was like, yeah, you know what? I got to get a picture. And people were like, oh, be careful. I didn't care at that point. That was my childhood.
No, David didn't. He was just like, I am putting this
guy.
picture up. And I was like, okay, just know that you're about to get inundated with stuff. So,
and he did. So
I just was wondering, people can't separate it, and they couldn't separate it
because everybody, you know why, David? Because if you like somebody, you can separate it. If you don't like that person, then you're like, oh, you know what that person did, or you know what that person stands for. You know what we all have that person. We do. 248-539-9797. I'll give you an example.
Who's yours?
There's a few. One, over the weekend, The Usual Suspects comes on.
Oh, yeah. Great movie.
I love Kevin Spacey movies.
Who is Kaiser Soze?
Kevin Spacey is a scumbag off the screen. Like, he's
yes.
legitimately, allegedly scumbag. But I love watching his movies.
He's living on that same island with Matt Lauer.
Right. He can't come back here. So, but it's people like that. Or Rieger. I mean, like Michael Jackson. Love listening to his music.
Sure.
Probably wasn't the greatest person.
Potentially.
But I did. Everybody has that person that, I don't want to talk about that. You're willing to forget
about the bad parts of them because you love them for what they stood for and loved watching them. Like in sports, I got a great one. I think it's fair. AJ Hinch. He was part of a huge cheating scandal. We love him because he's here. You choose not to think about it. And, he was suspended for a year. He did his grievance. We move on. But another one, Johnny Peralta. I know I'm going way back, but Peralta got busted for the PEDs. This entire city said, screw you, get off my team. You'll never wear the Old English D again. And then he hit a massive dong against the A's in game 4, and I've never heard Comerica Park louder.
Yeah.
We all choose to forget about the bad because we love the guy or girl.
The Jahani chance. Oh, yeah. Another one, Rieger, Michael Vick.
The dog fighting.
Right. I mean, I love animals. I love dogs, but it was just like, oh, wow. I mean, he was just so exciting to watch. Even when he came back and he played for the Eagles, it's like, this guy still has it. But, yeah, everybody
The
has
Eagles
that
fans
person.
loved him.
So who's your person? Who's that person that, whether it's in sports, whether it's entertainment industry, whether it's a musician, that, you know what, despite it all, you're still a fan. And that's okay. No judgment here. 248-539-9797. That was David. I was just like, David, I remember saying, he's like, you're not posting? I was like, I am not posting mine. I don't feel like dealing with it.
You're going to leave me out here hanging by myself?
Yep. I'm like, I don't feel like dealing with this today. So, no, this is a happy moment for me. I don't really care what anybody else thinks.
Right.
So I'm just going to live in the moment because we were sitting right here. Because he was sitting right in this chair. And I was just like, he was about to get up. I was like, bro, you know, you're struggling. Stay in your seat. I'll just stand next to you. Because it was like, you know, it was hard for him getting up. And I felt bad. Like, I'm just a nobody. Just sit in your seat. I'll take the picture next to you. We good.
I must say, though, I saw David's picture. He posted it on the social media. And I gave it a like, by the way, David. Just so you know, I support you.
Oh, I'm about to blast it.
1 year ago today, the Hulkster's biceps are still massive. My God. I know you guys are saying he was having trouble walking around, but my God, he looked in shape to me. But who's your guy? 248-539-9797. That, I don't know, you find out some stuff about them or girl. They might not be the best person, but you love them so much for what they did on the field or on the stage, and you choose to like them regardless of what they may or may not have done in their personal life. 97 won the ticket. Well, Lenny and Rico's show. By the way, 3 o'clock. A great Tigers opinion by one Mr. Rico Beard as they continue to struggle. They take on the Blue Jays today. I can't wait. 45 minutes now.
I don't know if it's great.
I disagree with it.
It's just an opinion.
We'll get to it. But we're talking about the Hulkster. Unfortunately, he passes away today at the age of 71, led to believe he had a heart attack. And we do understand that not all your idols are so-called great people or all good. And I think we all have somebody that we love, despite the fact that maybe we know a couple things about them and we don't care. Right. Like, for instance, David loves Hulkster. Doesn't matter. Rico loves Michael Jackson and Kevin Spacey. I
didn't know at the time. I bet on Sovereignty to win the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah.
Didn't know the whole story behind the owner of Sovereignty.
That's actually a great one, Rico.
Didn't know the whole story.
I mean, but that was money related, though. You're gonna cheer for the guy regardless.
No, actually, I felt so bad, Rico. I had to give the money away that I won. Like, I can't keep this money. This story is too horrific. I feel dirty.
Did you give it to charity?
Yes.
Oh, really?
I couldn't keep it.
Oh, wow.
No, it was
kidding.
that. When I read this, Mike sent me the article, and I was just like, oh my goodness, this is not a good dude who owns him.
You know what's a good example of this? And we'll get to the calls and ticket text as well. What about a guy like Pete Rose? Pete Rose, we think he bet on baseball, the hit king, kind of a sad story. Don't think he was the greatest guy, but my God, a lot of people still love him and defend him and want him in Cooperstown. So let's get some ticket text and we'll get to the calls. What do you got, David?
Someone texts in and says, James Woods. I loved his movies, but he's a nut job. That is Craig from Gregory.
Did he go to Michigan State?
I don't know.
I
don't think so.
Oh,
no, you're thinking of from The Godfather.
The dude that was in Las Vegas, the TV show too. What the hell was his name?
James Caan.
James Caan. Nicely done.
Yeah, wrong James.
Okay, close enough.
Now, this is a big one. Chris in Detroit says, OJ, enough said.
Yeah?
That's a big one there. Someone else says Kobe Bryant.
Wow, that's a great one.
Tiger Woods, another one.
Yeah. Well, Tiger is a great. Why didn't I think of Tiger?
All right, one more, and then we get to the phone call.
Mine is Mel Gibson, amazing actor, complete you-know-what in real life from Jim in a Truck.
248-539-9797. Jason, you're on the ticket. What's up, Jason? How are you, bud?
Hey, buddy. I just wanted to call. I heard Rico talking about the Hulkster, and I just kind of reflect. You know, I kind of grew up with the Hulkster myself. I have pictures of me and him and King Kong Bundy and Andre the Giant all together. WrestleMania 3, I think it was. One of those I was
Silverdome?
Pontiac Silverdome. Yep, absolutely. And just it's kind of a shock that, just in the last week, some of my, people I've grew up, Ozzy Osbourne, he wasn't a great person, did a lot of bad things, but he passed away, and now we got the Hulk passing away. It's like, oh, my gosh. Just wondering if I'm going to be okay. I got to go see my doctor soon.
No,
kind of where I'm at.
Jason, you start feeling that mortality when you're like, oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah.
That was
exactly.
Malcolm Jamal Warner. Like, wait, he's younger than
Malcolm
me.
Jamal Warner, too. It's like I grew up watching the Huxtables my whole life.
Yes. Well, Bill Cosby's another one of those guys. A lot of people still love.
Yeah.
Heathcliff.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Jason.
You guys have a great show, and I listen to you guys every day, man, all day long.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
248-539-9797. No, Bill Cosby's probably a good one, right? I mean, all the stuff, and he was in jail, and he got released from jail, and I still watch The Cosby Show.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Certain episodes. I'm like, now that I know, like,
Yeah, you think it's weird that he had his practice in his basement?
It's just,
is that what you're talking about?
No, it was an episode. You know what? Let's just.
That's probably a good decision. Let's go.
It's one of those. If you know, you know.
Let's go to Eugene in Canton. You're on the ticket. What's up, Eugene?
How y'all doing? Nice to take my call. I got two of them. They look around and name which one turned around the most. Ron Artest and Mike Tyson.
Tyson's a great one. I love Mike Tyson, and I know what he was accused of, and I know what he did time for, and every time the kid out of Catskills was in the ring, I watched. I was a massive Tyson fan, so much that I just recently watched the Jake Paul thing, and that was ridiculous, but I'm a huge fan.
That movie that he made, Hangover.
The Hangover movies, yeah.
He was good in that. And what about Ron Artest? He turned his life around.
You know, I was never a big Artest fan at all. So that's one I'm gonna let you have because he just never did it for me.
Didn't he turn his life around though? Because he was mean. I mean, he was.
Yeah, but he was mean. I don't know that he ever did anything.
But see, I think a lot of that was playing the villain on the basketball court, but he wasn't really a mean person in real life. I think that's how he was portrayed on the court. So he just embraced it.
Thank you, Eugene.
Thanks a lot for taking my call.
Yeah. For sure. Thanks for calling. You know, it's a funny story. Evan Jenkins and myself were in Vegas for the Pacquiao-Mayweather fight years ago. Remember that when that was a big deal? And
actually went out there for the fight?
Yeah, the station sends us out there, and we got to do interviews with boxers and stuff. And we go into the media room, and I see Mike Tyson. And I'm like, oh, my God, that's Iron Mike right there. And we asked him if we could do an interview. And he said no. And then I followed him. Evan's like, why are you following him? I'm like, I'm going to get this guy. I followed him out of the media room, through the casino. He's got security with him. And I never got the interview. And I still love him.
Why were you stalking that man after he said no?
Because I wanted the interview.
Why did you have to be that?
I wanted the.
Now you became typical media guy.
I was like Stoney right there.
I just let him go.
No, but see, that's the only time I've ever done that. Only time, and it's Mike Tyson,
Good
man.
reporting.
See? Yes, good reporters are thorough.
David,
they're bulldogs. They don't give up.
It's good reporting. You ask them a second time. Maybe catch them 50 feet after they leave. You don't follow them through the casino because now you're about to get a personal protection. Hey, you need to back away 100 yards. Okay? That's stalking, Rieger.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't think Mike needs to be worried about me. He's bigger than me. Just saying. I'm looking at this ticket text. Now, there are certain guys that even us, we have to just be, ooh. Like, how about this one? Aaron Hernandez and Ray Caruth. And then they throw in P. Diddy.
I'm about to say, don't forget the third name.
Those three. Talk about those three guys.
Well, you know, that's why I was laughing at in the drop contest with Kwame and the 9-4. P. Diddy is on his way. He got caught up on the 9-4. Like, wow. Yeah. There's so many layers to that drop.
It sure is. It sure is.
There's so many layers to that drop.
By the way, Kwame Kilpatrick could be one of these guys we're talking about. A lot of people still
exactly
love
right.
You know what?
Yes.
Here's the funny thing about a true story, and then we'll get back to our callers. 248-539-9797. Who's that one person, whether it's sports, entertainment industry, that murky past, questionable, yeah, but you still a big fan of that person? Kwame, you're right. It's funny because whenever you're anywhere and Kwame shows up, he's a rock star. The same people have bashed him. Oh, Kwame's this, that, and the other. We stepped into an elevator with him. This is doing all of that stuff. And, I mean, people are taking photos. Can you sign this?
While he's on trial?
Yeah, right. And it's just like, yeah, he just had that aura. I mean, heck, when you had the people outside of New York City smothering themselves in baby oil when Diddy got acquitted. Like, what are we doing here? What? This is not how you celebrate. First of all, this is nothing to celebrate. Okay? Nothing to celebrate here, let alone, I'm just thinking, is some kid on his phone at school and somebody, isn't that your dad out there doing this? Come on.
Just so you know, Kwame Kilpatrick was in an elevator with me one time, Rico. At a Wings game.
Did you chase him later?
No. Wings playoff game. I was going down because the Wings might win in overtime. So he goes to me. He's like, do you know about hockey? I'm like, yeah, I know a little bit. He's like, what does sudden death mean? I'm like, well, whoever scores first wins the game. He's like, oh, that makes sense. I'm like, you staying for the game? He's like, no, I'm out of here.
No. Well, you know what? Here's the other thing. Speaking of Kwame, on the championship when the Pistons won.
Yeah.
Standing right next to him.
Really?
Yeah. Getting ready to go onto the court.
What was that conversation like?
I was just talking about the celebration and how great it was going to be for the city.
Look at that.
All right.
We got multiple hip-hop mayor stories. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. A lot of people want to talk. The Hulkster sadly passes away today at the age of 71. But we know he had his demons. Who's the one dude or woman that you love despite there's some questionable things going on in their lives. 97 won the ticket. All right, we'll bust out some calls. Who's the guy that maybe a questionable personal life, some demons, but you still loved him? Talking about it because Hulk Hogan passed away today at the age of 71. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Also, if you want a Kwame Kilpatrick story, I think Rico has like 5 more.
We're just going to go straight to the callers.
Oh, okay. I enjoy the stories, I must say. Brian, you're on the ticket. What's the word, Brian?
What is going on?
Hey, man.
So definitely Michael Jackson and R. Kelly.
R. Kelly, wow.
Well, I said, for me, it's Michael Jackson. R. Kelly, I'm gonna leave that one for you, Brian. That's all you, B.
No, I laugh because everybody be protesting, doing all this weird stuff, right? But then the same people that be complaining about it or listening to their car on the way to sit there and complain about it. You know what I mean?
Oh, no, I often laugh R. Kelly song comes on and people out on the dance floor like
jamming out.
Right.
But no, I'll admit it. I grew up, Michael was big when I grew up.
You know what I mean? But, you still love their songs. It is what it is.
You do.
Brian, I got to tell you, this is a compliment. You had the coolest laugh I've ever heard.
Well, thank you. I get that a lot.
Yeah. Do it again. Can you laugh?
So,
there it is.
But anyways, coolest person I ever met that was goofy was the Ultimate Warrior. When they came to Detroit, I thought he was going to be all steroid and beefed out and like doing his roar and all that weird stuff. And he came up and he shook my hand and he was so polite and had perfect grammar. I was like, damn.
Perfect grammar.
He's always like, all this stuff. And then you talk to him behind stage and it's like completely different person.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. What?
Nothing.
Oh, the guy had a great laugh. That's all I could think about. I don't even know what he was saying. I just like the laugh. It's very like Kawhi Leonard in his laugh, you know?
Yeah.
Quick ticket text for you. Charlie Sheen is a good one. Tiger Blood.
Yeah.
I thought you would bring that up, Rico.
He went full unhinged. Yeah, you know what, David? You're right. Because I guess I've just blocked it out. I just see Charlie Sheen from 2.5 Men. He just flat out lost it.
What about this one, Rico? Another one you probably should have brought up on a different side. Kramer.
I think that one might be mine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
I'm a Seinfeld slappy, though. I love Seinfeld, the show. So,
yeah, David,
that's a great answer.
That's a different reason for you. You're the opposite side of that.
Right. I haven't watched Seinfeld since.
That ruined it for you.
Oh, dude, I was a huge, I know all the references.
Really?
I just can't watch it.
I mean, because of what he said at the comedy act.
I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try this again. And when he comes barging through the door, nope.
What about this one? I don't mean to steal David's ticket text, but Jason from Largo, Florida says Lance Armstrong and Barry Bonds. I love Barry Bonds. I love him to death. He should be in the Hall of Fame. I think he's kind of an a-hole.
You know what?
I love Bonds and Armstrong, scumbag.
Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame because here's the thing. The writers don't get to rewrite history. You knew he was doing all of this stuff. You yucked it up. You saw it. And then all of a sudden,
nobody wrote it.
You got exposed. And now you went all high and mighty. Oh, this is wrong. But you weren't saying that when he was hitting all the home runs, and you were profiting off of his home runs, right?
No,
you weren't saying any of that. But now you want to get all, we can't have this. Okay, this is why the Baseball Hall of Fame. I don't have a lot of respect.
Listen, I agree with you. It's kind of a joke. Like Sosa and McGuire saved baseball after the strike, and then everybody's like, screw them, they cheated.
Why didn't I see any of these stories while they were going on? I would respect you more if you did it then. Don't write it now.
You know what drives me nuts, and I'll never get past it? People hate Barry Bonds so much that they made up the American League home run record for Aaron Judge. The AL, that's not a real thing. It's the home run record. You don't go by league. It's not a real thing. I got you. Ridiculous. All right.
You done?
No. Greg, you're on the ticket. What's up, Greg? How are you, bud?
Hey, you guys. Thanks for taking my call. A lot of people think I remind them of the Ultimate Warrior. I used to work at a gym in Garden City called Big Daddy's, and all the wrestlers came in, And I met them all, Hogan, Flair, Stone Cold, but and they were just great. The Hulk was great, cordial, nice, big guy, big Papa Pump, and the Big Show wanted to see who had bigger arms. And the celebrity that I miss dearly, and Jackson wanted to be him, is King Elvis. And, so that's who it would be.
Thank you, Greg.
So Elvis is yours? Okay.
Was Elvis a bad guy?
King Elvis. You know what? I don't. Like, it depends on the story. It depends on who tells you what they know. But from what I gather, he really wasn't that bad of a guy.
I mean, listen, a lot of these rock stars, and I saw somebody put down Steven
He's weird.
Tyler.
Now, he got weird.
Yeah. A lot of these guys, like Ozzy did a tremendous amount of drugs. Steven Tyler did a tremendous... See,
Ozzy was weird because...
drugs, big deal.
You're known as the Prince of Darkness. Like, I don't know how to respond to that after you die. Like, he'll be in a better place. Name. Like, good luck.
Yeah, he used to bite the head off of bats.
David, I'm like, good luck.
I hope so.
Right.
No, but Ozzy wants it that way.
I'm just saying,
he digs it.
Right, like other people, you're like, oh, there was such a great prayer. Like, he's known for, he's the Prince of Darkness. Like, okay.
How about a couple more? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Jeff, you're on the ticket. What's up, Jeffrey?
Hi, just quickly, I've seen Hulk Hogan live, and I've seen concerts and all kinds of different events, and there was never a louder ovation than I saw him at the Toledo Sports Arena. Don't exist, but it sounded like the roof was going to come off. So I think all the wrestlers who have a real nice paycheck, at the bottom that should, have Hogan is one of the co-signers, because he brought the money and the fame to wrestling. So that was just a comment about him today. But mine is Miguel Cabrera. As far as that person, you heard a lot of stuff about his temper. And
it's a great one.
Some issues, but, so just some issues. But the fact was, I loved watching him. He's the best right-handed overall hitter, maybe outside of Manny Ramirez, that I saw, in all my years.
Yeah. Miggy had his demons too.
Yeah, so. It seems like he did well with his demons, though. Seems like he kind of got over it, but I hear you.
He managed them.
Yeah,
I mean, with the story where you had so much to drink, you start offering the cops you want some. Like, yeah,
a couple stories. Like, I was actually going back 2009. Remember when the Tigers were in? They should have won the AL Central that year. They should have beat out the Twins. Mm-hmm. And that was the year that Miggy started partying with the White Sox, and Dombrowski had to get him out of the drunk tank and had that whole deal. It's funny because we're going through this right now. Do you have any idea how many games the Tigers were up in first place in September?
I remember that.
Was it 6.5?
All they had to do was win one game.
Yeah. They had a 7-game lead in September, and they blew it in 22 games. Early September led the division by 7 games, and it all went away. And then, of course, game 163, Brandon Inge got hit, but the umpire didn't say he got hit. So what are you going to do?
Actually, didn't I watch that game at your apartment?
You did, I think. Yeah, I had a little party.
Yeah,
I was heartbroken. That's right. We did that. We've known each other a long time.
You stayed at that time. You were across from Farmington Hills.
Farmington Hills.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me and Drew Stanton were hanging out back in the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're still weird then.
Thank you.
248-539-7997.
Ron, you're on the ticket. What's up, Ronnie?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey,
I had 2 of them real quick for you. The one's a local guy I've heard good and bad stories about. Kirk Gibson. I'm not a big fan of him myself, but a lot of people, of course, love him for everything he did. He don't want to walk you.
Right.
The second one, another caller reminded me of Stone Cold Steve Austin. Remember, back in the early 2000s, he got drunk and beat up his wife a couple times.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I did that.
Yeah.
Ron, you're telling me something.
Let's go to the Wrestling Insider, Kenny Cott. Is that accurate?
That was before my time, Jeff. I was born in 94.
Oh. Well, when was Stone Cold around?
That was probably near the end of his run.
Late 90s. Yeah, it was one of the times where he quit and come back a couple different times. It was during there. But, yeah, you can look it up. He he got drunk and beat up Deborah McMichael a couple times.
Thank you, Ron.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. That I did not know.
All right, how about one more? You got room for one more, Rico?
Yeah.
Jake, you get the last word. What's up?
What's going on, Rigor?
What's up, man?
Okay, so I got two. The first one, obviously, was Tiger Woods. Come on now. And then the second one, Bob Probert.
Yeah. I mean, who didn't like Bob Probert? But you're right. He had some demons. As far as Tiger Woods is concerned, nobody gave a damn about the scandal. Nobody cared. I mean, with the exception of like the media.
Okay, so what about Scotty Scheffler? He got arrested, didn't he?
You know, I heard that cop is the only person that can stop Scotty from winning golf tournaments.
Have a good day, guys.
Thank you, Jake. No, Tiger might be the best example, right? That dude has so many fans. You know what's so interesting? He's going to turn 50 this year. He should go play in the Champions Circuit where all the older guys play, and I think you can use a cart. Tiger Woods should play in that, and he'll sell it out because people just want to see Tiger again. The nostalgia. Apparently, he's like following his kid Charlie around. He should play at the Rocket Mortgage and give Charlie an exemption next year. That would save the tournament. What do you think about that?
No, Rigor, I remember when they had the I don't know if it was the Rocket Mortgage. It was the Buick Open.
Oh yeah, him and VJ were the big draws.
Right. It was just like it was like, wow. The first time covering golf, like I'm walking around with this heavy camera following this guy. Like, geez, this is a lot of people out here just to see this kid. Yeah.
The galleries were insane. I remember I was reporting back then, and Doug and Scott were still on the air, right? They were doing their midday show, and Doug goes to me, Rieger, you're covering the Buick Open. Get Tiger Woods on the phone. And I'm like, oh, okay, that should be easy, right? So I go down there.
You swung and missed on Mike Tyson. Let's hear this story.
I talked to the media guy. I'm like, I need Tiger Woods to get on my phone for like 2 minutes to talk to Doug Karsh and Scott Anderson.
And he said, well, I need a solid gold toilet. Let's see which happens first.
And the guy laughed at me. Right? So then I went to my Mike Tyson stalking ways, and Tiger was walking off the podium from having talked to the media, and he's walking to his Buick, the Buick Open, and I'm on my phone with the producer. It might have been Kang back then. I think it was. I'm like, guys, get ready. I'm going to get Tiger. I thought I could just give him the phone. So I'm like, Tiger, would you mind talking? And I'm like, all right, put him on. And Doug said, let's go to Tiger Woods. And all you heard was Tiger saying no to me. Kind of a fail.
You're the Rodney Dangerfield of sports broadcasting.
I'm a go-getter, damn it.
Okay.
All right, 248-539-9797. Little football next, 97 with a ticket. 97 won the ticket. Little football. David, a blitz. Hit it.
Oh, the good old days with college football. I used to love this ABC music. Brent Musburger starting it off. Let's get to it, guys. 10 biggest questions entering 2025 college football season. Let's start with this one. It's a local one. How good will Bryce Underwood be?
Rieger, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. I'd say I don't think very good. The kid's a freshman. And listen, I understand you saw some pictures where people thought he was out of shape, but it's a big jump from high school to college, working your way into a new offense. And not to mention, everybody knows how much you got paid, all the pressure that comes with that. And your second game is at Oklahoma. I think you add it all together, and I think it's going to be tough. But I think he won the job. We know this. And he'll learn from it. The other thing, too, is will Michigan get popped? And how will that resonate as well by the NCAA? I think it might be tough sledding early on for Bryce Underwood.
See, I think it's going to be tough, David. Just historically speaking, freshman QBs, true freshman QBs, don't play well. For all the great plays, he's going to have a couple bonehead interceptions. And it depends on, can the fan base stay behind him and not turn? Because he's going to hear the boos. He's going to hear all of that stuff, and that affects them. So how supportive will Michigan be, knowing this could be a year where you're 6-6, 7-5 because he made some mistakes throwing the ball? Trust me, I've seen what happens when you throw a quarterback out there for the first time. Some games they look great. Some games you're just like, oh, my goodness, it's going to be a long year.
All right, guys, we got 10 of these. 9 more. Let's go, guys. Is
sorry.
Clemson a legit contender behind Cade Klubnik?
Yes. Yes, they are. They are a contender. I think they're going to take the ACC back. Dabo has decided he's going to go into the portal. So, yes, they have a quarterback. David, if you have a quarterback, you can win in college football.
No, I'm with you there. I mean, I really thought Dabo was dead. I thought he was way too stubborn about how he dealt with the portal, the NIL, the whole deal. He was going to be the one guy that tried to do it without it. And then, yeah, he's figured it out, and I think they're going to be just fine. Made the college football playoff last year. I think they'll probably do it again.
How in the world will Purdue – they have 54 transfers this year. Wow. Sorry, David. Looking at the Big Ten media.
No, you're fine. Next question. Will Carson Beck lead Miami to the college football playoffs?
Nope.
Kenny. Let's go to Kenny Copper.
No.
Is it because he left Georgia, Kenny?
Oh, I don't care that he left Georgia. He just wasn't any good. He stunk.
Yeah, you know what? Miami is turning out to be that kind of the ACC version of Texas A&M, David, where every year they go out and spend a ton of money, but they really don't have anything to show for it except for the receipts and the cars and the clothes and all of that stuff.
I don't know. I'll say yes. Why the hell not? Who's going out of that conference? Not to mention,
dude, they just had the number one pick in the NFL draft, and still they weren't that great.
It's easier to get in the college football playoff. I'll say yes, just to be different than you guys.
So the next two here, you could take your time if you want to, because there might be some layers to these next two. This one here, can Lincoln Riley make USC a contender in year 4?
I'm going to say no, David. The cheat code to college football is that quarterback in the second year. Or unless you get that the guy that transfers from some little school and he hits the ground running, kind of like what you saw last year with Indiana. But no, because I don't think they have their guy. They thought they had their guy, but they don't. So it's going to be another new quarterback. I don't think he's going to get it done there. And honestly, I think his days at USC are limited. They're numbered.
He did have a Heisman Trophy winner, did he not?
He did. And what did he do with him?
And they did nothing.
And they did absolutely nothing. He is, I think, one of the bigger frauds as far as head coaches go. At Oklahoma, you thought great things about him. And then, of course, Caleb goes to USC, and he hasn't done anything. They give him everything. A private jet, all the NIL money in the world. He gets paid more than anybody, and nothing. So hell no.
To me, he's a few years ahead of Kalen DeBoer. where you start finding out, was it the coaching? Was it the quarterback? Bill Belichick with Brady. Was it the coaching? Was it the quarterback? For Lincoln Riley, it was just Caleb. He hasn't done anything since. So I'm starting to think that, no, to David answer your question, no.
Yeah, I would agree. I say no as well.
All right, here's another one here. Maybe layers to it. How will Deion Sanders adjust to life without Shador Sanders and Travis Hunter?
That's your answer?
That's my answer. I think it's going to be challenging. I think all the bravado that you saw in the first couple of years is going to be turned into humility this next year, where it's going to be a whole lot of, the media was just waiting for us to stumble and fall. Well, yeah, we were, because you didn't handle it. You didn't have a great team, but you got hyped up on Fox. Everybody said at this team, look at Deion out there. Team wasn't that good, David. They really didn't beat anybody. And now, through all the transfers, you don't have a QB. You don't have Travis Hunter. It's going to look a lot different. I got a feeling Colorado's going to be the homecoming game for a lot of teams out in the Big 12.
So I love Deion. I love his press conferences. I know this is not
going back to what we said. Deion.
Yeah.
Love Deion, the player. Don't care for Deion.
I know this
now.
isn't a Deion-friendly show listening to you guys, but
dude, I love Deion. I still got a pair of his shoes.
But it's kind of like Lincoln Riley, too. I mean, I don't know that he'll ever have a better team than he had the last couple of years. And he, as far as stars are concerned and athletes, and he still couldn't win. So I don't expect him to win this year when those guys are gone.
So it's over for Deion. He's never going to.
David, I don't think he's going to be successful. Here's the thing. He's never invested in his offensive line.
Yes, you're right.
And you're going to be breaking in a new quarterback with a bad offensive line. You want to know what that looks like? Saw it last year in East Lansing. Good luck with that.
All right, so those are the first 5. I will come back at another time with the final 5 questions that are burning for college football.
Real quick, David, before we end, I guess, like, if you're Purdue, I'm looking at 54 transfers. We don't expect Purdue to do anything this year, do we?
No.
They won't pull the Indiana, correct?
No, not even close. Will they win a game in the Big Ten? I'm not talking about period. Like, in the Big Ten play, will they win a game?
You're literally walking through the locker room with a name tag. 54 brand new people. Not alone, and on top of that, all the incoming freshmen. So now you're looking at probably 70 brand new people who weren't at Purdue last year. Good luck with that.
Have you seen their schedule, too?
That's what I'm looking at, the Big Ten schedule. And
they got to go to Notre Dame on September 20th. They play Michigan. They play Ohio State. They got to go to Washington. These are all losses. Illinois is going to pop them in West Lafayette. I would probably agree with you. They're going to be just like they were last year, bottom feeders.
Okay.
That is your
Didn't want to offend you.
College football blitz.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions return to the practice field today and face some more injury news. Corner Terrion Arnold is dealing with a strained calf. NFL insider Jordan Schultz says the team plans to be cautious before putting him back on the field. Derek Barnes also dealing with a hand injury, but it does not look to be very serious. Dan Campbell paused practice for the second straight time after a pair of disagreements. Yes.
Is that a good thing or bad thing? 2 days in a row he's pausing practices. That means they're ready to go. That's a good thing, right?
Yes. They're ready, yes. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Brian Branch got into it a little bit. New D lineman Tyleek Williams said afterwards, quote, "I just say it did get a little hot today, so emotions are running, but people are just being competitive."
2 days in? That normally happens like 2 weeks in, you're sick of them. Okay.
I don't
They're
know.
on a mission, Rico. They're on a mission.
They're on a mission, yes. The Tigers begin a 4-game series with the Blue Jays tonight at Comerica Park. Eric Lauer will make the start for Toronto. Radio broadcaster Ben Schulman gave us a scouting report on him.
Isn't it Dan Schulman? It's his son. Wait, so Dan does the TV and his son does the radio? Correct. What? Yeah. How is that? Is that right?
Yes, 100%. First pitch at 6:40 right here on the ticket. Michigan State announced that the men's basketball team will play UConn in an exhibition October 28th. It'll start a home and home with this year's game being in Connecticut. Pro wrestler Hulk Hogan passed away at the age of 71 in Florida. He suffered a cardiac arrest and was pronounced dead at the hospital just after 11 a.m. At the Corval Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, hour number 2, the Valenti and Rico program. I'm Jeff, in Today and Tomorrow. By the way, did you catch that? Is that weird? I get into this stuff. You probably don't. So the cut he played, talking about Jeremy Otto from the broadcast, is from Ben Schulman, who is the son of Dan Schulman, kind of a legend. Dan Schulman is the Toronto Blue Jays TV guy. Ben Schulman is the Toronto Blue Jays radio guy. Dan's son. So it's like the whole family doing Toronto Blue Jays baseball. The son does the radio, the dad does the TV.
Imagine if they keep doing this, this will catch on. That like people's kids will start getting jobs because of their parents' work.
Like the Bucks.
You better get ready because it's about to happen. Somebody's in the building. He's learning now.
Oh, Hatchet's kids in the building.
They do also have Bo Bichette on that team and Vlad Jr. on that team.
Oh, that's right.
But you know what? You're right. Hatch's kid. And where was he sitting of all places?
In your seat.
No, that's true. What did you say when you walked in?
I was just like, really? I just been replaced. No, because yesterday, everybody got a gift but me.
Oh, what
so
was
I was
the
just
gift?
like, did I get fired? Like, is this something like
You didn't want that gift.
What was the gift?
Like everybody got a book, but whoever sent
I
the
didn't get a
book
book.
out, you got one.
I got one?
It's sitting out there.
Oh, hell yeah, I got a gift.
Everybody got one, but whoever got one didn't add me to the list. So I was like,
Oh.
oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, I don't think you want.
There's a reason for that.
I don't think you
What's
wanted that
the
book.
reason? Wait, do I want that book?
It was a Michigan book.
Oh, that's why. You probably would have burned it.
Or maybe this
You
is
know
the
what?
reason.
All right, that was David that played that, I believe.
Jeff, why would you do that? That's an awful drop to play right there.
I don't have the drop board. Go look on Twitch,
All
YouTube.
know
I
is-
don't have the drop board.
So then all of a sudden, so then I'm like, so we're having some fun with that, and they're like, oh, it's a Michigan book. I'm like, you still could have gave it to me. I could have gave it to some Michigan friends of mine, but okay, whatever. I show up to work today, and I go to set my bag down, and I'm like, and who's this little person in my chair? Who's sitting at my desk? None other than David's son, but I realized which son it was, and then it was okay.
The Michigan State loving son.
It was okay.
Who's decked out in
It
Spartan
was-
gear.
it
But I
was
did
okay.
ask him, I'm like, what if you get into Michigan? He said, I'll go. And then Rico quickly said, yeah, we'll get you a scholarship too, kid.
Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah, he said if he gets a scholarship, Rico says, don't worry, we'll get you one too.
Don't worry.
And don't worry, once the Connor Stallions Michigan getting popped by the NCAA book comes out, you'll want that one.
I just thought it was weird. Like, so I'm like everybody's desk. I was like, Kenny Cott got one. I'm like, seriously? But I didn't get one.
You can have mine if you want it.
No,
Rico.
you know what? Don't want it.
You can have mine.
Don't want it.
Need
I
some
didn't get
kindling
one,
for your
Rico.
fireplace.
I did not get one.
Well, you know what that is, David.
Oh, yeah, we're moving on. All right, can we get into it already? You guys need to stop. What was that one? Joking around. All right, so the Tigers take on the Blue Jays today. You'll hear the game in Toronto because the Schulmans will apparently give it to you. The father-son combo that do radio and TV, which is crazy, but whatever.
That's just the business.
I'm just saying, it's crazy.
I mean, it's good to be the king.
I mean, you got the Alberts, right? You got the Bucks, and you got the Eagles, right? Noah Eagle. I mean, unbelievable. But Tigers are on the skid. They've lost 9 of 10. I think everybody's looking forward to this series. You got the trade deadline 1 week from today. You got the Guardians, who I can check for you right now. Last time I checked, the game was tied at 3. But the Orioles are beating the Guardians 4-3 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Man on for the Guardians right now. But the Guardians currently are 8 back. They've made up a ton of ground on you. And you're now the 3rd seed in the American League, meaning if the season were to end today, which it doesn't, you no longer have the bye to the ALDS. So we started talking about like the deadline, and we started talking about what the Tigers do next, and you got a massive series in town. There's going to be a ton of Blue Jay fans in the building. And Rico Beard hit me with this opinion on the phone, and I literally, as the callers say, drove off the road.
Well, I'm glad you didn't drive off the road. Rigger goes back to what I said yesterday when Mike was here before he took off for his vacation.
You got to play the drop.
I don't have it handy.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
When you really look at this Tiger situation, we did a topic, what do they need? I said they needed starting pitching.
Lot.
David said that, right-hand. No, David, were you a right-handed bat, I think? And then Mike was like, no, they need some bullpen arms. And I'm like, you know what? We're all right. And as they keep losing, you realize there is no quick fix. There is no one person that you can bring on this team, whether it's got term or whether it's a rental, that's just going to make this team that World Series contender. So I got to thinking, okay, if you really take a step back, don't be the diehard Tiger fan who thinks that they can win all the time.
Okay.
Scott Harris and the Tiger organization, they have a plan. Their plan is ahead of schedule.
Sure.
Their plan is working. Their plan has them 8 games right now ahead of the Guardians. Their plan has them with the best pitcher in baseball. Their plan has them with a stocked up and loaded farm system.
I sense a big butt coming on.
Their plan has young players out on the field like the Riley Greens and the Torts and all of those
Parker
guys.
Meadows,
they're
Matt
all
Vierling,
there.
Sure.
This is
Wenzel
working
Perez.
for them. In order to go out and get all those pieces, you're going to have to give up that farm system. They love their farm system, Rieger. I don't think they're going to make a move. No. They're not going to make this blockbuster trade that everybody's waiting for. They may pick up an arm to go into the bullpen, but it's nothing that Jeremy Otto's going to run in here and say, hey, Tigers made a big trade. It'll be one of those marginal things that you keep hearing the other GMs talk about in this city. What I'm saying is this. As the days go on and as this losing streak continues, I think it's enough that they're going to say, hey, we're just going to stand pat. We're going to hold on to our guys. We're ahead of schedule. Let's see what happens next year. There's no sense of urgency like there is in New York for the Yankees and the Mets and the Dodgers and all the teams, the rest of teams that spent money. That's a sense of urgency. They didn't spend a ton of money. They don't have that same sense of urgency. Their long-term plan is successful right now, and I don't think they're ready to blow up that plan for 1 year.
Okay, so you're saying they might make a marginal move, but it's not going to be a Bednar or a Bautista or a Clase or a Mason Miller.
No.
You're saying it's going to be a guy that doesn't have that much swing and miss that you can throw in the pen so you get an extra arm.
An extra arm in the pen.
Okay, I think you're crazy. I think that's insane.
Rieger, don't look at it as a fan. Look at it as from the Tigers' perspective.
I will.
From the Tigers' perspective, They went from a joke to the playoffs to winning to now they're on the verge. Looks like they're going to win their division.
Yeah, hopefully.
They're starting to become a have, and they did all of this without having to sell the farm.
But Rico,
they're on a slow burn. They're not trying to do this quickly. They're not trying to put this in the microwave.
I disagree because let me tell you this point of view, okay? If you're Scott Harris, you got one of the best records in baseball, one of the best records in the American League. You're going to win your division. You're going back to the postseason, okay? Now, I know the team's slumping right now. Don't be a prisoner of the moment at this moment. You have to add at the deadline because you may never be in this position again. You have to add while you have Tarek Skubal. You have to add while you're one of the best teams in the American League. If they did what you think they might do, that would be unforgivable. Scott Harris would turn off the entire fan base. You can't do business like this.
They wouldn't turn off the entire fan base.
You're turning your back on the team that got you here.
Because if they make the playoffs, this fan base is going to be over the moon. They're going to love it.
This fan base would be pissed.
That they made the playoffs?
That they do a marginal move not to get you further in the postseason. It's still about trying to win a World Series in a league that isn't all that impressive. There's no great teams in baseball.
Let me say this, and I'm going to repeat this for the people in the back. Yes, do they want to win a World Series? They do. But it's not the same sense of urgency that you see with the big payroll teams.
But we don't know that. We don't know that. We've never seen Scott Harris in this situation where he's trying to add to a team to win a World Series. And for all the people that say, well, he hasn't made a move yet, the deadline's a week from today and nobody's made a move. We know how this thing works. The moves will start probably on the weekend or Monday or Tuesday.
I mean,
and then it gets crazy.
Every time he talks about it, he shakes both hands. It's like, hey, when I feel like we're ready, I'll make a move. But I like the guys we got in our farm system, which means they're going to stick with the guys that they know in their farm system, and they're going to bring these guys up. They're going to keep them. The payroll will stay low, and they're just going to ride this thing out. And when the Skubal thing happens, it happens. But right now, it's going according to their plan.
All right, I got two questions for you. Let's say Rico's right. I don't believe he is, and it's his opinion. But let's say Rico's right. Is that good with you? Do you agree with Rico Beard that the Tigers aren't going to be ultra aggressive at the trade deadline, which is a week from today? That's number one.
And let me quickly clarify.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't do this.
I got you.
I'm saying
you think.
I just don't feel like they're going to make that move that Detroit is looking for.
Okay, but to support you, and I don't want to because I hate this opinion, but if you read anything about this trade deadline, it's a seller's market. Everybody wants everybody because there's so many teams that are still in it, meaning the sellers are going to get a ton for what they sell. Mm-hmm. The asking prices are astronomical. If Scott Harris were to do the Rico Beard opinion, he's not backing it. He just thinks it's going to happen. If Harris were to be conservative at the deadline and not get you a third baseman, not get you a starter, not get you a bunch of arms for the pen, would you be good with it simply because you don't think this team can go that far? You're protecting your farm system. The asking price is just way too much. Would you be good with it? And do you think like Rico thinks, which is it ain't going to be that much at the deadline? For me, it'd be unforgivable. If you don't go for it this year, you're not doing your job. It's that simple. 97 won the ticket. All right, what it comes down to, are you Team Rieger or Rico? Rico Beard does not believe, he's not backing this, by the way. He does not believe Scott Harris is going to make a big-time move. He doesn't believe he's going to go get one of those high whiff rate relievers or a Eugenio Suarez or a starting pitcher. Rico believes Scott Harris is going to be pretty conservative. Tigers are ahead of schedule, didn't expect to be here. Asking prices are way too high, and Harris is just going to protect the farm, and away you go. You go to war with what got you here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got young guys that are contributing. Now, they're not superstars, but they're young guys. You have Skubal, and you have this farm system that you think is going to be great.
Yeah, it's one of the best in baseballs.
They're not trying to mortgage the future for anybody because I don't think there's anybody out there. I mean, unless you're going to go and tell me that all those ridiculous articles about Paul Skeens actually are going to come to fruition.
No, but there's other guys that can help other than Skeens.
Rieger, that's the only one to me that I'd be willing to give up a ton of farm to say, okay, I'm going to bring him in because he's going to have term, and when Skubal walks away, I still got one of the best pitchers in baseball. You need a starting pitcher. Yeah. You need bullpen help. Yep. You need a right hand. You need so many things.
Yeah.
That's why I don't think that they're willing to part, because it's like, okay.
So how does it make sense, though? You need so many things that you think they won't get anything?
Here's why it makes sense.
You're sinking your chances then.
Here's how it makes sense. We need so many things, but we play in an awful division. We're leading by 8 games.
Yeah.
So unless it
might not be the case for long.
But unless it's a total collapse. If you can just play 500 baseball, you'll win this division for the rest of the year.
All right, so are you Team Rico or are you Team Rieger? I think he's going to be aggressive. I think he can't afford not to be. I think the entire fan base would turn on him. If Scott Harris delivers you what Rico thinks he will, which is a marginal reliever for the pen, and that's it, or you go get a guy like Ke'Bryan Hayes who can't hit but is a good defensive third baseman, if that's all you get, fans will be furious. You don't get opportunities like this very often. And I know they're mired in this losing 9 of 10, and they look like clown ball, as you guys were saying yesterday, Caputo's phrase. But there's no way you can't make moves. So he will. He will make moves. And the fact that it hasn't happened yet, well, it's just normal procedure. I mean, the deadline's not for a week. You know how these things go.
Rieger, it's not that. And before we get to the phone lines, 248-539-9797. You team Jeff, you think that, you know what, you have to make a move, or you team Rico? I don't think they're going to make a move. And if it's a move, it'll be such a marginal move. It's not going to be anything major. It may be adding, another arm to the bullpen, but not this, lights out closer.
Think how irresponsible it would be to waste the Skubal 2 years that you have. It would be such a sports sin. It would be unforgivable, Rico. You can't waste the best pitcher in baseball. You know he's not coming back. We all agree, right?
But
Skubal ain't coming back, so use him now.
They're acting as if we don't know what the future is, but we're not going to break. We're not mortgaging this future. And that's just how I see it. It's not what I want. I want to be on Team Rieger.
I agree.
But when I look at this and you just take the step back, Scott Harris's plan is working.
Yeah, but to be fair, we don't know what he's thinking, because he does say 2 different things when he comes on the radio or talks to reporters. And the other thing, too, is last year he traded Flaherty. It's a good move. You got Lorenzo and you got Trey Sweeney, and then you brought Flaherty back, and unfortunately, Flaherty's not very good over the last 7-8 starts. But we've seen Scott Harris botch the Erod thing in his first ever trade deadline, and we saw him be very genius in his second. We don't know what he's thinking, and if he doesn't bring you at least a couple guys to help this struggling team, I wonder about Scott Harris.
Rieger, but as you say, don't become a prisoner of the moment. Yes, right now, since the Seattle series, this team has been struggling.
Yes, of
course. But when you take the look, you still have enough that you're going to win this division. And the fact that this division is probably not going to get any better in the next year or two.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think this team can win the World Series?
No.
Okay. I agree currently. If you add what you need, at least some of what you need, you think this team can win the World Series?
No.
I do.
Unless you go all in and you address everything. if you bring in a right-handed bat, I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, two relievers and a right-handed bat. Okay. Three moves. That, to me, gets you to the World Series, potentially.
So those 3 moves are going to be costly in this seller's market.
And I don't care.
But Rieger, you're thinking like Jeff Rieger. No, because they love their farm system.
Yeah, but I agree. But you can still get through. You can do 3 moves and not have to give up a top 5 prospect. You can.
Okay, that's Detroit fan trades. That's the whole we're going to trade Kobe Bryant, get Lindsey Hunter for Kobe Bryant type of thing.
You like Eugenio Suarez is the big name, right? And the Yankees want him, and the Astros want him, and the Mariners want him, and we're led to believe that the Tigers want him, right? He's still a rental. Mm-hmm. That's 34 years old. So while, yes, his cost will be elevated, I don't think you're giving up Max Clark for the guy. You're not giving up Rosenio for the guy.
Rieger, you're gonna have to give up something to make Arizona say yes to you and no to New York and all the other teams.
248-539-9797. Team Rico, Team Rieger. Rico thinks Scott Harris is essentially going to punt the trade deadline. I refuse to believe it. Let's go to Mike on a cell. You're on the ticket. What's up, Mikey?
Man, nothing much, man. Hey, I respect both of you guys' argument, which is really not an argument, but I think Scott, he's not going to touch that farm.
At all. That's what the farm is there for.
No,
he's not going to touch that farm. It's too promising. It's too promising. I just got a quick comment. It's too promising. He's not going to touch that farm. What I would like to see, get rid of one of them young boys, and I need a starter, and find a mid-level right-hand back. They're gonna get a reliever regardless. But I need a starter because Flaherty doesn't do it for me.
Mike, I'm with you. I think they have, because they have so many needs, that farm is going to stay right where it is. Rieger, if they just needed a bat, I think they make a move. Yeah. If they just needed bullpen help, they would make a move. If they just needed a number 2 guy, they would make a move. They need so many different things that it gets to the point, well, if we start selling off some of our prospects, are we still a World Series team? Now, that's I don't know what's happening down at the World headquarters, but I would say, if you're honest with yourself, no.
All right. Are you Team Rico or Team Rieger? That's number 1. But number 2, and I know Rico's not saying he agrees with his opinion. He doesn't want the Tigers to do business the way he thinks they're going to do business. But as a Tiger fan, if Rico's right, if the moves are minimum, if you're punting on the trade deadline, if you do nothing of substance and only try to improve in the margins, you good with that? If your excuse is we're ahead of schedule, our farm is great, the asking prices were way too much, I'm not willing to part with anybody we love down on the farm, I'm not good with that. You're not good with that either, right?
No, but you just, Rieger, there's too many holes there. So therefore, you have to really ask yourself, am I willing to part with some of these players? Because their plan, if you take a step back in the last couple of years, it's working. It will continue to work the way that they're doing it. They're not going all in. They're not going the way of the Mets and just saying, you know what, here's a blank check, go out and get whoever you can. They're all about the young players.
There would be protests.
There would be no protest because they would be in the playoffs. Who's protesting?
The fan base would be absolutely livid. If Thursday rolls around 1 week from today, and I think it's going to be you and Stoney, and 6 o'clock rolls around, it's their next off day, and Scott Harris brings you, I don't know, like some lefty out of the pen that isn't very good, and that's it, there would be protest at Comerica Park.
The only protest
would
be
absolutely livid. No, I'm totally
fans
right
ain't gonna
about
be that
this.
livid because they're still gonna say, especially, let's just say by the time the trade deadline comes, they've taken the series from the Jays and who I forgot who they have next.
Arizona.
And they've taken that series. Fans won't care.
That's even more reason to make a move. You right the ship, and then you make a move, and you go to war to try to win your first World Series in 41 years.
This does not look like an organization that's going all in the way that you want them to.
I beg for the people. Right now, we'll get to the calls, 248-539-9797. Are you Team Rico or Team Rieger? That's number 1. But number 2, and I find it way more interesting than Rieger or Rico, would you be pissed? Would you be furious if Rico's opinion's right and that's how Harris is going to conduct business in his first big-time trade deadline? Would you be pissed or would you be okay with it? I predict you'd be furious. Rico be like, yeah, you make the playoffs, and what the hell do I care? That's what you think, right? 97 won the ticket.
All right, sports fans, listen up. Is your internet performance on a losing streak? You got drop connections, lagging streams, missing those game-winning plays? Not with Xfinity Internet. We're talking the champion of Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment. So whether you're looking to live stream the game, video chatting with your fantasy league, or downloading the latest highlights, Xfinity Internet means no timeouts. Do more of what you love faster than a touchdown dash. And if you're Xfinity Mobile MVP, even better. Xfinity brings the power of internet and mobile together, so you got that victory level speeds at home and on the go. Combine Xfinity Internet and mobile and supercharge your phone with Wi-Fi Power Boost for that winning edge. That's gold medal speeds, reliable home internet, and a secure game-winning network on the go. Ready to score big? Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Tigers reliever Carlos Hernandez no longer is a locker at Comerica Park, according to several Tiger beat writers. With Detroit this season, he held a 10.13 ERA in 11 appearances. Here's the lineup that A.J. Hinch has submitted.
Do we know who's taking his spot?
So that's not good?
What's that? No.
Who's taking his spot? Do we know?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
What if it's Carey? I doubt it's Carey, but...
Well, I mean... A position player for a reliever, probably not, right?
Probably not, but you never know. Gleyber Torres leads off at second base. Jemai Jones bats second at DH. Spencer Torkelson will hit third and play first. Riley Green in the middle of the order as he plays left. Matt Vierling will hit fifth and play center. Wenzel Perez after him and right. Dingler, Keith Baez at shortstop will round it out here today. The righty Reese Olson will be on the mound. Here the 6:40 first pitch right here on the ticket. Lions corner Terrion Arnold left practice today with a strained calf. Jordan Schultz says the team will be cautious with it. Pro wrestler Hulk Hogan passed away at the age of 71. The cause expected to be cardiac arrest. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All righty, it's a great debate. We're choosing sides. Are you Team Rico? Are you Team Rieger? You can't choose Team Rico just because you like them better. That's against the rules. Rico doesn't believe Scott Harris is going to be very active at the trade deadline. I think he's going to be uber aggressive because you don't have these types of situations all that often when you have one of the best records in the American League and you're thought to be maybe World Series favorites. But the second question I find way more interesting. Let's say Rico's right. Let's say Harris does next to nothing a week from today, 6 o'clock, the trade deadline in Major League Baseball, July 31st. If he does nothing, I think fans would be beyond furious. Rico doesn't. Would you be pissed? And I'm not asking you to react to something that hasn't happened yet, but maybe I am because I think this fan base would have a mutiny. I think
they
Harris,
would have a mutiny. Rico, you're overselling this. I think they would they would be disappointed. What, they're going to not go down to the games? They're not going to support a team that's in first place in their division?
I think they might go to the games, but I think they would have their feelings
they're going
displayed.
to cheer reluctantly?
No, I think they're going to boo.
Clap.
Oh, my God. Listen, the way we treat Brad Holmes, who got you to an NFC championship game, who then gave you a 15-win season, we treat him like this boob can't find us a defensive lineman.
Mm-hmm. And the last time I checked,
Scott Harris the same exact way.
Yeah, and the last time I checked, Rieger, there's no rioting, there's no looting.
There's a lot of anger, though.
And there's a lot of people who could be down there. There's still a long line for season ticket. There's still people lined up for training camp. So I'm missing all of this outrage.
Let's go to Don. You're on the ticket. What do you think, Donnie?
Hey, I like Rico, but I am Team Rico, even though I just believe that he's onto something, because why would Harris is thinking to himself, you mean I'm going to sell out right now with the guys that I have in the farm system? The chances are more likely that things are going to go badly when that happens versus going good, because right now I'm playing with house money. Like Rico said, they're way ahead of the schedule that they thought they would be. So right now, why would you go ahead and show them all your cards and let them go?
Don, then just trade Tarek Skubal right now and go get whatever you can get for him, because you're wasting his timeline.
Why trade him now? We're gonna use him as long as we can.
Why use him if you don't want to add to it?
Don, thank you for having some common sense. Rieger, you're going to ride him till the wheels come off, because once you get into the playoffs, anything can happen. Do I think they're a World Series favorite? No. But who's to say somebody on the other team doesn't get injured? Who's to say one of your guys all of a sudden goes full Freddie Freeman and just gets lights out and knocks the cover off the ball?
I just don't know how you can say you don't think the guy's going to be active when he's got no track record one way or the other. And baseball wisdom tells you if you're in the position to strike, you freaking strike and you make your team better. Like, we act like Scott Harris loves his farm system.
They do.
Every GM and president of baseball ops loves their farm system.
Right.
We don't know that he's going to be conservative. I bet you he's aggressive.
Rieger, there's too many pieces that this team needs. The cost of acquiring that person that you want is going to be high. You're going up against some major markets.
Yeah. So?
And
you got better prospects than they do.
Rieger, they're on a path to get someplace. I don't think that they even realize there's not that sense of urgency of, oh my God, look at this payroll. We're overpaying all of these players we have. We got to ask somebody because we have to win the World Series. Tigers fans aren't going anywhere if they don't make a deal.
I don't think you can say there's no sense of urgency until he proves to you there isn't. He could go out and be a major player. Let's go to Nick. You're on the ticket. What's up, Nick? Nick, you there?
Hello?
Nick. Yeah, there you go. Nick.
Oh, sorry. I agree with Rico on this. I'm 17, so it's like a different perspective than what I'm used to hearing when I listen. My entire life, the Tigers haven't been good until like last year. Like I don't remember. I remember Verlander and stuff, but
sure,
I'm not willing to like get rid of my entire farm system and my entire future. For what? An over-expensive 34-year-old?
Nick, you're 17 years old. You haven't been through the pain that many have been. Not holding it against you. It's just reality. But you're saying you got the best team in a while. And you're saying you don't want to add to the best team? You care about a bunch of dudes that have yet to play a major league game?
Yes.
Nick, that's insane.
Well, it's not that. It's more of I don't want to make it so I don't have another good team for 14 years.
Come on. I mean, listen.
I mean, we have to pay. Like, if we want to keep school, we have to drop how much money, and then what? We got to pay a 36-year-old, 34-year-old,
Yeah, so do it
$30
now.
million a
Do
year.
it now. Try to win right this second. You have a really good team. You've been the best in baseball for the majority of the year, and you have the best pitcher in baseball right now, and he's in his prime. Who cares what happens in a couple years? There's a great chance, Nick. There's a great chance that Scooble leaves, and you're going to be just fine. But in the meantime, foot on the gas. Let's go win a championship. Go on.
I understand that, right? But so it's like every single time I listen, it's like you got the majority of the time it's people like not freaking out, but like this we have this big sense of urgency. But like, and same thing with like Brad Holmes and Scott Harris. So we have to have a little bit of faith in what they're doing because it's working.
Yeah,
And
but we
like
don't
Rico
know
was
what they're
saying
doing.
that.
So let's say he goes out and makes a bunch of deals. Then you're going to be happy, right? Because you trust the man. And, Nick, we appreciate the call. We're up against it. But listen, are you Team Rico? Are you Team Rieger? And would you have an issue if Scott Harris isn't uber aggressive? I'd be pissed. I think it's unforgivable. Rico, not so much.
Unforgivable?
Unforgivable.
Look, you throw around these words, Rieger. Like, really?
Unforgivable.
Rioting and unforgivable.
I didn't say rioting. I think I said protesting. I did say mutiny.
Yeah.
Yes. What's
and
worse?
unforgivable.
What's worse? You cannot do nothing. You think he's going to do nothing. I also don't think it's fair to the man to just assume, he cares so much about his farm system. The other thing, too, by the way, is name me the prospect in Detroit that the Tigers traded away that had effed you, other than John Smoltz, which is 38 years ago.
Right, but you know what? 248-539-9797. More of this next.
I can't believe the thinking of these people. All righty, asking the question, are you Team Rico? Are you Team Rieger? Team Rieger believes that Scott Harris is going to be aggressive at the deadline. He's going to help out his struggling team right now and try to get you to win a World Series. Rico believes he's going to do no such thing. Maybe you get a marginal reliever, and that's all you get, and you're right into the postseason with the team that got you there. 248-539-9797, where are you at? The other question is, if they did nothing, would you be okay with it or next to nothing? And I do have some good news. The Guardians lost Rico. So the Tigers are 8.5 up on Cleveland now.
I'm not doing scoreboard watching in July.
No? You don't want to do that, especially the 1 o'clock games?
This is what you do. You over-exaggerate things. I'm telling you, there will be no mutiny if nothing happens next week.
People will be pissed.
I think that this team is on a course. I think Scott Harris has them going in the right direction. I think that they are looking at the long term. They are not looking at the short term.
You can't do that, but you think fans would understand. You think fans would understand if Harris
Are you winning?
Are
you winning? Fans only care about winning.
No,
Are you
I
winning?
understand that, but
and yes, they're winning.
But they're not
going
going
down
to the
to
World Series. You said so yourself.
Okay, but you end up losing to.
Let's say your first round knockout.
It's a different animal once you get to the playoffs. You have to get to the playoffs, and this is something that this team hasn't seen since before last year. It was a long time ago. So now all of a sudden, it looks like you're going to win your division. You got young players that you're invested in. Your long-term plans are working. Now, you got too many holes to fill that I don't think that you're willing to give up some of your prospects in order to go out and add more players to this team.
Every team has holes. No team can fill them all. No team is one piece away.
Right, and I don't
But
think
this American League is a sham. It's a fraud. You can win the American League with some help at the
unless you
deadline.
can go out and make
that's worth something.
You make the blockbuster trade that nobody sees coming. The players who are out there, is Schwartz going to get you and win you a World Series? I don't think so.
I don't know. Adding a right-handed bat that has over 30 bombs that can play a decent defensive third base.
Hey, he's not really that good at third base. We broke those numbers down yesterday.
Play fine.
He's a negative when it comes to third base.
Yeah, and he can help you offensively.
Okay.
Do you have a veteran, a 34-year-old that you can turn to when you need a big at-bat? I don't think you do, other than maybe a Gleyber Torres. 248-539-9797. By the way, the 17-year-old that called last segment, the ticket texters believe he took me to the woodshed. He wants to not do anything. He's 17 years old. He doesn't want to screw up his future watching this ball club. Doesn't want to trade away the farm system. Let's go to Robert on a cell. You're on the ticket. What's up, Robert?
Yes, sir. The 17-year-old is spot on. God bless him. How can a team that is way ahead of the competition, not just in the American League, but in Major League Baseball at large, how can they have holes in their lineup? Now, I asked your call screener. He said right-handed bat, and you're talking the gentleman from Arizona. They have Torkelson, Baez, Jones, the other gentleman, number 44. Those are all good right-handed bats. Why aren't they producing, though? Is it perhaps management's fault, something motivational going on here?
Well, I mean, listen, I think it's a slump. Riley Green's hitting 182 in July. Zach McKinstry's hitting 200 in July. Javi Baez has less than a 500 OPS in July. I think it's a bunch of guys slumping at the same time, Robert.
Okay, that calls into question management.
Yeah, it's only Robert, at the end of the day, it still is only 10 games. I mean, listen, I know everybody's a prisoner of the moment, and it looks really bad right now. And the way they're losing these games, especially the other day when the Torque had to play and Perez didn't touch the plate, I know it looks bad, but this is still baseball. The Guardians lost 10 in a row, and now they're 2.5 games out of a wild card spot. The Dodgers lost 11 of 16, right, and they're still predicted to win the World Series.
Okay, but here's the thing, Robert. Rieger, look, yes, they're on their losing streak now. The Guardians are red hot. Eventually, things it'll go back down. Yeah. If the Tigers, once again, if you can finish the next 10 games at 5-5, you'll be okay.
Sure.
Okay. That's why I'm saying if you were sitting there and you had a 1-game lead, maybe, but they have enough, they'll make the playoffs. They have Tarek Skubal, which means if anything, you know you're going to win his game that he goes out there to pitch. Your plan is working. I don't think they're ready to rush the plan.
I disagree. And by the way, I did ask for guys you gave up at the trade deadline that you really regret. John Smoltz and Will Birchfield. My buddy texts me Willie Adamas.
I was about to say Will
That's
Birchfield. I thought he was on here with us.
Oh, no, they didn't give him up. No, they can't give him up. He's awesome. But no, Willie Adamas is one of them, the current shortstop for the Giants, who was a shortstop for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Suarez.
Suarez doesn't count. That was before the season. It's trade deadline.
Oh, no, you're saying
Suarez
somebody.
for Simon and Isaac Paredes for Austin Meadows. I guess they count, but those were before the season. We're talking trade deadline.
Okay.
Fair?
Okay. I'm just saying. You're like, oh, there was nobody. Okay.
There's one guy. It's a good one. Willie Adamas. He's a good player. Hasn't had a great season. Neil and Flint are on the ticket. What's up, Neil?
Hey, how you doing, bud?
Hey, man.
Hey, Neil.
Hey, guys. I know his kid's 17, and he obviously hasn't watched a World Series contending team that the Tigers had a decade ago that lasted almost a decade. And you don't get the Miguel Cabreras of the world or the Max Scherzers of the world without trading big pieces. You know, Miguel Cabrera costed 2 can't-miss prospects. And, you know, you didn't hear anything about
David and Miller,
Miller later on, yeah.
I mean, Andrew Miller turned into a great reliever, but you're right. Neil, so let's say Rico's right, and next Thursday rolls around at 6:01, and the Tigers do next to nothing. Are you pissed as a Tiger fan?
I'm actually a little bit on both your guys' side. I'm not pissed. I don't think that they're a World Series team, even if they do make big trades this trade deadline.
Yeah, I'm with you, Neil.
They're a team. They're a team full of good players. They don't have a single. If Riley Green is your best player on your team, you're not a World Series contender.
I mean, I guess, but like in 2006, because it means something to us, because the Tigers were involved. The Cardinals won 83 games. Like, we all say it. Once you get
won
into
86 games, but that was because they went into the playoffs hurt. They had Wainwright, Pujols, Carpenter.
Neil, once you get in, anything can happen. We've talked about this. We agree on this. So why not give yourself the best chance? Because here's the dirty little secret. There is no guarantee that you're going to be any good next year.
I think they should swing for the fences because they're not going to have Scooble after next year. I think we have to know that. They're not. Scooble's gone after next year. They're not paying him $40 million a year. They're not.
I agree.
So
I agree with you.
We have a window with the one superstar that we have on our roster. We have this window, and I agree. They should. I would love if they swung for the fences and actually made a legitimate run at a World Series right now. There's only one model over the last 30 years that wins in baseball. It's pay to play.
No, Neil, we appreciate it, brother. How about one more? You got one more in your Rico?
We got one more, yeah.
John, you're on the ticket. You get the last word, my friend. Team Rico or Rieger, and would you be pissed if Rico's right?
I think Rico's right. What's with this Harris? He's so great. He brought in a dud with Maeda, Cobb.
Yeah, Alex Cobb, pretty bad. Yeah.
He signs high school players. What's so great about this Harris?
John. I mean, to be fair, has he done a bad job? You got one of the best records in baseball. He came in here and I know there were Vila picks, but he's developed
them. Wait a while. Most of those players are Vila players. Riley, Torkelson.
Okay, so John, you don't want to give him the guy credit. You don't no credit for Scott Harris.
What has he done?
I'll tell you. He came into an organization. He helped develop these players that Alavila could not. And you are currently a very good baseball team. He brought you Gleyber Torres on a 1-year deal. Did that work out? I'd say it probably did. He resurrected Javier Baez. Nobody believed in Casey Mize. And I know he struggled, but he still was an all-star. Spencer Torkelson was dead, kicked off the team. And he's the only guy hitting right now and was almost an all-star. So, John, come on. Be a little fair, dude. Like, I don't know what Scott Harris is going to do, but don't say he's done nothing.
It's a high school player's AA now. That's your future. That's what he's done.
Okay, so you give the guy no credit. No credit.
He's done a bust with Maeda and a bust with Cobb.
All right.
What are you talking about?
I just okay, Rico. You agree with that one?
Bro, I'm just letting you two go at it.
I mean, Jesus.
I don't know.
I'm not saying the guy's perfect. He's not Jesus Christ for crying out loud. But my God, he's done a hell of a job, has he not?
He has. He's at Rieger, you're just making. I don't have to say anything because you're making my argument for me.
I love this. Harris is not developing players. Coaches are. Well, who hired the coaches? Who do they work for?
Harris has a plan. His plan is ahead of schedule. That's why I don't think that they're willing to throw everything away when it's working for them. It's not happening as fast. If you get into the playoffs, who knows what's going to happen? They're just trying to get into the playoffs right now. Other teams, it's World Series or bust. I don't think the Tigers are a World Series or bust team.
I love this ticket text, Jeff. Harris has not done any of what you just listed. He's not a damn manager. So Scott gets no credit, right? I mean, he did keep AJ employed, right? He is the president of the damn team. No credit, though.
Like I said,
okay.
Harris has a plan.
That's a weird opinion.
Harris has a plan. These are the people you called out.
These are weird people.
My people, they were saying on the phone lines. These are your people, Rieger.
Well,
that's Team Rieger.
That's
Team Rieger.
You can admit
they're
that
a little unhinged.
Okay, you can admit that was an insane phone call, right? Please, come on.
You know what? I could admit. Football's next. 97-1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. After they had the day off yesterday, Lions corner Terrion Arnold left practice today with a strained calf per Jordan Schultz. He says the team plans to be cautious before putting him back on the field. Derek Barnes also sustained a hand injury, but it sounds like he'll be fine. Lions defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard spoke to the media today. He also commented on the return of Aiden Hutchinson, saying, quote, "I see a better player than we saw last year," end quote. The Tigers hit the field tonight against the Blue Jays, looking to get back on track. They've lost 5 of 6 since the break. Here the 6:40 first pitch as Eric Lauer battles Reese Olson on the mound. Right here on the ticket, reliever Carlos Hernandez has been DFA'd. Jeff Hartlieb has been called up. Detroit will be the 31-year-old 6th MLB team. Yes.
What's that ERA for Hartlieb?
It's 40, but it's like 1 or 2 appearances.
Oh.
So there you go.
40?
Yeah. He threw in 2 games for the Yankees earlier this season. Former MLB GM and athletic MLB insider Jim Bowden lists the Tigers as one of 6 teams that could land Diamondbacks third baseman Eugenio Suarez. Quote, "Detroit is not going to part with its trio of top prospects. Middle infielder Kevin McGonigal, shortstop Bryce Rayner, and outfielder Max Clark. All 3 would be off the table. However, I think the Tigers would include catcher/first baseman Tyrone Lorenzo, whom they acquired from the LA Dodgers last year in the Jack Flaherty deadline trade," end quote. Keith Law also released his new top 60 prospects list. Across all of the game, Kevin McGonigal is number 1, while Max Clark is number 2. Professional wrestler Hulk Hogan passed away at the age of 71 just after 11 a.m. this morning. WWE released a statement saying, quote, "One of pop culture's most recognizable figures, Hogan helped WWE achieve global recognition in the 1980s. WWE extends its condolences to Hogan's family, friends, and fans," end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
'97 won I almost said the football. Let's talk about football.
Here on 97.1 The Football, we're going to get to some more college football questions. So let's get right to it here. After spending nearly 5 decades in the NFL and never coaching anything in college, how will Bill Belichick adjust to the college game?
David, I don't think he's going to adjust well to the college game. I don't know what he's bringing in at quarterback. I don't know what he's bringing in. The only thing I know is about his girlfriend and how she's out on the field. Really, it's become a sideshow. And you're going to be the new Colorado. You're going to be the new prime time that you're going to be on TV. I don't know if he spent that time bringing in a good team. I look for this to be kind of a crash and burn. Look, the athletic director's already said he doesn't want to come back, so the next guy can come in and just let him go. I don't see this as going well.
Oh, I think it's going to be a bleep show. It's going to be a disaster. I think his girlfriend already got banned from campus.
But then she was allowed back like an hour later.
Okay, fair. I mean, Bill Belichick already proven that he's nothing without Tom Brady to begin with. And now he goes to North Carolina because we're led to believe that no NFL team wanted to hire him. And he's in his 70s. And I just think this is going to end miserably. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're great. Maybe he still has that, I don't know, want and desire to coach. But it has all the markings of a disaster.
I don't think he's going to have the patience, David. Real quick, before we move on to your next one. I was just reading something for you two.
Yeah.
Looks like the bigger conferences are going to happen, and a couple of teams are ready to leave the ACC. North Carolina is, and this is for you, Kenny, is thinking about joining the SEC when their contract is up.
Nice.
At least it's not terribly far like a team joining the Atlantic Conference that's like, nowhere near or Oregon joining the Big Ten. I don't care anymore. I'm over it.
See, that wouldn't be the teams to me. Like, if they're going to break up the ACC, like if I'm the Big Ten, geographically it doesn't fit, I'm going to get Miami and Florida State.
Yes.
Florida State would be just obvious.
I'm sure Florida
State would be
we
great.
get to travel to those games and play in those stadiums? Yes.
Well, yeah, regionality being thrown out the window. Absolutely. That would be a great get for them.
Hopefully those games are in November, though. You don't want to go there in late August.
Now, North Carolina, if you got North Carolina and Duke, that's great for basketball. Football, not so much. Go ahead, David.
Next question about college football is, who is this year's Indiana? Now, a lot of people were saying maybe Illinois because of their schedule. Others, in this article at least, it says maybe Auburn, UNC, because they have the highest transfer portal class rankings. Who's the next? Indiana.
I would say look out for Illinois. I do believe the consistency is the second and third year quarterbacks. Those are the ones that go out and lead teams, especially if you're not playing against tough opponents. And Luke Altmaier at quarterback. And look, what Bielema has done and instilling his program there at Illinois, basically it's Wisconsin South. It works. They're going to just grind the game out. They're not going to ask Altmaier to go out there and throw too much. David, this can work against inferior opponents like Indiana did last year.
All right, so I'm going to go with the team that the guy that usually sits here loves. How about Nebraska? They play every big game in Nebraska. They play Michigan in Nebraska. They don't play Ohio State. Their biggest game of the season is against a team that can't beat a top 5 team in Penn State on November 22nd.
I don't think Nebraska will be a top 5 team, which means Penn State will win that game.
I think Nebraska's that team. The schedule is cake. Raiola will be in his second year. I'm going to go the Huskers. It's got to work one of these years, right?
No. Now it goes to the argument that I said with Raiola, second year, you got all the mistakes out. Can you now fix that and become that guy? He's got to lose the weirdness. Dude,
he is weird.
You're not Patrick Mahomes.
I wish I was Patrick Mahomes.
Like, you got to let that go. Like, somebody told him once, hey, you kind of look like Patrick Mahomes. And then he just went out and bought everything that Mahomes has. And like, hey, look at me. And like, dude, quit being weird. Go win games.
You would agree. All you guys would agree. I'm more like Patrick Mahomes than Raiola, right? I sound like Mahomes.
Yeah, you can't play like him, so that doesn't matter.
I can't, but he's got my voice. I had the Kermit voice before he did.
Win a Super Bowl.
Kermit D. Frog here.
I'm just saying, but the whole
hi, Travis Kelce.
I look like, dude, why are you being weird? Just win games.
Hate the Bills.
So let me mention a couple schools just because it's based on the transfer portal ranking. Just a couple schools of people to pay attention to. Wisconsin, Mississippi State, UCLA. Don't laugh. Let's move on to the next question.
No, I mean, UCLA.
I'm just saying, based on portal rankings. Just saying.
The thing is about portal rankings, you then have to be able to come together as a team.
Correct.
Last year, a lot of people left and went to different teams. It's rare to get that home run portal guy. Like Indiana, it worked because they all played at James Madison together. So really, they were teammates the entire time. You got to learn people. And when you bring into too many portal folks, it's a learning curve because I don't know you. You're a new teammate. Indiana worked. They were all James Madison grad.
Fair point.
Next question here is this the year Penn State wins the big game?
The national championship, or they win a
just
top
says
10
the
game,
big
top
game.
5 game?
They haven't won any big game, so just a big game.
Okay, so it's different. A big game. Yes, I think they will win a big game. Now, this means that Fox has to do them a favor and let them play that game at night in Happy Valley so that they can use the whiteout, because the whiteout at noon is not the same as the whiteout at 8 o'clock. If that happens, yes, they're lined up against, I don't know their schedule ahead of it, but if they're playing like an Ohio State or somebody, or an Oregon, under the lights in Happy Valley, yes. On the road, no.
Now, before you speak, Jeff, let me give this, because I know people out there saying, well, what do you mean? They made the CFP semifinal. Sure. But in doing that, they did not beat a ranked team in the top 5.
And what's the record against ranked teams in the top 5? Isn't it like 1-15?
1-15.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, and this year you said you didn't know the schedule. Their big game is in Columbus on November 1st. So that's a loss. The rest of their games are totally
we thought that
winnable.
about Michigan last year.
I mean, that's a good point, but Penn State can never beat Ohio State. Other than that, Rutgers and Indiana and Iowa and Northwestern. So, yeah, I mean, I think Penn State, without a doubt, could go back to the CFP, but that big game, they're not going to win the big game. They're not going to win in the playoff either because they can't, and James Franklin is incapable.
Then let's close it out with this one. Will Arch Manning be the real deal and lead Texas to a national championship?
No. I don't think so. I think it's going to come in with a lot of hype. David, I don't care where the pedigree is. There's certain things I stand strong. You know how I feel. It's like NFL wide receivers. They're dime a dozen to me. First year quarterbacks, or your first time being a quarterback, especially in a high pressure place like Texas. It's great when you come in for the little gimmicky plays. You can look fine, but when you have to go out there after you just threw a pick, after you just fumbled, after you didn't convert the first down, and the crowd starts booing you, that's a different animal. I say no.
All right, so he didn't play against any really good teams, and he showed some flashes, and he's got a ton of pressure on him, but it almost is like J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota. Texas has that kind of roster that if Arch Manning can just be capable and competent, I kind of think they're going to win a lot of football games, and maybe they do win their first natty in like 20
but once
years.
again, take away the last name, and would you feel the same way?
I don't know. He's got all the skills, so I would say yes.
Every
I think
quarterback has the skills if you're a quarterback of a Division I football team.
I get it, but I think he's insulated with so much talent around him that, yeah, I'm going to buy that. I think he could win a natty for sure.
So was Quinn Ewers. So was Carson Beck.
Well,
just
Quinn,
saying.
I'm just saying they still made the playoff. You guys are so negative against the Mannings. What do you hate?
No,
Peyton
it's not.
too?
It's just no.
I do hate Peyton. Yes, I do.
I'm not.
He's
I'm
a fun
just
guy.
First year quarterbacks, man. It's different when you go out there for one play and it's fun and you're doing the trick gimmicky plays. It works. But look at Orgy last year. Alex Orgy.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
when he was coming in but when he was
That's
coming
not
in
a
for the
fair
trick.
comp, I feel.
No, he was coming in for the trick plays. One thing, every down, different animal.
That is your college football blitz.
Where's the state question? Rolling along on a Thursday. Tiger Baseball comes your way at 6:10. Tigers and Jays, massive 4-game series. A lot of Toronto folk going to be in downtown Detroit, you got to believe. Tigers might want to start winning. If you missed anything, and we've talked Tigers, we talked the Hulkster passing away, hit up the Odyssey Rewind. Download the app and check that out. But Rico, I was looking at the training camp notes today for the Detroit Lions for the second straight practice. Dan Campbell had to calm everybody down. Apparently, guys are getting a little chippy out there. Amon-Ra St. Brown was going at Brian Branch. Second practice in a row, way too aggressive, and they got to wait for the pads tomorrow.
I mean, it's a little hot out there, so I can see where,
Oh, yeah, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, you know, hey, don't hit me that hard type of thing. Okay. Or just talking trash. The receivers and DBs talk trash.
Oh, yeah.
All
as they should.
Time.
Terry and Arnold had to leave the practice with a calf injury. They're going to watch him. Doesn't seem like anything too serious. Derek Barnes left with a leg injury, but they're not worried about him at all. So there's your update of Lions training camp down at 222 Republic Drive. But Rico and I were talking pregame. Pre-show, I guess I should say. I consider it pregame.
Here on 97.1 The Football?
The Football, that's right. You just got to let it go, okay? Just let it, like you've never made a mistake.
I have.
How dare you. But the Lions football season is not too far from now. I mean, a week from today is their first game, the Hall of Fame game against the Chargers, July 31st, same day of the trade deadline. And I thought you asked a great question that I didn't know the answer to.
I asked a lot of questions. Which one was this? The last season?
Where's the buzz, Rico? Where is all the expectations and the hype for the Detroit Lions? Usually this time of year, people are jonesing for football. They want it so bad they're shaking. But this year, it kind of feels like people are standoffish. Is it because they're a little nervous about the schedule or 7 new coaches or 2 new coordinators? I agree with you. It does seem like the buzz isn't quite there yet.
Yeah, it's let's Lions fans, let's just have a quick little wellness check here. A little wellness check on you. Last year at this time, you couldn't get enough Detroit Lions. On this air, on every show, you said Detroit Lions. People called in, they texted in, everybody, hey, we're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to be that. Ben Johnson came back, Aaron Glenn came back.
Blowing out teams left and right.
We're going to, hey, we were 30 minutes away from the Super Bowl. We're going to fix this problem. We're going to get better. And you did. You went out there and you went 15-2. All roads led through Detroit. The preseason, you're on the cover of Sports Illustrated. You were the media darlings. You went 15-2. You got that. And then it went away. So my wellness check is this. Did for Lions fans out there, did last season ruin things for you as a fan? Where you went on this miraculous ride and then it ended before it got to its destination, where you thought that this team was going to be one of the best teams in NFL history. They were beating folks. They were scoring points, and they were doing it with all the injuries. They still kept finding ways to win. The offense was fun. The Ben Johnson trick plays. It was a fun team to watch. You went 15-2. And then it all just fell apart. So my question is, guys, where are you at? Are you okay? And has it become now they have to win the Super Bowl or the season is a failure because you've seen a successful season with no payoff? Now you need do you need the payoff? Because there's no buzz.
And I agree,
there is
no buzz. There is no buzz. We
get more calls on the wings.
Oh, you want to talk about Stevie? He hasn't done anything yet. Sorry. I got one question before I give you my opinion. Here's the question. Was last year more hurtful than the year before? Because you said maybe people can't get over the 15-2 losing to a rookie quarterback in Jaden Daniels. Was it more hurtful? Because
yes.
I think, I disagree. You don't think the NFC title game, that was the most painful thing in Detroit sports?
It was painful, but it didn't hurt more. It was painful, but at the time you weren't
30 minutes away.
But you weren't expecting to go to the Super Bowl. It would have been a great bonus. It was like, wait, are we about to live out our dream? Last year, all the focus and everything We needed home field advantage. So what did they do? They built the team. They went out there and they got home field advantage. You had the best record in football. We were talking. Hey, do you want to see the Eagles or the Rams?
No, that was a fun
in a
topic.
championship game.
I wanted the Rams in Stafford.
Lions fans just knew, okay, we found the cheat code. We don't have to. Golf doesn't have to play in cold weather. It's nice and warm inside of Ford Field. We're headed to New Orleans. We're headed to the Super Bowl. We went 15-2 last year, Rieger, because there was no payoff. You can say, man, we were so close to going to the Super Bowl. Last year, you never had a chance. The 15-2 was wasted.
Where is the buzz? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Listen, I think, and I've always thought, and I totally disagree with you, if you ask which one was more painful, I know that's not the topic. It could be a subtopic. I think it's 30 minutes away from your first ever Super Bowl, something you never thought you would ever witness. But you can hit on that if you want. But I want to answer your question. I think I know where the buzz is. And I think there's such a good organization now, and the expectations are still so high despite all the negatives we've talked about over the last couple days and the offseason. I truly believe people are just waiting for the real thing. I think training camp doesn't mean as much. The regular season doesn't mean as much. The only thing that means as much is get to the postseason, win in the postseason, and try to get to that elusive Super Bowl. I think that's what it is.
Rieger, I disagree. And look, this is a safe space, but I think that a lot of fans are still hurt. A lot of fans are still disappointed.
You still think it's the hangover.
It's not even a hangover. It's just, man, you haven't come to the grips with the breakup yet. You're just like, you're in sweatpants eating ice cream, listening to Sade and watching the old game saying, hey, but I remember this game. And I remember it's like, I don't think they've gotten over it yet. I don't.
Why is there no buzz? I agree with you wholeheartedly that there is no buzz. 248-539-9797. You want to go to a call real quick to get the early impressions? Jason, you're on the ticket. What's up, Jason? How are you, bud?
Hey, man, I'm good, Rieger. Hey, basically, man, I was just calling. I wanted to say that it was disappointing. They were 30 minutes away from going to the big game, and I know they're trying to duplicate it, but I still got that bad vibe from last year with all the injuries on defense.
So Rico's right.
So, right now, I'm just waiting. Hopefully they might sign Smith again, but I haven't heard anything on that. I just wanted to see what your take was on all of that as far as defense.
No, Jason, and I appreciate the call, Jason, and I can see because you went 15-2 and you didn't see any significant signings, and it's like, okay, did we do enough to get to that next level, or what are we doing here?
Well, his point, too, I mean, there were so many injuries last year. It's almost like you do want to hold your breath through the stuff that doesn't matter to the fans till you get to the stuff that does matter, which is the first game Sunday afternoon at Lambeau Field against the Green Bay Packers. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Do you agree there's less buzz? That's number one. And number two, what's the reason? We gave you our thoughts. We want yours. And could I throw it in there? Because I've always wanted to fight this. If you're in a bad mood, it's going to make you in a worse mood. But what was more painful? Last year, 15-2, dropping one to the Commanders at home when everybody had you going to the Super Bowl? Or the year before, man? The year before was awful. It was so bad.
I'm going to answer your question right now. It was last year because losing in the championship game to the Niners.
Yes.
There was hope. There was hope
that
in the offseason. Next year. Because you know what you did? You proved you belonged at the big boy table. And you were ready.
Oh, so you're saying that fans were convinced they were going to get back to that point, so it wasn't that big of a deal.
And then, because
that's not a bad point.
And then all of a sudden, they got backed up. 15-2. You're the belle of the ball. You're hosting the parties.
Rico, my whole entire life, I never thought I would see a Super Bowl. I thought I would die before the Lions went to the Super Bowl. They were 30 minutes away. I was in amazement. They were winning so easily. It was the most amazing thing I've ever seen as a Detroit sports fan, and they choked it away. I still think
but
it's
you bounced back. No, but
so hard to get over.
But it showed for the first time in a long time, Detroit could go to the Super Bowl. So that last year, it was anticipation. People were chomping at the bit. They couldn't wait for the first game. And then you went. You had this great regular season. You finished. You killed the Vikings. You ended Darnold's career in Minnesota. And then Jaden Daniels, a rookie quarterback, in his second playoff game.
Jameson throwing the football.
And it wasn't even a close.
Ben Johnson, 1 foot out the door. All right. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Tigers and Blue Jays clash at Comerica Park tonight. They'll be without reliever Carlos Hernandez, who is DFA to make room for Jeff Hartlieb. Hartlieb has 6 years of big league experience, which spans 80 innings with a 7.92 ERA. He was last with the Yankees. Here tonight's first pitch of 6:40 against the Blue Jays right here on the ticket. Lions secondary piece Terrion Arnold left practice today with a strained calf. Jordan Schultz says the team will take precautions before putting him back on the field. Per Inside Carolina, North Carolina is exploring a move from the ACC to the SEC. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97ontheticket.com.
All righty, where's the buzz, people? 248-539-9797. Where's the buzz for Lions football? Why isn't there any buzz? DeVell on a cell, you're on the ticket. What's the word, DeVell? How are you today?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you fellas doing?
Fantastic.
Good.
Good to hear. So the answer to the first part, is there any buzz? No, there is no buzz right now. And I'll give you a very simple, for the second part of your question, where is it? A very simple and mundane reason is because the Detroit fans who are Lions fans, they are also Tiger fans. So everybody concentrate on what the Tigers are doing right now. And see, normally this time we are hungering for everything you all said. Your reasons were dead on. It's just you add the Tiger factor to it. Because think about it. During the summer, this time, we're all hankering for football. And
because the Tigers are usually crap. No, DeVell, I think right you're dead on because I actually found myself not even jonesing for football yet. And I think you're right. It's because I'm wrapped up in the Tigers.
Exactly. You're worried about what they're doing now. I mean, not only the interest and they're good, but now, the little scared. And by the way, they're going to be fine. Everybody goes through this. It's a long season. But they'll be fine. But we're still worried about that. And right now, the Lions are only in training camp. So it's like that's on the back burner right now. And I'm a bigger Lions fan than Tiger fan. I like them both. But I'm a bigger Lions fan. I'm still looking at the Tigers and paying way more attention. And as long as nothing catastrophic happens with the Lions, like a big-time injury we didn't see coming or anything like that, like here we go again, other than that, we'll wait till the season starts. That's how I'm looking at it.
DeVell, it's a good call. Okay. You buy that, Rico?
Okay.
You buy that? I think that's definitely a reason. You don't think it's the main factor?
I don't think it's the main factor. I mean, I can see some a little distracted, but it's still, because here's the thing. These same Tigers fans show the passion for the Wings. Heck, even when the Pistons. But for the Lions, it's kind of a, It's like, wait. This may be the best team in the city.
But to DeVell's point, I do remember last year when the Tigers caught fire and they went on that gritty Tigers win again, 33-11 run. I mean, the Lions were a really good football team. They jumped out to like a 4-1 start, and nobody wanted to talk Lions. Everybody always wanted to talk about the Tigers, and maybe it was because it was so surprising. So I'll buy what DeVell said. Let's go to Sean. You're on the ticket. Sean, where's the buzz, my friend?
Hey, can you hear me?
We got you.
Hey, yeah, the last guy sort of stole my thunder. It's the Tigers. I mean, think about it. The last time the Tigers were any good this late in the year on July 24th, I mean, it's been a long time. It's been 10 years since Tigers have been this good at this point in the season. And this is a Detroit town. This is a Tigers town. All they care about is the Tigers right now. We can wait on the Lions, but the Tigers are what's making it go right now.
All right, so Sean, you're just saying we focus on one team at a time. Okay.
Yep, we do.
Okay. Fair. Like I said, I've seen during out the Tigers in this miraculous run, and then everybody was also saying, "What's up with the Wings?" So that's all I'm saying. I get it. A lot of people are focused on the Tigers, but this Lions team supposedly going to win the division, one of the best teams in the NFC, and crickets.
I tell you what, though, when teams are really good, and we've experienced the last couple of years, like the Tigers were the best in baseball for the first 60 games, right? And it's funny because they were so good, people almost did not want to talk about how good they were. Mm-hmm. It was almost like you needed a little drama. We experienced the same thing last year. Lions jump out to a 15-2 record, and you're almost like, Well,
so they're good.
They're
right?
great. Hey, 248-539-9797. Lions are good. What next?
Right.
You know? Let's go to Noel and Romulus. You're on the ticket. What's up, Noel?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Terry, I'm going to respectfully disagree. I think the Tigers definitely are playing a part, but I don't think it's the primary part. My real
So where's
point,
the
though,
buzz?
as far as the
Wait, did
buzz
you say
thing-
Terry?
Okay, well, there you go.
He did say Terry.
Okay.
So just to start, I didn't mean that. Sorry about that.
No, we're good.
Okay.
No, we're
All
good. We're good.
All good. We're fine.
I'm
What's
just
up?
having some fun.
So this just, yeah, I know. Sorry about that. So at the end of the day, this kind of reminds me of Waterboy, right? Like this is the feeling we're not
Bobby
used to. It
Boucher?
reminds me of the time when, yes, when they find out Bobby Boucher's not playing, it's oh crap, we suck again, right? So I feel like there's kind of that old Lions is starting to creep in, like, oh my God, maybe we were a fluke. Maybe they're not as good as we thought they were.
You know, Noel, as soon as you said that, we legitimately got 2 ticket texts saying the exact same thing. I think Lions fans are nervous this year. Is that what it could be?
There's a little bit of a hangover from last year. Yes.
Knowing this year is going to be a lot tougher.
Especially when if you look at the 2 seasons combined, and obviously with 15-2 beyond, whatever, we still did not reach the same point, right? We actually went backwards. To hell with the regular season, we went backwards. So it's almost like we're creeping in that direction, and I feel that's what's starting to happen to us as a fan base.
Thank you for the call. Oh, is that because Noel called you Terry?
Yes.
I didn't pick up on that at the very start. Nicely done. So which one do you believe more? People are wrapped up in the gritty Tigers, or Lions fans might legitimately be nervous because it could be a tough season?
I think Lions fans are nervous, and it's not because it's a tough season, Rieger, because they did everything that they could in the regular season.
Yeah, and they still fell short.
Didn't come. They fell shorter than they did the year before.
Like, do you think there's Lions fans out there that believe that the window is kind of closed? Like, they're still going to be a really good team. They still got a ton of talent.
I think that Lions fans have a lot of mixed emotions. I don't know if they have one particular thing, but it was just, damn it, if we couldn't do it last year, what makes me think we can do it any other year?
Let's go to Michael. You're on the ticket. Hey, Michael, how are you, bud?
How we doing, gentlemen?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing fine. After a summer of therapy, I think I've gotten over last season.
Oh, that poor shrink, right?
Now, that hurt worse. 15-2 hurt a lot worse than losing in the championship game. I mean...
Yeah, Mike, I kind of figured it did, but go ahead.
I'll never see it your guys' way. I just won't. That NFC title game killed me, but go on.
I mean, I consider that the worst loss in Lions history.
To the Commanders?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you have home field advantage, 15-2.
Right.
But the good thing is that patched together defense last year, patched together, grabbing people out the stands to play. We have 11 players, what was it, 11, 12 players that was injured that's coming back, plus Hutch. Come on.
No, Michael, I mean,
that a little more with that defense, and we ready to play.
I got you, but see, that's the thing. There was a reason last year that you didn't get the job done. The reason was your defense was paper mache towards the end. The year before, that was it, man. That was everything you ever wanted wrapped up in 30 minutes.
That year
and you couldn't get it done.
That year, to me, was a magical run, and you were close, but at the beginning of the year, if you would have said Lions and Super Bowl, probably not. Last year, Lions and Super Bowl were like peanut butter and jelly. They went together, and it didn't happen.
Where's the buzz, people? Nobody's interested in training camp. Tigers are on main stage. Where's the buzz for the Detroit Lions, who usually are the number one team in this city? 248-539-9797, 97 won the ticket.
Oh, the good old days with college football. I used to love this ABC music. Brent Musburger starting it off. Let's get to it, guys. 10 biggest questions entering 2025 college football season. Let's start with this one. It's a local one. How good will Bryce Underwood be?
Rieger, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. I'd say I don't think very good. The kid's a freshman. And listen, I understand you saw some pictures where people thought he was out of shape, but it's a big jump from high school to college, working your way into a new offense. And not to mention, everybody knows how much you got paid, all the pressure that comes with that. And your second game is at Oklahoma. I think you add it all together, and I think it's going to be tough. But I think he won the job. We know this. And he'll learn from it. The other thing, too, is will Michigan get popped? And how will that resonate as well by the NCAA? I think it might be tough sledding early on for Bryce Underwood.
See, I think it's going to be tough, David. Just historically speaking, freshman QBs, true freshman QBs, don't play well. For all the great plays, he's going to have a couple bonehead interceptions. And it depends on, can the fan base stay behind him and not turn? Because he's going to hear the boos. He's going to hear all of that stuff, and that affects them. So how supportive will Michigan be, knowing this could be a year where you're 6-6, 7-5 because he made some mistakes throwing the ball? Trust me, I've seen what happens when you throw a quarterback out there for the first time. Some games they look great. Some games you're just like, oh, my goodness, it's going to be a long year.
All right, guys, we got 10 of these. 9 more. Let's go, guys. Is
sorry.
Clemson a legit contender behind Cade Klubnik?
Yes. Yes, they are. They are a contender. I think they're going to take the ACC back. Dabo has decided he's going to go into the portal. So, yes, they have a quarterback. David, if you have a quarterback, you can win in college football.
No, I'm with you there. I mean, I really thought Dabo was dead. I thought he was way too stubborn about how he dealt with the portal, the NIL, the whole deal. He was going to be the one guy that tried to do it without it. And then, yeah, he's figured it out, and I think they're going to be just fine. Made the college football playoff last year. I think they'll probably do it again.
How in the world will Purdue – they have 54 transfers this year. Wow. Sorry, David. Looking at the Big Ten media.
No, you're fine. Next question. Will Carson Beck lead Miami to the college football playoffs?
Nope.
Kenny. Let's go to Kenny Cochran.
No.
Is it because he left Georgia, Kenny?
Oh, I don't care that he left Georgia. He just wasn't any good. He stunk.
Yeah, you know what? Miami is turning out to be that kind of the ACC version of Texas A&M, David, where every year they go out and spend a ton of money, but they really don't have anything to show for it except for the receipts and the cars and the clothes and all of that stuff.
I don't know. I'll say yes. Why the hell not? Who's going out of that conference? Not to mention,
dude, they just had the number one pick in the NFL draft, and still they weren't that great.
It's easier to get in the college football playoff. I'll say yes, just to be different than you guys.
So the next two here, you could take your time if you want to, because there might be some layers to these next two. This one here, can Lincoln Riley make USC a contender in year 4?
I'm going to say no, David. The cheat code to college football is that quarterback in the second year. Or unless you get that the guy that transfers from some little school and he hits the ground running, kind of like what you saw last year with Indiana. But no, because I don't think they have their guy. They thought they had their guy, but they don't. So it's going to be another new quarterback. I don't think he's going to get it done there. And honestly, I think his days at USC are limited. They're numbered.
He did have a Heisman Trophy winner, did he not?
He did. And what did he do with him?
And they did nothing.
And they did absolutely nothing. He is, I think, one of the bigger frauds as far as head coaches go. At Oklahoma, you thought great things about him. And then, of course, Caleb goes to USC, and he hasn't done anything. They give him everything. A private jet, all the NIL money in the world. He gets paid more than anybody, and nothing. So hell no.
To me, he's a few years ahead of Kalen DeBoer, where you start finding out, was it the coaching? Was it the quarterback? Bill Belichick with Brady. Was it the coaching? Was it the quarterback? For Lincoln Riley, it was just Caleb. He hasn't done anything since. So I'm starting to think that, no, did David answer your question? No.
Yeah, I would agree. I say no as well.
All right, here's another one here. Maybe layers to it. How will Deion Sanders adjust to life without Shador Sanders and Travis Hunter?
That's your answer?
That's my answer. I think it's going to be challenging. I think all the bravado that you saw in the first couple of years is going to be turned into humility this next year, where it's going to be a whole lot of, oh, the media was just waiting for us to stumble and fall. Well, yeah, we were, because you didn't handle it. You didn't have a great team, but you got hyped up on Fox. Everybody said that this team, look at Deion out there. Team wasn't that good, David. They really didn't beat anybody. And now, through all the transfers, you don't have a QB. You don't have Travis Hunter. It's going to look a lot different. I got a feeling Colorado's going to be the homecoming game for a lot of teams out in the Big 12.
So I love Deion. I love his press conferences. I know this is not
going back to what we said. Deion.
Yeah.
Love Deion, the player. Don't care for Deion now.
I know this isn't a Deion-friendly show listening to you guys, but
dude, I love Deion. I still got a pair of his shoes.
But it's kind of like Lincoln Riley, too. I mean, I don't know that he'll ever have a better team than he had the last couple of years. And he, as far as stars are concerned and athletes, and he still couldn't win. So I don't expect him to win this year when those guys are gone.
So it's over for Deion. He's never going to.
David, I don't think he's going to be successful. Here's the thing. He's never invested in his offensive line.
Yes, you're right.
And you're going to be breaking in a new quarterback with a bad offensive line. You want to know what that looks like? Saw it last year in East Lansing. Good luck with that.
All right, so those are the first 5. I will come back at another time with the final 5 questions that are burning for college football.
Real quick, Dave, before we end, I guess, like, if you're Purdue, I'm looking at 54 transfers. We don't expect Purdue to do anything this year, do we?
No.
They won't pull the Indiana, correct?
No, not even close. Will they win a game in the Big Ten? I'm not talking about period. Like, in the Big Ten play, will they win a game?
You're literally walking through the locker room with a name tag. 54 brand new people. Not alone, and on top of that, all the incoming freshmen. So now you're looking at probably 70 brand new people who weren't at Purdue last year. Good luck with that.
Have you seen their schedule too?
That's what I'm looking at, the Big Ten schedule. And
they got to go to Notre Dame on September 20th. They play Michigan. They play Ohio State. They got to go to Washington. These are all losses. Illinois is going to pop them in West Lafayette. I would probably agree with you. They're going to be just like they were last year, bottom feeders.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Tigers are back at Comerica Park for the first time post-All-Star break. The Blue Jays in town, who took 2 out of 3 against Detroit back in May. Reliever Carlos Hernandez has been DFA'd as Jeff Hartlieb is added to the roster. He pitched sparingly with the Yankees just a couple games. We're at a high ERA there. Hear the game tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. MLB insider Bob Nightingale says that the Mariners and Yankees are the most aggressive teams pursuing Diamondbacks third baseman Eugenio Suarez. Jim Bowden of The Athletic, meanwhile, listed the Tigers as one of 6 teams to be in on him. Lions corner Terrion Arnold was the latest to leave practice with an injury. According to Jordan Schultz, it's a strained calf. Dan Campbell also had to stop practice twice because of a pair of disagreements between Amon-Ra St. Brown and Brian Branch.
You guys keep this fighting. I'm turning this car around.
They're getting ready. Put those pads on.
The team has announced a multi-year partnership with German soccer club FC Cologne. They plan to have fan events and activations in both countries, which will include football and soccer clinics and watch parties, along with co-branded digital and social content. The Pistons have signed Wayne Colby Jones to a 2-way deal. He saw some time with the Wizards last year. And President Donald Trump has signed an executive order that prohibits third-party pay for play payments to college athletes. The title of the order, President Donald J. Trump Saves College Sports. The White House released details that it, quote, does not apply to legitimate fair market value.
That's not ostentatious at all.
Legitimate fair market value compensation that a third party provides to an athlete, such as for a brand endorsement, end quote. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 4, the Valenti and Rico Show. I'm in from Mike for today and tomorrow. Talking about the Lions, Rico, to start the 5 o'clock hour. I thought you asked a great question. People are responding. That's what Mike's doing right now. You think he doesn't drink, he just gambles, right?
Yes.
He just sits there, and I can't believe he hasn't sent us one bet.
Because he's not. Because the second he
he's on
does,
vacation.
Kenny is going to be like, okay, what about this? What about this? What about this? What about this?
I was actually told if I come in and fill in for Mike for a couple days, I will get bets as compensation. I haven't got one bet. Just saying.
Who told you that?
Maybe it was in my mind. Maybe I dreamt it. Hell if I know. All right, we're talking about the Lions. Rico asked a great question. Where is all the buzz? And people have different theories on where the buzz is because it does seem like Lions fans aren't all that excited about the start of training camp. And 1 week from today, they play in their first game, the Hall of Fame game in Canton against the Chargers. So people are kind of giving us their theories on why there isn't buzz just yet. And some of the theories have been great. They range from Lions fans are a little nervous about this season because it could be a tough one, to you're wrapped up with the gritty Tigers, so you're not focusing on the Lions. So where are you at? 248-539-9797. But the other thing we're debating, arguing might be too strong. You brought up last year and the fact they went 15-2, everything was perfect. Yeah, there were injuries, but they ended up losing to the Commanders as a 10.5-point dog. And that game probably wrecked people. You were theorizing that Lions fans are still hurt by that game. Yeah. I think the NFC title game the year before hurt worse. So we're throwing that in. Which one was worse for Lions fans? Losing as the 1 seed to the Commanders or losing 30 minutes to go, 17 points up to go to the Super Bowl?
Well, let me tell you why I said, because Lions fans, I believe, got over the San Francisco loss.
Because they expected better things the next year.
Because last year was like, okay, You know what? We're going to handle business. You know what's going to happen? We're not going to have to go to San Francisco or Green Bay or Philadelphia or Dallas, or you pick the team. They're going to come to us. And then you did all of that. And you got beat by a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, but I would think Lions fans.
So there's really no coming back. The only way you can bounce back from that is to win the whole damn thing.
Yeah, but you got beat by a rookie quarterback because your defense was paper mache. Like, you had nobody. You had, like, Jamal Adams off a practice squad.
The fans went on a 4-month magical carpet ride, and then all of a sudden somebody pulled the rug.
Funny thing is, last year, I mean, the schedule was pretty favorable, too. All right, so where are you at? Where's the buzz? And what was worse? Let's settle it once and for all. The NFC title meltdown game or last year losing to Jaden Daniels? Harrison, you're on the ticket. What's up, Harrison?
Hey, hope you guys are doing good today.
Good.
You too, man.
I think that Lions fans fall on that sliding scale from genuine nervousness to cognitive dissonance. And the further you are to either side of it, the less you want to talk about the team, because if you're cognitive dissonant, you're probably thinking about the Tigers right now. And those are the people that are like,
sure.
we went 15-2 last year. And if you want evidence to how fake 15-2 was, not that they were a bad team, but the fact that they went 15-2 with that defense shows you how bad some of the teams they played were. Because imagine, take that defense out to Philly, take that defense to Kansas City.
Oh, yeah, it would have been ugly.
Just imagine, or Baltimore, on the road at Baltimore, or, got to go play Joe Burrow on the road, even though they weren't that good. Like, it was, I'm not saying that they were a bad team, but I don't really think in a real schedule they were 15-2. And on the other end, genuinely, I think I keep looking for content about people talking about the Lions offensive line, because I want to hear what people have to say about Tate Ratledge, because their whole season might pin on, can Tate Ratledge be good? Because the interior offensive line is now Graham Glasgow, who was terrible last year, Christian Mahogany, who we think is good, but small sample size, and Tate Ratledge. And I think people are genuinely nervous about that.
It could be. Harrison, it could be the fact that you kind of see the team for what it really is. Last year, you went into the season thinking everything was awesome. The coordinators came back. We're going to run this thing back to now. You saw what happened when injuries happen. You're going to see what happens when your coordinators are gone. You're going to see what happens now that you are kind of changing the offensive line on the fly. I see what he's saying, Rieger.
No, and I hear you. And by the way, Tate Ratledge was moved away from center for the first time today. So we'll see what happens.
As Lomas would say, that's a big ask.
That's a big ask. Big ask. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Yes.
Can we be fair? And the team has only been practicing for less than a week.
Yeah.
So I'm not looking into it as, they moved him and there's a concern there.
No, there's no concern.
No, David. No, but what I here's what I see. It just happened, but the fact of, you know what, maybe we're not going to do this kid justice. Let's go ahead and get the most out of it.
Slowly move him into what they want eventually, but get him some time somewhere on the line.
All right, he's going to play. I just don't think it's going to be at center. But center, because it's not. This is not where you break in being a center in the NFL. You'll get your quarterback killed.
Graham Glasgow took first-team snaps at center today. Rookie Tate Ratledge was at right guard, and that's per Nolan Bianchi from the Detroit News. And I agree with you guys. Like, I think it is a big ask to expect, thank you, Lomas, to expect Tate Ratledge to be your starting center and to try to replace Frank Ragnow. But with that all being said, where is the buzz? What's the reason there's a lack of buzz? The crazy thing is, when Rico brought this to my attention, I am so wrapped up in the Tigers, I fully admit this. I guess I didn't realize there was a lack of buzz. But the callers all agree with you.
Yeah.
The ticket texters agree with you. There is a lack of buzz. Let's go to Tyrone in Southfield. You're on the ticket. What's up, Tyrone? How are you today?
I'm great. How you guys doing?
Fantastic.
First time call. I wanted to chime in on first. There is a lack of buzz, but I believe it's because we're just waiting for the person.
Oh, Tyrone, you got us on the speaker or something?
Yep. We're waiting on the first game, but I really wanted to comment on which one was the biggest loss.
Yeah, what hurt more, Commanders or Niners?
Niners, for sure. As a 50-year-old lifelong Lions fan, 30 minutes away, 2 drop passes that pretty much would have put the ice on the game. Last year, I put an asterisk by. We had 42 people hurt on defense.
You know what?
I think they signed my neighbor to play for him on defense.
Tyrone, I've always wondered. People always refer back to the 2 drop passes. Nobody talks about Gibbs' fumble.
They never do. It's the one play that almost doesn't exist. People forget about it.
Gibbs fumbled at the 20-yard line, and the score is now tied.
Yeah, people talk
but
about
nobody
the drop
talks
passes,
about that.
The coaching decisions, and the Brandon Ayuk touchdown off the face mask of Kendall Valdor. You're right about that. Nobody mentions the Gibbs fumble. It's because we like him too much.
We do like him too much, but but the drop passes happen afterwards.
No, but Tyrone, you make such a good point. When I think people are trying to figure out which one hurt more, whether it was the NFC title game or the Commanders lost last year, you're an older guy like I am. I think for the older folk that have been through the crap, they're not new Lions fans. They're not going to Meyer and Lions gears on Sunday. They're not throwing their Lions watch party.
But let me say this.
I think that one hurt because you were so damn close to everything you ever wanted and never believed you'd get.
But once again, at the beginning of that year, if you would have said Lions going to the Super Bowl, probably not. But let's just see what we can do. It was house money. Last year, Lions were expected to go to the Super Bowl.
I mean, that's fair, but to Tyrone's point.
Last year we were expected to go, and I thought we had a great chance, but then the injuries happened, and it was kind of like, I hope we make it. The lion heart in me wanted us still to make it. I gave them every excuse to make it, but in the end, the injuries caught up to us.
Tyrone, I appreciate the call. Let's not forget, too, by the way, that...
But I always wonder, like, Gibbs just always gets the pass.
He does. But 3 years ago, when they ended up beating Aaron Rodgers and handing him a loss the last time he was a Packer, let's not forget, they went 8-2. There was still massive buzz going into the following season because you thought this team was going to... They took a leap. After they started 1-6, you thought they were going to take even a bigger leap.
Rieger is massive buzz, but you know what? It's kind of like the Tigers. You're expecting playoffs. You're not expecting World Series. So if all of a sudden they're an inning away from, 2 outs away from going to the World Series and losing it, it's like, wow, we were so close. Maybe we should have did this. Maybe we should have made that move. But then after that, you're thinking, okay, we actually have a World Series team here. The next season, your expectations change. And I think what's happened this year is Lions' expectation has changed. You expected a Super Bowl last year, and you were denied. And now...
What do Lions fans expect this year?
I don't know, because they're not talking. I'm checking on you. I care about you.
Let's add that
I want
to the
hear
fray.
from you.
Where's
I
the
want to
buzz?
know.
I agree with you. What do you expect? 248-539-9797. We'll continue the conversation. 97 won the ticket. 97 won the ticket. Last hour of the program gets you up to Tiger baseball. Tigers and Jays, a massive one at Comerica Park. Reese Olson on the bump. By the way, Rico, one quick nugget for you as far as trades are concerned.
Yep.
The one guy I really wanted the Tigers to go out and pursue, Felix Bautista from the Orioles. Mm-hmm. He's got like a 43% whiff rate.
Okay.
Total stud. Back-end guy. Strikes out a ton of batters. 2 years left on his deal this year and next year.
Rigger, you're setting us up.
He's on the IL. Shoulder soreness. That's not good.
It's why I said what I said earlier.
Shoulder. Yeah, if you want to hear that, by the way, hit up the Odyssey Rewind. Rico believes Scott Harris is not going to be aggressive, and I refuse to believe such things. But right now we're talking about the Lions, and where's the buzz, people? Where is the buzz, and what hurt you more? Is it the Niners game of 2 years ago, the NFC title game? You were 30 minutes away from the big game. Or is it last year when you were 15-2, got the 1 seed and lost to the Commanders? 248-539-9797. Marvin, you're on the ticket. What's up, Marvin? How are you?
I'm good, guys. How you guys doing this afternoon?
Fantastic.
All right, Rico, you were spot on, but I'm going to give you maybe a better analogy.
Okay.
What's going on with the Lions fans they are hurt. Really hurt. They're like that boyfriend or fiance who was a week or two from getting married and everything is going well, and then she comes up and says, I don't want this anymore.
Yeah, they're probably better off, let's be honest.
You know, and then she says, then not only that, she's dating some guy that's just a creep. And then a year later, she realizes that this creep is a creep, and she comes back to you, and you're still sitting there listening to Brian McKnight, One Last Cry. And you know that this is not a good move. You know this is not a good move, but you're saying, okay, maybe I can do this again. That's your Lions fans right there.
Okay.
Oh, that's really
I had
Marvin.
Marvin, I had you on the couch eating ice cream and listening to Sade, but okay, One Last Cry, whatever. But
the ice cream is still there. Trust me, it's still there. But they just don't believe in them anymore. They don't know what to believe. Actually, that's where we are right now.
I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe that is. Maybe fans feel conflicted.
I mean,
they don't know what to think about this upcoming season when last year there was a ton of buzz because you knew you're coming off an NFC title.
Last year, to me, it was the ultimate Charlie Brown football moment. Like, you just knew, okay, I've never been able to kick this thing. I'm 15-2. Lucy, hold the ball. Here we go.
I'll never forget doing a show at Buffalo Wild Wings with Mark Ryan, and you and Cookies came on after us. And Mark and I were like burying Washington, like pretty much everybody else was. And you came up and you sat down on the riser, and I sat next to you. I'm like, Rico, how are you? And you put your arm around me. You're like, you disappointed me today. What are you, stupid? Like, what are you talking about? You're like, you really think this is going to be a gimme for the Lions? I'm like, of course it will be.
Yeah. Mark Ryan's calling them the commodes or what? Like,
worked out well for us.
Do you want to play? Would you rather play the Rams or the Eagles next week? I'm like, guys, you got a team right here. Okay.
I'll never also forget being in the Lions locker room after that game, and you couldn't hear the Lions speak because it was so loud from the Washington Commanders in their locker room, which, by the way, is not even that close.
No.
Like, you heard Dan Quinn yelling at the top of his lungs. Good times. Alonzo, you're on the ticket. What's up, Alonzo? How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I want to chime in on the Lions talk here. I love it. Football season is here. But I would have to say I got two mixed words for both. So the Redskin one, that one was disappointing. That whole season in general, that one was very disappointing. Now, the 49ers, that one hurt bad, right? Especially with how they dominated so early on.
Exactly.
And we're like, oh, shoot, like, hey, we actually belong here, right? We're not just a random team that just snuck their way in. And then when it comes down to the Redskins one, like you mentioned, a little bit before I jumped on, I was praying we got the Redskins. I wanted them. I'm like, all right, easy win. We'll get on, move on to whoever the next guy is, and start playing. I got buddies that were selling their tickets, making, thousands of dollars off of those just to get rid of them because they didn't care, right? We can move on to Redskins. And then we just got absolutely blown out. Didn't run the ball the way we should have. That one hurt the most.
Alonzo, what's the team name?
What do you mean?
No,
I kept saying the Redskins.
Yeah, trust me.
We got you.
We're messing with you.
I'm 30, but that's my thing. Hey, you know what? We might switch it back. You never know, but no offense. But,
I still call them the San Diego Chargers, so you're good.
What about the Cleveland Indians?
No.
Yes.
But the Raiders, I don't even know.
Here's the one I struggle with.
L.A., Oakland, whatever.
L.A. Angels. I still call them Anaheim Angels.
Yeah. I call them the Tampa Bay Rays. Aren't they just the Tampa Rays now?
Aren't they the Tampa Bay Rays?
No, I think
they used to be the Devil Rays.
Yeah, they used to be the Devil Rays.
Yeah.
They used to have that at the old Trop. You could like pet the Devil Rays. Do you remember this?
No.
Oh, it was kind of cool. I never did it, but it looked cool. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. What about Steve Irwin?
I said, did he end that?
No. The roof got blown off the place.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe after he died.
No, I think they had it up until last year.
I thought maybe they were like, maybe not a good idea.
Yeah, you see the people in right field petting the Rays.
I've been with some Rays in the water.
Me too. I went to an aquarium just recently in Kentucky. There were some Rays that you could pet. Sharks too.
This is what happens when you play stupid games.
You play stupid games.
You win stupid prizes.
I was told the Ray's mouth is on the bottom of them, so they can't bite you. You're good to go.
They can sting you.
The mouth,
oh.
Rieger.
Well, if you get stung, then you know what to do.
Die?
No, you just find somebody that will take care of it for you. You know what you got to do.
You said what I was thinking. Yeah, die.
No, if you get stung by a ray, or maybe that's a jellyfish I'm thinking of. A ray's going to kill you.
Yeah, move it along, Jeff.
Jellyfish, okay.
You might just want to move it along there, buddy.
This is hour number 4. You guys do 4 hours every day? Start to lose a little bit. All right, let's just go to the damn phones. You know, I almost went the whole show with that. Now, never mind. TJ, you're on the ticket. Hello. TJ, are you there? Okay. All right, we got him. Are you on speakerphone, dude?
Yeah, hold on a second, Rieger, because I know put me through. I'm sorry about that. Rieger, I'm totally on your side, brother.
Of course.
There is no way we could ever get over that San Francisco loss ever. We had the game won. That Washington game, we lost right off rip, right off jump. We pretty much lost that game.
Yeah, let's not forget Amik Robertson broke his arm like 2 minutes in.
Exactly. And then y'all already spoke about how bad the defense was. They were depleted with the injuries and everything. Rico, my man, I love listening to you every day with Mike. Stop speaking for us fans. You're not a fan. You don't know this pain, brother. It's a different level.
No.
Lions pain is different.
Tell him about it, TJ. Tell him about it.
No.
Preach.
I asked, where are you and have you gotten over it? Because the Lions fans have disappeared. They don't want to talk Lions this summer. It's like, just whistling past the graveyard. So I'm doing a wellness check, TJ.
I kind of get you, Rico. I really do, but I do blame it on the Tigers because we got a vested interest in the Tigers because they right up until recently. But I kind of get you, but we still here, Rico. We'll be around.
Okay, that's all. I just TJ, this is me knocking on the door saying, "Hey, buddy, you need to go out. We need to go out and have a little talk." You're okay.
TJ, I appreciate the comment. Oh, go on.
I said I'm in the shower, Rico. I couldn't get the door.
Just saying,
you tried. You tried. I like when he yelled at you. Usually it's me getting yelled at.
It's just a wellness check, and that's what I said. There's no need to yell.
By the way,
I'm concerned because a year ago it was all Lions all the time. Hey, we on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Look at us. Everybody was picking you. You're the team. Dan Campbell, you're going to go all this way. You're going to win. Your coordinators came. Ben Johnson turned down jobs to come back. Super Bowl. People were talking about buying tickets and reservations and everything in New Orleans back in the summer.
You're not a fan. Stop it. Not a fan.
Didn't say I had to be one. I just said, I want to know, are you okay?
By the way, a lot of ticket text saying if you get stung by a ray, go to the hospital. Don't do the other thing.
Rieger, if you get stung by a ray, it's Steve Irwin.
I mean, that's true.
It's how he died.
I know. The alligators were pissed.
This is Mr. I'm out in nature. And he died because of this. And it's very simple. Rieger.
Yeah, didn't he just get stung in the heart, though? I'm going to let it go. I swear.
Rieger. Okay. So you're going to tell the ray where to sting you?
No, I'm just saying. It was just unlucky.
Yeah, just don't get the heart, but everywhere else.
Now we're good.
You think all the Gators were pissed off that they didn't kill Steve Irwin? You think they're like, really? Ray got him?
No, you know what they did? They pooled their money together, and the Ray was an assassin. He never saw it coming.
They hired a hit Ray?
Yeah. But you know what you got to do, Rieger. That's the wrong thing.
Sorry. It's late in the show. I mean, jellyfish and stingrays kind of look alike a little.
Not even close.
Okay, I'm just going to go to break.
You know what? Read something.
97 won the ticket.
You know what? Let me help you people out. I may need a new radio host. You may need to go to Specs at LTU. Why? Rieger went to Specs at LTU, but you know what? He needs to go back. If you want that career in radio, or you want to go into TV, or you're a graphic design artist, let Specs at LTU get you started. Specs at LTU is a dedicated place where it's for inspiring and equipping future leaders in media arts with the skills they need to succeed in a rapidly evolving industry. Rico, what does that mean? Let me tell you what it means. That's a fancy way of saying you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new industry. You're going to learn in the lab, hands-on experience, and you're going to be taught by people who actually work in the business. That's the big difference. So we're going to be able to answer all your questions. We're going to tell you all the things that work and don't work. So what do you need to do? You need to call 1-800-CALL-LTU. 1-800-CALL-LTU today and make an appointment with an admissions counselor. Get that done today.
Haven't been hit with that one in a while. Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Lions corner Terrion Arnold left practice today with a strained calf. Jordan Schultz says the team will be cautious about it. The Tigers face the Blue Jays tonight at Comerica Park. Gleyber Torres, Jahmai Jones, Spencer Torkelson will be at the top of the lineup. Riley Green, Matt Vierling, and Wenzel Perez are in the middle. Dylan Dingler, Colt Keith, and Javi Baez will run it out with Reese Olson on the mound. Carlos Hernandez no longer a part of the bullpen. He was DFA'd today. He's out of options as well. With the addition of righty Jeff Hartlieb, Detroit will be Hartlieb's sixth team so far in his career. Hear the game tonight right here on the ticket at 6:40. Pro wrestler Hulk Hogan passed away at the age of 71 this morning. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 97onetheticket.com.
I must say, Rico, people aren't letting the stingray jellyfish thing go, but we're going to let it go.
I think the ticket text that, as you said, he would have been okay if Steve Irwin would have lived, if they would have just did what Rieger said you should do.
Yeah, I never said it, though. Mark in St. Louis, are you telling me in Jeff's world Steve Irwin would have lived if somebody just, on him? So the fact that Rieger just said a jellyfish and a stingray look the same tells me all I need to know about his stupidity and makes me question his little brother degree. Does he think I went to Michigan State?
I think he must.
Wow.
And why would that be a little brother degree anyway, right?
Well, I'm just curious. How does that make you feel, Rico?
Rieger can't spell Michigan State, so no, I know he's not.
I don't want to spell Michigan State.
He has problems with MSU. Wait, look, it's M.
Yeah. I get overtaken with hatred. I never finish it. All right, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Where's all the buzz for the Lions season? Rico noticed it, and it's turned out to be a trend amongst Lions fans, and they agree. There is very little buzz heading into this season. Training camp's underway. The preseason opener is 1 week from today. Where's all the buzz? Many different theories. And what was more painful? Because we're bringing you pain on a Thursday at 5:35. The NFC title game that you blew the 17-point lead, or last year losing the Jaden Daniels. Mike in Oxford, you're on the ticket. What's up, Mikey?
Hey, what's up, guys? See, I kind of agree with the last caller on a few things. Like, yeah, that we're watching the Tigers fall apart right now, so we kind of got our mind on other things and other teams to look out for. Plus, we've been here before. We've seen them do great in the regular season. Now we're just nervous because they have a harder schedule. And to be honest with you, Rico, I'd be more worried about your 49ers because they're the ones that are old and over the hill. They got a lot of question marks. So I'm not. If I was a Niners fan, I'd be a little worried. Not as a Lions fan. I think they'll be okay. I think they won't have as good of a record as last year, but I still think they're going to win the division. But even if they don't, just getting the playoffs healthy is our main concern. We just want to get in the playoffs healthy, and that's a long road, So we're kind of we've been here before. We just got to get over the hump to get to the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying?
Mikey, no, Mike. Mike, I get what you're saying. And no, the Niners are retooling on the fly again. So my thing is, Lions fans were just like last year, man, just as Gator would say, very chesty, where everything was about them. And now it's quiet as a church mouse. Where are the Lions fans?
Well, I ask you both. Go on, Mike.
Well, watching the Tigers fall apart, as fans, we always in Detroit are waiting for the other shoe to drop. You guys know this, right?
Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. I mean, even though the Tigers look like they were world beaters, I think we all knew in the back of our minds that something like this might happen. Same thing with the Lions. Until the Lions actually go to the Super Bowl, I'll never believe it's possible. Even though you tell yourself they're Super Bowl bound, they're the best team in football, up 17 points when the second half starts in Santa Clara. All those things can happen. I'll never believe it's possible. I'm just curious, though. Over-under in Vegas is 10.5. Mm-hmm. Okay? Does 10 win the division?
No, I don't
Does
think
11 win the division?
I think 11 may win the division.
What if I gave you 10 wins? You think Lions fans would take it? That guarantees the postseason. Might not win the division. You don't think they take it?
No.
You and Mike do this every now and then.
No.
You're like, what if I offered you this? Would you say yes?
No, because
10 wins?
I think deep down Lions fans think that, okay, we may take a step back, but your step back is going to be 13-4. So no, because that would to say 10 wins.
Would
that
you take it?
That would be embracing your mortality. I would, because
take it in a heartbeat.
it means you're in the playoffs. Now you may be in the wild card weekend, but you're in the playoffs. Now we'll see what happens.
Well, you proved the 1 seed doesn't mean much. The other thing too is this season schedule gets easier as it goes on. Your really tough tests are early in the season. And by the time you reach the postseason, let's say you get 10 wins. Let's say you don't even win the division. So what? You go on the road for a wild card game. By the time you reach that playoff game, odds are you're playing a hell of a lot better. You will have gelled with your new coordinators. Everybody, hopefully, that's injured will be back healthy. Like, I would take 10 wins in a freaking heartbeat.
With that schedule, absolutely, I would take 10
because
wins.
the fear is that you miss the playoffs completely.
Right.
And that would be tough to deal with. Let's go to John. You're on the ticket. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, how's it going? Great to talk to you guys.
Hey, John.
Hey, so my theory on the hype, this is just me personally, the Dan Campbell era, the culture he built, we were on a steady climb up a mountain. I was right there with him. I still am. Trust me, I can't wait for the season coming up. But, we took a step back. So it's not that I'm not hyped, but I'm kind of sitting back with my legs crossed, just kind of seeing what are we going to do now. And to go off of that, this city's never had a team that's like Pittsburgh or something that's just steadily good. Maybe we don't know how to be those kind of fans yet, if that's where this team's going. Hopefully not. Hopefully we do get that Super Bowl. But that's kind of my theory. It was so much hype. We were doing so well, steady climb. And now we're kind of just sitting back and seeing what's going to happen.
I get what you're saying. So last year took a little bit out of them. Like I said, I think now it's more of a wait and see. I've seen a great regular season, but you got to prove that you can continue this in the playoffs.
I'm looking at a couple quick ticket texts, and one of them agrees with the last caller. Fantastic. No Lions buzz. Let's all be humble. Hope they stay healthy and see what happens if they get to the playoffs. Had my heart broken 2 years in a row. There's not enough urine in the world to heal it. Be humble. Get what he did there? Yeah.
How about let's just talk to Andy.
Andy, you're on the ticket. What's up, Andy?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? How you doing?
Hey, bud.
Andy.
All right, to answer y'all a question, man, I think the biggest thing is, first of all, the Frank Ragnow retirement was huge. Okay?
Yeah.
Everybody was freaked out about that, and they should be. I mean, he's the best center in the NFL. I don't care what anybody says top three. He was the best center in the NFL. Now we got Taylor Decker, who's hurt out of training camp or whatever. So there's a lot of question marks on this team, which should make you nervous, because the offense, the best thing we had going for was the offensive line, and we no longer got that right now. We don't know what's going to happen, and I think that's why everybody's nervous. That's just my opinion.
Andy, you're right about Ragnow. As time goes on, I feel a lot of people don't mention Ragnow anymore, but that's such a massive loss. Hard to replace a guy like that calls your entire offense. So you were right. Congratulations. There is a lack of buzz.
No, and for people, look what the Eagles did. The Eagles planned ahead, and they drafted a center, and they groomed him for a year, so he was able to walk right in there and take over. The Lions got left holding the bag. So I kind of think they thought Ragnow had one more year in him. He would suck it up and gut it out.
I thought that.
And then maybe we could groom. They didn't get that. And so now they're adjusting on the fly.
Yeah, I thought he was going to come back. That
middle of the offensive line, it's going to hurt Goff. It's going to hurt David Montgomery. I think Gibbs can make it to the outside. He'll be okay. But Montgomery and Goff, when the pressure comes up the middle, these two, they're going to be feeling the pain.
You know what's interesting? We gave you the ultimatum. Would you take 10 wins if we gave it to you right now? You think a lot of Lions fans would say no? And last year, Lions fans would definitely say no. Like hell, they wouldn't take 13 wins if you gave it to them. Now, Lions fans, I'm just looking at the ticket text.
You know what? How about this?
A little more humble.
How about we do that tomorrow?
Oh, you want to do that tomorrow?
Let's do that tomorrow.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Would you take 10 W's? All right. Early results, they say yes. 97 won the ticket.
Okay.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Lions return to the practice field today and face some more injury news. Corner Terrion Arnold is dealing with a strained calf. NFL insider Jordan Schultz says the team plans to be cautious before putting him back on the field. Dan Campbell paused practice for the second straight time after a pair of disagreements broke out between Amon-Ra St. Brown and Brian Branch. New D lineman Tyleek Williams said afterwards, quote, "I just say it got a little hot today, so emotions are running, but people are just being competitive," end quote. Both Jonathan Smith and Sharon Moore spoke at Big Ten Media Day. Moore had some high praise about new U of M QB Bryce Underwood. Michigan State announced that the men's basketball team will play UConn in an exhibition October 28th. It'll start a home-and-home series, with this year's game being in Connecticut. The Tigers begin a 4-game series with the Blue Jays tonight at Comerica Park. Eric Lauer will make the start for Toronto. Radio broadcaster Ben Schulman gave us the scouting report. First pitch at 6:40 right here on the ticket. Pro wrestler Hulk Hogan also passed away at the age of 71 in Florida. He suffered a cardiac arrest and was pronounced dead at the hospital just after 11 a.m. today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Morgan at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it's that time of the show. Tiger Baseball just